Muy buenos días, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a esta nueva actividad del Festival Puerto Ideas en Valparaíso, que este año celebra su 10º aniversario, gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y por supuesto el Ministerio de las Culturas. Mi nombre es Daniel Halper, me especializo en Ciencias de la Información y Comunicación. Y a continuación voy a tener una conversación demasiado entretenida, porque a mi lado, o en la ventanita que ustedes van a tener, está la periodista inglesa Kirsty Lang, de la BBC, tremenda periodista, tremenda profesional, con quien vamos a ver el impacto de los traditional media, como llaman los gringos, ¿verdad? Los medios tradicionales, el impacto que tienen en esta nueva verdad, en nuestra objetividad y también, por supuesto, en política. Y al otro lado está la socióloga española experta en comunicación y redes sociales, la doctora Sandra González Bailón, quien va a conversar con nosotros sobre el poder de la información y el rol que tienen también las redes sociales en la actualidad. Tremenda actividad. Espero que la disfruten mucho, porque yo por lo menos así lo voy a hacer. Y bueno, vamos a conversar now. We're going to change our language from the Spanish to English. I'm sorry for my English. I'm sorry for the Spanish because I made a lot of mistakes. But okay, this is what we have. So, Kirsty, today we have a really like strange phenomenon. It's the new media versus traditional media, and now the traditional media also has new media. So it's a very complicated environment. People can give whatever they want, like in terms of opinionation, in terms of what they want to say, and they like almost in the same place that journalists than the media. The power, where is the power? Where are the journalism? Where is the regular user? Today has a huge voice. Kirsty Lang, from BBC to the whole world, through Puerto Ideas, please.
Well, let me say, first of all, apologies that my Spanish is not good enough to speak to you in Spanish. And also, I so wish that I was in Chile with all of you. I was hoping to come last year, and then there were the riots. I was hoping to come this year. Now we've got coronavirus. But one day I will make it to Chile in person. I hope so. I want to begin with a little story because I think it's the kind of thing that's happening to all of us. The other day I had dinner with a friend of mine, a woman about my age, in her 50s, a mother, a grandmother, intelligent a woman. And we start talking about corona. And she says to me, even if there's a vaccination, I'm not going to have it. I asked her why. And then she went into, a kind of pretty crazy sort of sounding conspiracy theory about how vaccines could be used as a cover to inject us all with nanotechnology so that some secret group of financiers representing big tech and big pharma could control us. It sounded kind of crazy, but I didn't want to say that to her because she clearly felt very strongly. So I said, okay, where did you get this information? Facebook, she replied. So I said, okay, but what sources? She said, I don't know. What do you mean by sources? So I explained to her a reliable source would be the World Health Organization or the American Center for Disease Control, maybe a respected medical journal, or maybe something like the BBC or the New York Times, a trusted media organization who have the resources to employ fact checkers. She looks at me and she rolls her eyes. I don't have time for this. And anyway, why should I trust them? Now, I expect that people all over the world are having this conversation with their friends and family. And one of the reasons for this is that the media landscape in 2020 is unrecognizable to the one that I grew up in. And yet the regulatory landscape has not changed in my lifetime. So I left university in the mid-1980s. I joined the BBC. I was a trainee. We still train journalists. And it was a time when you could make a reasonable living as a journalist. I don't think that's increasingly, that's quite difficult these days. I spent 2 years learning my craft, local, regional news, then the national newsroom. And then eventually, after working for a couple of years as a news reporter, I became a foreign correspondent for the BBC. You know, I was taught to question things. I was taught that you couldn't release a story unless you had more than 2 sources. In those days, most people got their news from watching the television in the evening. In the UK, it was either the BBC or one of the 2 commercial channels, or, you know, maybe from buying a well-funded daily newspaper or weekly news magazine, again, where the journalists were well paid, they had time to investigate stories, double-check their sources. This is no longer the case. We live in an age where people expect to get their information for free, where the main source of news for many people, like my friend, are social networks, where information is unchecked, uncurated, unsourced. It's a world in which very few newspapers can afford to pay for decent journalism, a world in which young journalists get almost no training, they're badly paid, they often resort to rewriting press releases or writing features paid for by advertisers. We used to train up journalists on local newspapers. Many local papers and radio stations have gone bankrupt as advertising revenue dries up. I think and what a lot of people don't understand, I think, is that gathering news, investigating matters of public interest, it costs money. Opinion costs nothing, but proper journalism costs money. Now, Britain is fortunate still to have the BBC, but we now face an existential threat in a polarized world, because an increasing proportion of the British public would rather get their information from a source, not that is balanced and says on the one hand, on the other, they want from a source that confirms their bias, whether they're from the left or the right. So we did a survey recently of our audiences, and we found that 1/3 thinks that we are left-wing, 1/3 thinks we are right-wing, and 1/3 said they didn't know, which I think means we've probably got the balance right. Let me just explain how the BBC is funded, because it's quite unique. It's a form of a levy. We call it a license fee, and it's paid by every household in the land. It's compulsory, and if you don't pay it, you get a fine. Now, this was introduced in the 1920s when radio was invented, because back in the 1920s, radio was new technology. It was the internet of the day, and it was considered too important be left in the hands of the private sector or in the hands of the politicians. That was the view we came to in Britain. And that's why we set up the BBC and the license fee. And it means to that this day, the BBC is well funded. It pays its journalists to investigate and fact check. And also, very importantly, the government cannot interfere editorially. However, what we are finding at the BBC is that many people, young people, are leaving us. They're not using our services because they're choosing to stream YouTube or Netflix. And a lot of these young people are not paying the license fee, trying to find ways around it. So our audience is under 35 are dwindling. And this is an issue for us. There are also members of the current British government who don't believe in public service broadcasting. They think the BBC should be privatized, turned into a subscription channel like Netflix. In my view, this would be a disaster, not just for our democracy, but actually for the world. A couple of months ago, the Reuters Institute at Oxford University published their annual digital news report. And this looks at digital news consumption based on about 80,000 people all around the world in 40 different markets. And their conclusion was that the BBC was the most trusted news organization in the world. And what was really interesting for me was that it was the second most trusted news source in the United States. The most trusted news source for Americans is their local news station, then the BBC, and I think third was the Wall Street Journal, and after that, New York Times, and so on. Some of the most strongly distrusted news brands, Fox and CNN, are, however, the ones with the bigger audiences. And that's a dilemma for us journalists, because sometimes being accurate and balanced can be less dramatic. It can mean smaller audiences, because if you're dramatic and controversial, you get eyeballs. So I just want to go through a few things that we've done at the BBC as some actions to combat disinformation. So number one, create news that people trust. Number two, we have a specialist disinformation unit, which is dedicated to clearing up false stories. It's a fact-checking service. It's called Reality Check. People can send in stories that they want you to check. And in fact, these days, the Reality Check unit get a lot of conspiracy theories sent to them, which they then respond to. We have a specialist disinformation reporter called Mariana Spring, who, for instance, I saw her interviewing just yesterday a son whose mother believes in that coronavirus is a conspiracy. And he's asking us, how do I respond to my mother? What do I do? There's another example of a man who believes that there's a coronavirus conspiracy led by Bill Gates. So the Reality Check website put him in touch with a virologist, and we filmed them in conversation. We also have something called the BBC Monitoring Unit. This employs skilled linguists and journalists from all over the world. They monitor foreign media and social media in 100 languages. It's now run as a commercial enterprise, so it's a service that other organizations, governments, corporations, media can subscribe to. And this way you can track disinformation campaigns as they move across the world. The other thing the BBC is doing is media education, training young reporters, teaching them journalistic skills, distributing videos to schools, telling kids how you can spot fake news. And there's it's worth going to have a look at some of these videos. In Finland, media literacy is part of the national curriculum. All high school students are taught to identify false stories and make sense of which sources of information they can trust. And there is evidence to show that the Finns are less likely to believe in conspiracy theories. And there's just one more initiative I want to tell you about. 1 year ago, the BBC convened a meeting of major news organizations from across the world and big tech, so Google, Facebook, and Twitter, as well as New York Times, the Times, and so on. And we posed the question, how can we alert each other to dangerous false stories and stop them spreading? So we've been experimenting with this over the past year, and we have found a way so that we can put partners on guard at times of a jeopardy. What do I mean by jeopardy? Well, when viral disinformation, risks real world harm. So a story that goes viral that could cause harm to life, or indeed a threat to the electoral process. So I'll give you an example. In April this year, a tweet was detected using the BBC Breaking News branding and logo. And this tweet said, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is dead. He had coronavirus at the time. This was untrue, obviously. The BBC immediately alerted all its partners in the news network. The tweet was brought down. And I think only one, as far as we know, one news outlet in Pakistan published and broadcast it. Had we not been successful, there was a real risk this story could have gone around the world, caused panic right in the middle of a lockdown. And of course, you could have had a big reaction on the financial market. So, it could have been very costly. But just finally, we cannot leave this issue up to news organizations and big tech to regulate themselves. Governments need to regulate, in my view. And I'll give you another example. In 2018, the German government passed new legislation forcing tech companies to remove hate speech from their sites within 24 hours, or they would have a huge fine. As a result of this law, I think 1 in 6 of Facebook's moderators now works in Germany, and they have tens of thousands of, I think, something like 30,000 moderators. So that is a practical evidence that legislation can work. So to conclude, the war against disinformation must be fought on many, many, many fronts. We must fund good journalism. We must educate our young people on how to source news stories. We must constantly rebut fake news, but we also need regulation. Big tech will only act, in my view, against disinformation when their bottom line is impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. Very nice ideas, very well argumented. So we are going to discuss afterwards. But before that, we have Sandra in the left or right side. I don't want to take any position about politics, so it depends where you are, okay? But so she's a professor in Annenberg, in the University of Pennsylvania. She has wrote some books about these ideas, how social media, the misinformation era, the digital social transformation that we are looking and observing. So Sandra, please, in 10 minutes, try to resume, to summarize. How is your research, how your research understand all this, the impact that social media is having on us, please.
Yes, thanks, Daniel. We'll try. And thanks, Kirsty. I lived for 10 years in England, and the BBC is definitely one of the things that I miss the most from my time then. So I'm going to use my short talk, as Daniel said, to summarize how I see social media shaping politics and exposure to information. And I'm going to use my talk to support the claim that online networks and social media in particular, but not only, carry both benefits and risks that are high stakes, that have high stakes consequences for how we think about politics and the quality of our democracies. Social networks can be tools for organization and awareness, and they can also be tools for disinformation and conflict. And paying attention to only one side of this equation, the good side or the bad side, simplifies greatly the debate we should be having about how these technologies impact society, and also, as Kirsty was saying, about how we think about regulation and regulating those technologies. Now, the sociologist in me always like to remind people that social networks and their benefits and risks predate the internet. Social networks, these ties that make us interdependent, have always acted as the hidden infrastructure of social life. They created channels for the flow of information, for mobilization, and for community building long before the internet was imaginable. Social networks have also always facilitated the spread of rumors, what sociologists call improvised news, as well as the spread of lies. And many of us have probably contributed in one way or another to spread some urban legend at some point in our lives. Now, what the internet changed and what online networks changed was the scale and the speed with which networks operate. In this social media era, information and lies travel faster and farther than they ever could in the past. One reason for this is that online networks allow us to gain exposure to content that we would not encounter otherwise. Another reason is that these networks are constantly pulsating with information, which means that there's not idle time for us anymore, right? Every spare moment, every working moment is filled with notifications, feeds, and social signals that our friends, acquaintances, but also total strangers keep on updating relentlessly. And I would like to point out here that when we talk about social media, we talk in fact about very different platforms with very different designs that encourage different types of interactions. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, YouTube, or even LinkedIn, these are all creating different types of information ecosystems. They attract different audiences and they create different incentives to make those audiences stay online. And so essentially these different platforms are creating overlapping networks, and information often spills from one network to the next. So even if you're not, say, in TikTok, chances are that you will still see TikTok content when one of your friends reposts it on, say, Facebook. And the same spillover effects happen between social media and more traditional forms of media like newspapers or TV. And think about the use that a certain president makes of Twitter and how whatever happens on Twitter percolates and spills all over the news. Now, the one feature that characterizes online networks is that they are decentralized structures. And what this means is that no one is really in control of the content that is being created, posted, and shared. And it is this decentralized nature, the decentralized nature of these networks, what makes them so powerful, but also so dangerous, right? On the one hand, social media platforms have created a public domain in which long-standing gatekeeping roles lose prominence, and non-traditional media actors can suddenly start shaping the agenda, often increasing the public representation of voices that would otherwise be ignored. And the Black Lives Matter movement is a great example of this. And so it is for this reason that social media has been and still is so instrumental in launching social mobilizations, gaining traction in collective action efforts, and increasing the visibility of certain political issues. On the other hand, however, social media have also created an ecosystem in which information manipulation campaigns thrive, and automated accounts, bots, can rise to hijack communication streams. And so behind these efforts, There are a number of different motives. Often they happen for opportunistic reasons. For instance, to gain status or just to monetize public attention. But information manipulation campaigns are often also designed with malicious intent. So for instance, when this information is diffused to seed conflict or discord. And I'm going to stop here again for a minute to offer some definitions, because usually, at least in the research domain, when we talk about misinformation, this is like the broader category, we refer to claims that contradict or distort verifiable facts. And then there's a subset of what we call misinformation that is deliberately propagated. And this is what we call disinformation, which is meant to deceive. And then there is a smaller subset of content within the disinformation category, which is what we call fake news. And this is content that is designed to emulate legitimate news, but without the editorial norms and processes of news media that Kirsty was discussing before, ensuring the accuracy and credibility of the information. And so implicit in the definition of misinformation is that, strictly speaking, unverifiable claims cannot be classified as misinformation. Then there is the problem of identifying intent. In other words, the problem of identifying disinformation, right? And this is relevant because the interventions that we can put in place to prevent the spread of misinformation will not work to fight disinformation, right? Trying to improve digital media literacy, for instance, may make social media users more resistant to, say, share information coming from a dubious source. But this approach will not help us get rid of actors that are deliberately seeding online networks with content that is intended to manipulate. And then there is the issue of determining what the right unit of analysis is. Are we trying to identify sources of mis or disinformation, or just specific stories? And of course, the right answer is both, right, ideally. But when it comes to devising strategies to identify misinformation, often we are forced to focus on a limited set of stories that have been fact-checked. And we might be missing a lot of important, a huge fraction of all the information pollution that is out there. And remember that online networks are decentralized structures with an ever-evolving set of content creators. So this is really a moving target. Again, misinformation is not a new phenomenon, but what has changed is how it travels through the population, right? Before the internet, the media environment was characterized by broadcasting, mass media, and essentially common exposure to the same narrow set of sources. Cable TV started to fragment that environment, but it was the internet and the eruption of online networks that drastically morphed the structure and the composition of the media environment. There's three elements that, to my mind, are key to understanding how misinformation travels through our current media environment. The first, as I mentioned, is the way in which overlapping networks allow information to flow without pause. The second is the algorithmic curation of content, or how algorithms mediate exposure to information. And then the third is micro-targeting, or the segmentation of audiences in groups that will see messages tailored specifically for them. And at the heart of our interest of misinformation, really, there's the question of how exposure will lead to changes on opinion and behavior. This is the reason why we care about misinformation, right? Because we don't want that misleading information to have an impact on how people think or behave. And so, if exposure is driven by self-selection, meaning that people choose to read only sources that they already agree with, the fear is that these will reinforce or exacerbate polarization. If the content to which people are exposed is manipulated, say by Russian trolls, the fear is that these will exacerbate conflict. And if exposure to content is algorithmically determined, say via recommendations that are designed to keep users on a platform as long as possible, even if this is to the detriment of giving them quality content, then the fear is that this might lead to rabbit hole dynamics and radicalization. Now, the media and the public discourse often portray these exposure effect associations as a given, but the reality is, and I'm talking here with my researcher hat, the reality is that there are still many open questions on both sides of this equation. On the side of exposure, we really don't have that much data on the prevalence of misinformation via legitimate sources. We have some data suggesting that misinformation is in fact a tiny fraction of all the information circulating online, luckily. But we have very little data describing what is happening within the walled gardens of social media platforms. We also lack information on audience reach. So, how many people get exposed to misinformation? And related to these, and importantly, we also don't know if there are specific populations that are more likely to encounter misinformation because A, the networks in which they are embedded, and people choose their networks, B, the algorithms that curate content, or C, and most likely because a combination of the two things. On the side of effects, we also don't have much data on the impact that exposure to misinformation has on opinion or behavioral change. And this is really the key part of this equation, right? So it may very well be the case that online networks and algorithms are increasing exposure to misinformation, and that they activate positive feedback and cumulative effects leading to rabbit hole dynamics, but we simply don't have the evidence to make any strong claims in this respect. Now, beyond the decentralized nature of these networks and the challenges of getting access to the data that would allow us to answer the still open questions, it is also true that there is a business model behind social media companies that relies on keeping users engaged. And the metrics of engagement on which these companies rely are blind to the actual content that is driving the engagement. In fact, those metrics might be making misinformation more likely to be floated by algorithms to the top of users' feeds. At the same time, we know that most online users are not spending their time looking for news and staying informed. Entertainment is way more popular than legitimate news. Silly videos receive more likes than stories of investigative journalism. And this is the content that the vast majority of the online population responds to. And it seems to me that if we are only paying attention to how social media mediates access to information, we are only paying attention to half of the story. And we should also acknowledge the agency that social media users bring to the problem, because at the end of the day, it is users who make choices. And those choices may be constrained by algorithms, but that they are not determined, right? And so those choices are not necessarily the best for how we think about democracies and our civic duty. So to wrap up, I started my talk by saying that online networks carry both benefits and risks. It is obvious that social media have created a series of challenges without precedents, especially in terms of how to curate information without constraining free speech and individual autonomy. In some narrow set of cases, it's very easy to separate truth from falsehood, but the reason why misinformation is such a complicated problem is that it is more often than not, it is very difficult to categorize content as true or false. And if you want to scale up techniques to identify misinformation and filter that out as we filter spam out of our inboxes, we have to find a way of classifying bits of information, and it is tricky. So how do we draw the line, right? Fact checkers can only do so much. There's too much information online to be able to be fact checked by humans. At the same time, and in many respects, as I said, social media have also created opportunities for marginalized voices to reach an audience and increase awareness in ways that in the past would have been atrophied by gatekeepers, including traditional media. And so this is definitely an important engine for social change that we shouldn't forget when we discuss misinformation. And I have many other things to say, but I'm going to stop here so that we can have a conversation.
Thank you very much, Sandra, for all your presentation, your conceptualization, the difference, right, between misinformation, this broad term, and then fake news. So let me start, before to make some questions like for you, to make some questions for myself and maybe for the audience. So imagine that we have the shape of the earth. We know, and maybe we're all wrong, okay? But according to all the images that has been taken from different years, from Russia, from US, from all the countries that who has been like in the moon, on the orbit, it shows that the earth is not flat. But there are many people who believe that the earth is flat. And if you go to their pages, meaning fans in I don't know, Facebook or in YouTube channels, and they discuss that the earth is flat. And I have a question, not for you, maybe for myself. Why do this Mr. Zuckerberg or all these other like big guys in all these social media networks don't say, I'm sorry, the earth is not flat? is a circle or close to a circle, right? It's not a circle.
Here.
Yes, thank you very much. But it's not flat. Yeah, maybe, yeah. It's not flat. That's the point. So why couldn't say that? The anti-vaccination movement, they might have some like stories where really like people get hurt from the vaccines, right? But it's not the 90% or 92, 95%. Might be 1.111 or 1.0001. Well, let's go to any other like issue. For example, in Chile, they have this huge idea that the cow milk is unhealthy. It makes like a very, very like bad for the people, that it's harmed people. So, but all these three areas at least, they had not been proved. On the contrary, research has shown that the earth is not flat, right? That the vaccines has finished with many of the disease that we used to have. And the milk from the cows, at least doesn't anything shows that it's unhealthy. For some people might be like not so good, but it's not unhealthy for most of the population. So my question, maybe it's not for you, it's for myself again, is why all these big guys, big organizations, huge companies that make a lot of money, because if the BBC would say something like that, not with these three topics, with another different ones, people will come and will say you have to close it because you are lying people. You're not a truth. You're not a truth media anymore. So we are going to to close, right? But why we have not seen anything related to that in the last 10 or 15 years? And again, why, for example, these social media platforms, to not mention anyone specific, who has shown many, like, I would say, crimes, like online crimes happening there at the same time. And then, like, it happens again and again and again. All these social media platforms have said many times they are fighting against misinformation. But we still have all these different fan page videos on YouTube that demonstrate that the earth is flat. So this is the first question for me. So it's not like it's a very relevant aspect, because you say, Sandra, at least mentioned it many times, that the fake news or misinformation is not new, right? It's a huge. I mean, it's like we call in Spanish it's like the how do you say, Sandra, hilo negro?
Black thread? No idea.
Yes, it's black red. It's like it's older than black red. It's a really old thing, of course.
Yeah. It's gossip, isn't it? We've always gossiped. I mean, even when we were our ancestors sitting around the campfire, we would sort of say, hey, have you heard? These two people are having an affair or whatever. I mean, even if we didn't know it was true. So that's human nature. But I mean, as Sandra said, it's now turbocharged by the internet. But I mean, I think there is an answer to your question, and I think the fact is that that algorithms used by social media favor controversial stories. The earth is flat is controversial. Vaccines don't work is controversial. Cow's milk is bad for you is controversial. So the algorithm favors that. It gets more hits. It gets more advertising. There is money in fake news and disinformation to be made. And I urge everybody to watch the excellent documentary on Netflix called The Social Dilemma, which is about this very subject. And it is for that reason, I think that, we must regulate. We don't, I mean, the broadcast media and the traditional media is heavily regulated. We can't the BBC can't say the earth is flat because the regulator would come down on us very hard. They'd say, no, you're not allowed to do that. You're going to be fined. We're going to take you off the air. But there's no regulation for Facebook or Google. If we suddenly put out far right Nazi, propaganda or whatever, we would be fined under hate speech legislation. But the social networks are not regulated, so they can get away with it. So I mean, I really do think that this is the key. But then we have this problem that they are companies based in the United States, but the audiences are global. So you need really big multilateral organizations like the EU, I think, to take them on. But that takes courage, and they do a lot of lobbying in Washington. So it will be interesting to see where this goes. But I feel, I don't know about you guys, I don't know what Sandra thinks, but I think there is a growing consensus really that regulation is the only way forward.
I have a question maybe for Sandra, who knows more. Is it possible to regulate? Because where do you regulate? They're in Chile, they're in US, in UK. There's a whole world. I mean, how do you regulate something? Because I can punish, right? Fine you, the BBC, where like in some specific country where you are. But when you are all over the place and you are like the whole world, it's also difficult. Sandra, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of legal reasons why they can't be regulated that really, to be honest, I wouldn't be able to know all but essentially these platforms are not media companies. That's the main reason why you can't apply the same rules. And they are making efforts at moderating content. And I agree with Kirsty that the way in which these platforms are designed, the affordances they offer, like the fact that they have these like buttons and that those metrics of engagement, like commenting or liking or resharing, will then feed on the ranking algorithms that determine which content is more visible than other. That's the feedback loop, right? That's what users respond, and users respond more to content that generates awe and surprise, and that's usually fake content, right? Because it's the exaggeration, it's the drama, and then because more people react to it, that triggers a feedback loop that will make the algorithms pick up that content and prioritize it, and there you go. That's where you have, and that's a choice, that's a design choice. And so if these companies offered a different set of affordances or made their algorithms reward different, if the optimizing parameters were different, right? If it wasn't about liking, if it was more about quality, the game would be different, right? And so I want to make clear that these companies are trying to moderate content, but there's also the issue of, and it's a very slippery slope of how much are you going to control what people talk about, right? These are not media companies, as I said before. The content bubbles up from below, and it's true that some actors are using this decentralized architecture to actually engineer information coordination campaigns that are not organic. They are not emerging from the bottom up in the same way than normal users are generating content from the bottom up. They have a purpose, right? And the purpose is to manipulate. They intend to target specific populations, and so that's a fact, right? But it's very difficult to moderate, without crossing the red line of censoring, right? How do you moderate without censoring people? And yeah, it's true that we all like. I cringe when I hear that there's people who think that that the Earth is flat. And it's unambiguously wrong, but I think correcting that is not a matter of regulating social media. It's a matter of providing education and allowing, education is still the most powerful transformative tool I can think of, and encouraging critical thinking. And sometimes I feel that we are a bit unfair with our demands on social media platforms, because we're asking them to do things that we as a society don't know how to do. And what do you do when Fox News also spreads totally fake? I mean, so it's not only social media that is disseminating false information, right?
So Sandra, let me ask you maybe from a different point of view. You are a researcher. You know how all these methods work, like in terms of academy. And you know that sometimes there are 100 papers that show something, but there is one that shows the opposite, because the context was different and was even though it wasn't approved by a peer review, right? It's real research, but you know that the context was absolutely different, And that was the reason why they discovered, or they showed something that was the opposite to what the mainstream say. So I mean, as a researcher, you have to understand that you have to give like maybe 1% or 2% of visibility because the whole research shows the opposite. But here you have like so weird. You have on the same level both opinions. And you know that something's not good with that because that's not the way that the knowledge is formed or is at least diffused when you diffuse, like when you talk others about this knowledge. So that is education. Like people have to understand that, or that's come from like the social platforms that have to regulate. From where do we start?
Well, I think that's a very big question, and I think there's a component of the science of science communication, right? How do we, we researchers and scientists are very familiar with probabilistic ways of thinking, meaning, we work with probabilities, right? We have uncertainty, and so we know that some things are more likely than others. We know that if 90% of the evidence points in one direction and 10% of the evidence points in the other direction, we know how to weight in those those pieces, but we still, we don't deal with absolute certainties in research and science. It's always, it's the best available evidence. What is the best decision we can make with the available evidence, right? And sometimes the general public, but I would say like the media also sometimes, like we scientists are usually afraid of talking with journalists because they go after and they do a great job, most of the time, but it's always like this idea of capturing one headline, one like, a punchline, like the one message that is going to attract the attention of the readers, but we scientists feel like it's an exaggeration or it's stretching the evidence. And so again, like I don't think this is an issue with social media. I think, Daniel, what you were saying, what you were suggesting is, would social media companies need to make sure that the visibility that information attains online is proportionate to the actual evidence supporting that information. And in principle, I would agree with that. But the pandemic has demonstrated how sometimes, I said in my talk, if we define misinformation as claims that cannot be verified by facts, the implication of this definition is that sometimes we don't have facts to verify or falsify our claims. And at the beginning of the pandemic, we knew nothing about this virus. And so we were all like moving blindly and trying to make recommendations. Epidemiologists were trying to make recommendations on the basis of very little evidence, and they make mistakes, even though they are legitimate sources. And at first they thought that masks were necessary, and then they backtracked, and then everyone had to wear a mask. And this was information that was coming from institutions that we respect. But there was a lot of noise at the beginning because we didn't know enough. There wasn't enough evidence. And so even the institutions and the agents that are in charge of giving recommendations and informing the public on the basis of the best available evidence made mistakes, right? Because we didn't know enough. And so that's what makes misinformation so tricky. And that, sometimes it is very difficult. The examples you were giving, Daniel, seem pretty straightforward, but most of the time it is very difficult to really draw a line in terms of what's true and what's false. And therefore, I think there's more dangers than benefits in social media making a decision for us in those instances, right?
Mm.
That's a very good point. So, Kirsty, how do you? We are living like uncertainty times, right? We don't know really, like even like with the pandemic, like we don't know whether the vaccine is going to come out. We don't know many things about even like the disease, the corona. So, how do you inform audiences when you don't know? How do you inform people when you really don't know?
Well, that's a difficult question. I think one of the things that we've learned during the pandemic is that, scientists have different opinions. I think in the past, the general public has learned about scientific breakthroughs, when the research has been done. Here we're in unknown territory because we have a new virus. We're actually following the scientists in real time as they do their research into this virus. So we have as many different opinions as we do scientists often, and we have scientists disagreeing, which we're not used to seeing actually on our news media. We tend to only see scientific breakthroughs once they've happened, the research has been done. So I think part of our job as journalists is to help the public understand that. I mean, we've certainly seen a rise in the BBC in our audiences, people wanting to know. We have a program which is just devoted to statistics now. It sounds quite boring, but people quite like it. You know, what do these statistics mean? When the government says there is, you know, there are X number of infections per day, what does it mean? Breaking it down in ways that people can understand. So I think that's one of the ways that we can help. But I'd just say finally as well, it's really important to take what we might think of as conspiracy theories. It's very important to listen to those theories, because there's sometimes a little kernel of truth somewhere in there. Take them seriously. Don't dismiss people. Don't say their ideas is deplorable, because they will immediately become very defensive. So one of the things that we've tried to do on our reality check website at the BBC is seriously discuss some of these conspiracy theories, even if they sound crazy. Where did it maybe begin? Was there a kernel of truth in one of them? Why do people believe this? So it's you know, we have a lack of trust in our world, and we need to understand why we have this lack of trust.
So let me make a follow-up question about that one. I have been not in many countries, but I have followed like some of the newses in many countries, and it's like really amazing, because some countries have kept almost everything open, like in US, right? Like they have kept like almost like the regular or normal life they have to continue. In other countries, or UK, even UK, in some moments of time, in other countries have been just the opposite. In Argentina, for example, they have been like for 6 months unlocked, I don't know, in quarantine. And in other countries like Chile, for example, they have kept like these mixed models. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Okay, or even like in many European countries. But one of the most common things or denominators is the government always I mean, the people always blame the government for the situation. Doesn't matter whether they have like the locked model or the unlocked model or the mixed model. They blame the government. So how do you understand or explain this concept? Maybe I'm wrong and I couldn't get well like all this stuff, but what I have seen is that, why do you think that this is happening? Because people, I don't know, maybe they're like really angry with themselves and they don't have anyone to blame, so they have to blame someone, and the government is the solution for them, or there are other aspects. And with this last question, and then I'm going to ask you to close each one a few minutes, and then we have to continue. We have to go to work and many other things, right?
Sandra, do you want to answer first and then me? I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of good reasons why people feel frustrated and angry, and the sense of disenfranchisement and hopelessness. And it's very difficult to give a generic answer to that question, because even though it seems like the feeling is universal, you know, every country has a different story. You know, in the case of Spain, for example, which is my country of origin, you know, there's a lot of social conflicts that have been there for a long time. Some going back to the Civil War, and you know, and you know, when economic circumstances are dire and people are suffering, you know, all these passions come out, and it's also a country where the levels of trust in the media are pretty low in terms of how much people trust their news sources. And so I think we would need at least another hour to really go into the details as to why there's this generalized sense of disenfranchisement and like not trusting political institutions, and it's very dangerous. And I think we should, as Christy said, one first step is not to dismiss how people feel, like to hear the other side and to try to understand where that frustration is coming from. To take it back to the topic of this panel, right? Like social media could help really unite and build bridges as opposed to polarize, right? And so we go back to should we be rethinking, or should we encourage or put pressure on these companies to rethink how they facilitate social interaction, because the way in which those platforms are designed is increasing polarization and conflict or potential. So that's, I think that they play a part in terms of thinking of how to to find solutions to this situation. But obviously they are not the only player that we should, it's a very complicated problem with many ramifications, and social media is just a little piece in the puzzle.
Yeah. I think that's right. I mean, in the very first instance, we're angry with our governments wherever we are, because they're the ones who are telling us what we can do. Can we go out? Can't we go out? I think we've also seen, it's quite interesting, really, a resurgence of the state. We have a public health problem. You can't leave that up to the market. In the end, it's only a government that can deal with a public health crisis. So, the buck stops with them. But of course, I would not want to be a world leader or a health minister right now, because the evidence is changing all the time. So they are in a very difficult situation. And I think the other thing that's happened is that COVID-19, wherever you are in the world, it is like an X-ray. It has exposed divisions in our society. You look at the hotspots in Britain, and it's like right now, it's like a poverty map, right? It might have started in rich areas where people traveled and so on, but now it's in poor areas, and also it's exposed the divisions about, if you're wealthy and you have a nice big house and a garden, lockdown's not too bad for you. But if you're sharing your 2 rooms with 10 family members, and you have to go out to work, and you don't have savings, then you're suffering a lot more. So all of these things have become much more acute, and there's a lot more understandable anger because of that. But like Sandra says, the only way through this, in the end, actually, I think, is for us to act globally. And I'm really hoping that going forward, we will see governments acting together against both the coronavirus, but also the spread of disinformation, because we can only battle this, if all of us as humanity comes together.
Yes, I mean, for first time, maybe in the whole story of the humanity, the 7 billion people has been affected, like, for the same thing, right? It's absolutely different, for example, for the First or Second World War, when the people in Europe, maybe North America, but the other countries wasn't so hard for them. Today, doesn't matter where you are. The humanity, the people, because they're breathing the same air. And it's amazing, like, how all of us, doesn't matter where you're in UK, US, Chile, Russia, you or China, you are affected by the same virus. So that shows that all of us at the end breathe the same air. And I think also this is a connection, what we look for. Let's close each other, please, 1 minute, and then we are going to be out here, okay? Sandra, please. Kirsty started now. Please, I'm going to ask you to finish first, and then Kirsty, and then bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, so just to reiterate my message, that I think when we talk about social media platforms, we should keep in mind that there's 2 sides to this coin, right? Like, there's the social media has really changed a lot of things for the better. It has allowed people to organize, to mobilize, to raise voices that we wouldn't hear otherwise. But at the same time, for the same reasons that these networks have allowed people to come together without formal structures of formal organizations and without, costs, at the same time, it has made it easier for malevolent actors to spread misinformation and launch information coordination campaigns to try to manipulate voters. And I think if we are to find a solution to this problem, we should keep in mind that there's also good aspects to how these technologies operate. And the conversation we should be having is not so much about let's destroy social media companies or regulate them to the point that they don't have any, that they lose the essence of what made them be so powerful in terms of helping people promote social change. But we should definitely try to think about ways of redesigning how these platforms operate so that they serve the common good as opposed to just private interests. And the other thing that I just wanted to say very quickly is, again, when we talk about these companies, usually we talk about them as if they were monolithic entities, like actors with like a unified brain. And in fact, they are very diverse internally. And I think that's very interesting as well to see how management on the one side and the data scientists on the other, sometimes they don't agree. And the data scientists are also working hard to change things from within. And this is something that I wish we echoed more in our representations of how these companies operate. I think there's a great opportunity right now to have a conversation on how we want these companies to operate so that we all benefit from them, and so that we can restrain the negative side, but keeping in mind that they're also facilitating lots of things that are good for society, for civil society, for social change, and for political engagement, and we shouldn't disregard those.
I would, yeah, my final message, I think, would be about taking personal responsibility for this disinformation. So next time a story pops up on your Facebook saying, coronavirus is a evil plot by whoever, I don't know, Bill Gates or whatever, maybe it actually looks reasonable. Before you press the button and like it or send it on to a family member or friend, just check it. Have a look. Who is this story coming from? Is it from a reputable institution? You can see some of the language. If it's a proper scientific document, it's not going to be using hysterical language. As human beings, we are attracted to stories that are counterintuitive. Like the Earth is flat, of course, because it's like, oh, but I know it isn't, or maybe it isn't. So of course we're attracted to that. But just take responsibility before you pass on a story. There are lots of ways of checking it, and we all need to become responsible in this way, and that will help stop the spread of dangerous rumors.
Thank you very much, Kirsty. So with this last message from Sandra and Kirsty, that we should keep this responsibility. Me despido. Y despido a todos y le agradezco a cada uno y cada una de ustedes por acompañarnos. Los invito a seguir disfrutando y reflexionando con las actividades de esta 10ª versión de Puerto Ideas acá en Valparaíso. Nos vemos en una próxima ocasión. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Kirsty and Sandra, again, for staying with us. Thank you. Bye.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a una nueva actividad del Festival Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso, que este año celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas. Mi nombre es Cristina Cordero, yo soy traductora y editora, investigadora también, y a continuación conversaré con la escritora estadounidense y ganadora del Premio Princesa de Asturias, Siri Hustvedt, sobre el cruce entre las humanidades y las ciencias en su trabajo de escritura y la importancia de hacer dialogar las distintas disciplinas del saber para promulgar una ética que responda a las necesidades de nuestra época. Espero que disfruten y a partir de ahora estaremos hablando en inglés. Welcome, Siri. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. It's an honor for us to have you here.
Oh, thank you, Christina. Thank you for having me.
I think that I want to just disclose to the audience that, the energy today is kind of special because this is pre-recorded and we're talking on Wednesday, November 4th, which is the day right after the elections in the United States. And though our conversation is not intended to be a recount of what's happening, state by state with the election, it's still undecided. So there's a great amount of tension and uncertainty in the air that will probably is affecting all of us, at least here. I'm in New York, Siri, I know that you're in New York also. But we're lucky because the topic of our conversation today really addresses a lot of the things that I think are going on right now in the country. There's so much to discuss. Siri, when we discussed in advance what we would be talking about, you said, and I quote, "I would like to address the value of interdisciplinary work when it comes to attempting to answer complex questions, and in particular why a dialogue between the humanities and the sciences strikes me as necessary, and this involves adopting different perspectives and different epistemological approaches to the same question." And so today I think we can talk about that and talk about perception and some of the issues that are going on right now in the country, from racism to sexism to xenophobia, and the biases that we're all living with, and this quest, I think, Siri, which is why you're our honored guest, this quest to find answers, and what those answers look like have to do with the kind of questions we ask.
Yeah.
And there's so much to discuss. I just want to start out by saying that if I don't think you need an introduction, but if one were to put your name into Google, you come up as a novelist.
Definitely.
And yet you're so much more than a novelist. Not that being a novelist is a small thing. You've taken a lot of journeys, gone from fiction, you have a PhD in literature, and you write novels, but you've also have significant body of work in art criticism, essays, political essays to some degree, and you've gone deeply into neuroscience, psychiatry, psychology, and this is, what I'd like to talk about. You've written an entire book of art criticism, and you have essays in journals as wide-ranging as Suicidology, Seizure, the European Journal of Epilepsy, Salmagundi Magazine, Lit Hub, where there's lots of recent stuff that you've written, which is really interesting for anybody who wants to be kind of up on what's going on in the United States, neuropsychoanalysis, and on and on and on. And so I'd love to start out by asking you how this journey began for you, from wherever you'd like to start, how you found your way from writing novels and how you've moved into these different areas.
Yes, I think it is about fundamental curiosity, something that all human beings share. When I was a girl, I remember, I think as many children do, asking some of the big questions. They turn out to be philosophical questions. Why are we here? Why are we built the way we are, et cetera, et cetera. Those questions really never stopped for me. And, but I was always drawn to the arts and to novels, to fiction. And I did end up getting a PhD in English literature. nevertheless, on the way there, even as a college student, I was extremely interested in philosophy, but also I started reading books about, for example, the connection between neurology and mystical states. That really fascinated me. I think that was when I was first introduced to William James, Varieties of Religious Experience. So I was always moving around. I didn't only stick to fiction or thinking about fiction. And by the time I wrote my dissertation, I had also gotten interested in neurological conditions, particularly aphasia, how neurological patients, stroke patients, for example, can have their speech affected in various ways. And I actually used some of that neurological research in my dissertation. Nevertheless, I was still young, but not that young when I finished my degree, 31, I think. Anyway, and I began to think that what I had been missing in my education was a deeper biological piece. What we're made of, our meat, if you will.
Yeah.
And that attraction continued, and I became deeply interested in brain research at the time. And actually, it was reading a lot of neuroscience, hanging out with neuroscientists, going to conferences that actually made me return to philosophy and 17th century questions about the mind and the body, because I realized that neuroscience had largely adopted this fundamental split that became, it's always been around in the West and Western culture, but it was very pronounced when Descartes separated the mind and the body. So the journey, one thing leads to another. I guess that's what I'm saying. One thing leads to another. And so you can see the natural evolution in a way of asking questions and then looking for the answers.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, what was your dissertation on?
It was actually on language and identity in Charles Dickens.
Well, because, it's funny as you're describing all of this, you jump to the neuroscience and that the questions of the mind and the body, but you also have this long kind of romance with the visual arts. And so where does that fit in? Because I think some of your very early novels take place in this world. I mean, many of your novels take place,
yes,
in those three places, actually. Obviously, the world of literature and writers, and then the world of science and specifically, neuroscience or psychiatry, and then art. And so what's the relationship between all of that?
So I think everything, maybe most of our lives are rooted in our childhoods. I thought until I was 13, when I decided most definitely that I was going to become a writer, I told people that I was going to be a visual artist because I love to draw and paint, but really draw. And that fascination with making visual art stayed with me as well. But I also love to look at paintings in particular, and had kind of, I think, mysterious experiences with paintings that I had seen that stayed with me. And when I'm writing fiction, I'm always seeing what's happening. I have a very strong mental images. And I think I've enjoyed making up artworks.
I would love to.
My characters.
Yeah, no, I'd love to go into that a little bit. But now that you mentioned your childhood, tell us a little bit about this. I mean, I've been looking at the map of the United States over the last couple of days, and I know that you're from Minnesota and that your family is not from the United States, that your mother is from Norway and that your father was both of that your father was Norwegian American.
Yes.
What is the place that you're from? You know, where I am from New York City. I'm from actually the place where I'm sitting right now. And that type of a childhood is quite different in terms of like the things that you're describing. You know, like when you grow up in the city, that your space is different and the things that you see and the dimensions of everything. So I'm curious to know what it was like, where it was, what that space was, and how it influenced certainly the way you look at things or see things.
Yes, I think it did. So my mother met my father, an American of Norwegian descent, at the University of Oslo after the Second World War. And then it took a while because she had to get a visa. I'm sure there are many people who are sympathetic with all those American visa rules. So they were actually apart for about a year. And then my mother left Norway to, move to the United States and marry my father. He spoke Norwegian. He grew up speaking Norwegian. And in fact, despite it was his grandparents who were immigrants, not even his parents, but that community, rural farming community that he grew up in, was still immersed in the Norwegian language. Of course, they spoke English, but it was a very old-fashioned Norwegian, right? 19th century. And my mother, I think, was a little surprised by this rural farming Norwegian world that was really quite foreign to her, a middle-class girl who had been living with her family outside Oslo in a town called Askim. So, but she did move, and I grew up outside of a very small town. My father was a professor of Norwegian language and literature, and my mother stayed home. Later, she worked in a library, but we had a lot of room there, and there was a creek behind my house. The sky in Minnesota is a Midwestern sky, very, very big. And I do think the proportions of that landscape lie very deeply inside me. And as an older person, I've come to realize how much those old images and spaces become part of you. They linger.
And just out of curiosity, also, did you grow up with Norwegian language around you?
Yes. So it was my first language, and then I spoke Norwegian really because my Norwegian grandmother was living with us for about a year. Then she went back to Norway, and I believe that I forgot Norwegian. But when I was 4. My mother took me and my sister, the one sister who had been born then, there were 2 more to come, to Norway for a long summer for 5 months, and I forgot English.
Oh, wow.
Yes. And then when we returned to the United States, I believe I forgot Norwegian again. We returned for a year when I was 12, and the language rushed back to me, as if it had a dam had been broken. And after that, I retained both languages.
Because, it's funny because what you just said about your mother and going to this town in Minnesota and finding this sort of version of Norway that didn't match with her own. I am an American. I'm from New York, and I've lived in Chile for many years. And a lot of times you see that, like there's the American restaurants in Chile, or sometimes, these nostalgic versions of the country. In the south of Chile, you'll find there are these little towns that look like German towns because of the emigration that there was from Germany. And they've held on to an identity that's really very different. And I think about this in the United States about how, well, you're an American and I'm an American, yet, our language is a common language because we both speak English and we're able to communicate. But the languages we speak are also very different, and I mean, I was going to ask you about this, thinking about all these different disciplines that you've been, these places that you've been to. First, in my mind, first going from Minnesota to New York, which is a big It's a big difference. It's a
Yeah.
big difference going from New York to a little town 3 hours outside of New York as well. And how you have navigated these different languages, because, and I'm really thinking more in terms of the disciplines, like you started in literature, but you have moved into different areas that, do you understand what people say to you in the world of neuropsychiatry, and do they understand you? And how has that been as you've moved forward in that inquiry of yours?
I really do think that learning various disciplines is very much like learning a language. Right? And once you learn the language, you begin to penetrate what I think of as a mode of thought. And I know you've worked both in the sciences and in literature, and you must feel that yourself, how there are different ways of knowing. And what I found is that by studying hard, by trying to learn a language, say the language of neuroscience, and then later I started studying genetics, which is very different from neuroscience, actually. It's another science. I think it helps you that you've studied one science, but you have to then start again from the beginning. And that experience of learning several languages, I think this is true for actual languages too, it gives you a flexibility of mind that I think is not available to people who are absolutely lodged in a single mode of thought or a single discipline.
And do you think that, like, how has that dialogue been? I mean, when you began pursuing your interest in neuroscience, are the kinds of questions that people ask, like, tell us a little bit about that. Like, this is getting into the epistemological questions, you know.
Yes.
What are the kinds of questions that you care about answering? And how do they mesh with what, you know, a neuroscientist wants to know?
Yes. So when I read a lot on my own, and, it's really beginning from zero, learning parts of the brain, learning about the nervous system, basics about the nervous system. And during that period, my learning period, I was invited by a scientist to attend a group every month. The group shrank and grew depending on who could come, but people traveled from all over the country. And it consisted of psychiatrists, some psychoanalysts, neuroscientists, some robotics people. They were, of course, as is, I think, representative, mostly men, couple of women, but mostly men. And for the first year of that group, I was absolutely silent. I read the papers, I listened to the discussions, and learned a lot from it. But it wasn't until the second year that I felt comfortable enough to begin asking questions. And I could always see from the response that my questions were not the expected ones, right?
You know, it's so funny saying this, because what you just described, I sometimes teach classes to people that are working on their English. And what you just described is almost exactly what a language learner feels, that, they can read. So when the language skills would be, reading, listening, speaking, and writing. And, they can read and they can listen to music, and maybe they can read a short story, but speaking is always the hardest. Formulating something, turning, like, Vygotsky would say, like, turning your thought into language and formulating a coherent sentence is really hard because, well, aside, I guess, from all the expectations of the other people, but it's a different mental model, I guess. I mean, I remember when I started doing my doctoral studies, I was thrown into taking advanced quantitative analysis without having taken the beginner's quantitative analysis. Yeah, it was horrible. It was a panic attack for a whole semester. And whenever I described it to people, I said it was like taking, advanced Greek without taking beginner's Greek. And so, but it wasn't only that. So like, yes, I guess it was like advanced Greek and beginner's Greek, but it was that it wasn't just that the language was foreign, but that the structure of the language was different. It was, it's not like going from French to Spanish or French to Portuguese. It was a different way of constructing thought and of the kinds of questions that were asked. I remember that it took me like 3 weeks to understand what a null hypothesis was and why it was important. And so I'm curious to know, like, you've been all around, you've gone from philosophy and art criticism, to this. And what's your take on it all? Like, what matters to you now? Like, now that you've seen all of it, what matters to you?
I think I have really come to believe, and I wouldn't have known this, early in those roaming days. But what I've come to understand is that the reason to push for a dialogue, say, between the sciences and the humanities, is not because we just want everyone to be well-rounded. In fact, I gave a lecture at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. It was a grand rounds lecture on neurology. I talked about hysteria. But after the lecture, I had the good luck to be taken around to research centers. And the group of young scientists gave me their projects, told me about them. I asked them questions, and then they asked me questions. And there was a scientist who said to me, well, you stress someone like me who, sits around looking at brain scans day in and day out, should read philosophy, literature, history. He said, why do you think so? And I answered him. It suddenly was very plain to me. I said, I don't think you should do it, because you'll be a more charming person, which you probably will be, right? You can entertain people at cocktail parties in a better way. I think that you should do it because it will help you in your own work. And that is really what I think. That if you do not have multiple modes of thinking through a problem, you will get stuck.
Maybe you could give us, I'm thinking, in your fantastic volume, that if anybody is really interested in jumping into your nonfiction, I think this would be such a great place to start. It's A Woman Looking at Men, Looking at Women. You have a couple of essays on the work that you did in the with psychiatric patients, with inpatient psychiatric patients in New York. I don't know when you were doing it. I think maybe you were preparing for a novel or something. Maybe you could tell us about that. But some of the stories that you told there seem to be very kind of exemplary in terms of what you're talking about. That you went into some detail about the psychiatric diagnoses or lack of diagnoses that they had, and what you felt was missing. So I wonder if you could talk about that.
Yeah, I was a volunteer writing teacher in a locked ward in a psychiatric hospital in New York City. I did it for 4 years. I think it was, in fact, I know it was one of the greatest learning experiences of my life. I understood more about psychiatry, more about the limitations, I think, of contemporary psychiatry, and had these immensely important learning experiences from the patients. One of the things you realize is that many psychiatric patients have multiple diagnoses over time, and that all of those diagnoses have cultural value, and by value I mean it could be good or bad.
For example?
So, yes. So you had, for example, borderline personality disorder is a diagnosis with a lot of stigma, and the patients responded to it. It is given almost exclusively to women, and it hurts. The diagnosis itself is a painful business to receive, on top of having something wrong with you. But I also realized that these diagnoses, they wobble a lot. It's not the measles. There's not a single pathogen, and this desire, I think, which is strong, and I certainly support neuroscience research into psychiatric illnesses. I think it's really, really important. At the same time, I think the case study and thinking through the narrative of a particular patient is also really, really important. And that has been somewhat neglected.
Well, I think in one of your essays you said something about Freud, some of his greatest work are these case studies, just these brilliant detailed descriptions of his patients and his relationships with the patients, that at some point he said something that like it was too narrative or too literary or too not scientific enough.
Yes, he said it is strange, that these cases should read so much like short stories. And he also, in a famous line, he said, and that they lack the serious stamp of science. Well, so the prejudices were quite alive and well, and Freud felt them. He was a great admirer of the physics of his day, for example, and he felt a little queasy about going into this artsy territory, even though he did have great respect for artists, I have to say. Nevertheless, he felt a little funny about it.
But his work, I was thinking, and I think I had mentioned this to you in an email, but one would think that nowadays with, all the internet at our disposal and so much information, we would all be more like you, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. But now and in the past, the people who really cross those disciplines are very few and far between. But I think that he was one of them. I mean, would you say that he was?
Yes, I would. But I also think what we have to remember is that the idea of the intellectual, and it was usually, the intellectual man, was different before the Second World War. And although I have to say this is changing all along, you can see in Germany in the late 19th century that scientists were already starting to talk about focusing exclusively on a single problem in a single part of science. And there were actually debates about this in the late 19th and into the early 20th century. But Freud, yes, he was a mobile thinker, and he could, recite Homer. And that was also part of being an educated man of that period. I think after the Second World War, there was not just an explosion of information, but education became more democratic. And then people started to specialize even more heavily in particular fields. So it's complicated. The idea of the Renaissance person or the polymath, I don't think it's valued as much in the culture as it once was. And I think what we're seeing more and more is the rise of the expert in a very small, specialized field who knows everything about that thing, right?
And what do you think we need to do to change that? Is that something that, it tends to make us all think that there are, oracles in the different fields who have, answers for everything. And now, it seems that, we were talking about this too, just like in COVID, there are answers all over the place. Like right now and, everywhere in the world, we're all dealing with this quarantine. And if you listen to a doctor, the doctor is going to say, put your mask on and stay away from people if you don't want to get sick. But a psychiatrist or a psychologist or somebody in that field will tell you that, if you isolate, you really might lose your mind.
Yes,
So, like,
no, that's right. That's right. So I think that what's important is to understand that probably no discipline, no matter what it is complex enough to address the whole reality of human beings, right? And I'm just taking human beings here because that's maybe what we're concentrating on. But even to understand human beings, I think one has to understand the ecosystems that human beings live in, right? How are we like other mammals and how are we different? What are the boundaries of our existence? We like to think it's our skin, but there are many ways in which we're embedded in environments where we have a kind of extended mind. A real simple way to think about that is a phone or a pencil, right? That becomes a kind of extended part of the self. Other people, right? We're all born to someone with female reproductive organs, and we spend 9 months inside another person, connected physically to that person. And this is an interesting, I've become very interested in the organ of the placenta, the pregnancy organ. What does this mean for our later life? Why should this have been so cut off in the Western story of ideas, in philosophy, often in science? Everything begins at birth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, there's always been embryology. There's always been studies of, that period of development inside someone else. But I think that if, for example, one doesn't think about embryology in terms of the other person that's involved, which is actually the story of embryology very strongly, which is like, you've seen all those pictures in textbooks where you have the embryo that then becomes a fetus and it keeps growing. Mm-hmm. And it's like the serial story of growth. But those little pictures, of course, don't show that there's an umbilical cord or placental cord that's attached to the placenta, and then to the mother. We have and that, of course, if something happens to the placenta, or if that lifeline is cut, there is no human development. But this has been shockingly neglected from the story of human development, and I'm amazed by it. But what I think looking into various fields helps you do is it also helps you see what's been left out.
Well,
right? The questions that weren't asked, right? The questions that were not part of the discussion. And then you have to ask yourself, why?
Well, you mentioned there's some essay where you talk about this, about, that what you just said, all of us come from this same place, that we all come from our mother's womb, but that it's sort of erased. And then you talk about, it was, I think, a piece that you wrote about hair and long hair and hair down there and hair up there, and how there's a line, and there's a masculine and a feminine line there. And the feminine line is one where, like, it must be removed. And I mean, like, I as I say it, I realize I'm not saying anything that hasn't been said or thought before, but I thought this was interesting in terms of leading us into this discussion of, like, how the sciences, how there may be a gender split in the sciences, and how that may affect the way people think and talk. Like, as you were talking, I actually was looking up on Google an author that you once said, that you were, it's something that you wrote, you were talking about how there's a certain type of popular scientist who writes books about, with very emphatic titles, like, how the world works, how this works, how that works. And, you know, actually, I think it's true. It would be a super interesting exercise to look at this, like in mathematics, in science, in economics. Like there's maybe, is there something there, you know, a male way of looking and talking about things?
Yes, I think these are conventions, you know, what is tolerated depending on your culture. The book you're referring to, I think, is Steven Pinker's How the Mind Works. So, you know, that's a very declarative and confident title. I think that that often works better for men than for women. But, you know, we masculinize the sciences in general, the hard sciences, physics, mathematics, neuroscience. These are thought of as masculine pursuits, whereas the arts, literature, the humanities, including history, are thought of as softer and more feminine. So as I've written too, a woman who's doing neuroscience is masculinized by that activity. And, you know, and a man who's a scientist is way into the masculine territory. But let's say a male novelist or a male poet is about feminine things, but he masculinizes that femininity. So the female poet is the most feminine of all beings, because the activity and the person are both feminine. And as we know, femininity is generally connected to the body and masculinity to the mind. And femininity, it has been denigrated in Western culture because of that.
But wait, so what does this say to you? What does this make you think in terms of the context that we're living in now, which I was also curious to talk to you about, you know, to go back a little bit to language. So now, 2020, the whole notion of gender is being, you know, really, really explored earnestly, enthusiastically, with lots and lots of questions. What does this all say to you? Like, how do you look at all of what's going on now? You know, with people that are much younger than us. You know, I have a daughter who's 13 years old, and she feels that she must teach me how to say things in the right way, because my language is sometimes not appropriate to her. So, what do you think of all this? I mean, is it just an inevitable generation gap that happens all the way, or is something interesting happening with language now? And I'm thinking especially in English, which is you tell us, you're the expert in the English language.
I think, actually, I embrace this. I have, in my own work, I guess, especially in my fiction, but in some of my essays, have embraced this idea of moving fluidly, you know, from one gender to another, or certainly in terms of the age-old binary of the masculine and the feminine. But I think young people especially are intensely aware of the signs of masculinity and femininity, and a number of them resist occupying that, you know, strict binary. This is what, you know, is womanly or manly or feminine or masculine. And I think this rests on a truth, which is that all of us partake of masculine and feminine qualities, right? And that by boxing people in, we have not only limited their freedom, but actually caused damage, right? I mean, the idea that you need to have male genitalia to, I don't know, to
wear a Knicks jersey,
be arrogant, or or to do this or that or whatever it is. It seems to me this is a confinement that we shouldn't stand for. And I do not know all the new language, all the proper pronouns and how all of this is to be managed. But certainly from a theoretical point of view, I'm all for it.
Well, it's interesting what you were saying before. I think you mentioned this before, that hysteria was traditionally diagnosed to women more than men. And this also goes back to something you said a little earlier, which I don't know what it has to do with our conversation, but it's too interesting not to double click on, is that you mentioned something about an interest in, mysticism, and, you talk about hysteria, which was the word that was, I guess, in Freud's time used for the physical manifestation of psychological distress, I think is the definition, and that now it's called, I think it's so poetic that now it's called conversion. And what do you think of all that? I mean, there's also that classic reading of psychological distress as, in earlier centuries, and certainly with plenty of Catholic mystics and of other religious traditions, the idea that there was something else, that there's something else there,
Yes.
We haven't grasped.
Well, hysteria or conversion disorder, which is actually comes from Freud. I mean, he felt that psychic distress was converted into these physiological symptoms. So Freud coined conversion. Now, actually, it's often called functional neurological disorder, FND. And part of the reason for these terminology changes is that there is stigma attached to, hysteria, to these very hard to understand. And still, I think, even though neuroscience has now become interested in conversion or functional neurological disorders, the mind-body problem, again, has made this quite difficult to frame properly. But they do know that, say, someone who has a hysterical paralysis, an arm that won't, move, and they cannot find a neurological explanation for it, that brain scans show that very clearly that neurological profile, that brain profile is very different from someone, say, who's pretending he or she can't move her or his arm. And so we know that this is a fascinating ailment. It's been around since the Greeks. There are many, many studies throughout history about these complaints that mimic neurological disorders but don't have the same explanation. They are still trying to work on what this is.
And, in a larger sense, this question of the mind and the body, you add the element of emotion to it, like what that has to do with, where does that fit into the whole mind and body? I feel like the mind-body question has been sort of like cheapened a little bit by all these magazines, that need to be like super active, but also very spiritual. Go to yoga because, you'll get a good workout, but also be super spiritual. Like where, from what angle did you enter into that inquiry about the mind and the body?
Well, you ask yourself, so for example, there's a famous neurological story about a man named Phineas Gage who got an iron rod through his brain, and his personality changed after that. I remember the first time I ran into this story, it was many, many years ago, decades ago, and I thought, because he became impulsive,
right,
not kind to his family. It was as if his moral sense, his ethical being had been lopped out, where he had the brain injury. He recovered entirely, but he was not the same man. That's one of those interesting questions because one has to understand that we are embodied subjects, right? We are living, moving processes that partake of our environments, including the environments of ideas, but those processes develop in us. And if that kind of injury does not mean that we have a little spot in our brain, right? That's like the ethical part. I mean, this is one of the the sad things about primitive neuroscience, right? Is that there's the God spot in the brain, and that's how you explain religion. And then there's the moral spot, and then women have this and men have that. Well, that's really crude. But what we can say is that the brain develops over time, and it develops in relation to other people and other forms of stimuli. And that development, then, if there is a serious injury in the brain, can, destroy, in a way, the processes as they were built up over time. I'm avoiding any kind of technical language here because I think it's important for people to understand what is often not emphasized. There's a beautiful phrase by a philosopher of biology who named John Dupre, and he says, organisms, that includes everything, including us, organisms are not things, but processes, right? And I think one of the problems with categories in many disciplines is that we have a tendency to fix them and not understand that what we're looking at is in fact a moving target. It's not fixed, but changing. And this, of course, applies particularly to the living world. But also politics. So we should politics. So if you think about hate speech, I actually just wrote an essay for, I was supposed to give a lecture this November in Sweden for the International PEN Writers Conference. And the subject was hate speech. And I realized hate speech makes dialogue impossible. The very nature of hate speech is that the other does not have the dignity to answer, right? So if you just scream and yell at people, the person who offers hate speech is not patiently waiting for his interlocutor to respond, right? And it's also a way of fixing the other as something that is unchangeable. And very often that happens by comparing the hated other to animals, right? To biological things like a virus. The current president of the United States has talked about immigrants as vermin, and women, of course, as animals, pigs, dogs. So those things, the Nazis were experts at this. Jews were the bacilli, of Germany, invading, attacking the body politic. And this way of talking about others then not only dehumanizes them, but puts them outside the possibility of a conversation, a human conversation. And if you cannot have a conversation in a democratic republic, then in a way, all hope for democracy is lost.
As you were saying this, I was thinking about, there are many people in the United States that, and I mean, you could really answer this because you're from a part of the you are originally from a part of the United States that really is landlocked. It's quite locked, in terms of.
Yes.
I think about this a lot. This big country that we're in, very few of us are on the coastline, really. And that so many of them have, the news and the media that they are exposed to and that they choose to listen to has a kind of maybe repeats some of these arguments that you're talking about. And I'm wondering if just the repetition of these arguments, is what convinces them, since they're over the past few years, we've really seen Trump use language in such an abusive and systematic way. And I wonder, if you think that has, what relation that has to the way people are thinking now. Like, I'd love, in the last few minutes that we have before we're ending, what do you see when you look around the country, and what do you hear? I mean, I know that you travel a lot because of your books and you've toured, and I would bet that you don't have a simplistic view of who the people are that live in this country. I'd be curious to know what you think, and how language has been affecting them in that sense.
Right. I think the important thing is to not put any of us outside the discussion of, human beings, right? So how is repetition, for example, just the repetition of phrases over and over and over again, not just for the Trump voter or, the ordinary German listening to the propaganda machine of the Nazis, but what effect does this have on all of us, and what is needed to counter it? Goebbels, who was chief of propaganda for Hitler, outlined what was important in propaganda, and it was short stereotype phrases repeated over and over and over again, an avoidance of abstract thought, and to play to emotions. Now that, I'm sure that Donald Trump has not read Goebbels, but he has an instinctive understanding for what works. And when Hannah Arendt, the philosopher, confronted Eichmann and wrote about the banality of evil, something that has been, I think, very much misunderstood, at least in popular thinking. What she wanted to address was what she called thoughtlessness. And I think repetition of stereotype phrases, lock her up, for example, this is not about thinking through a problem or asking yourself, about multiple points of view. It is clearly something that's just taken in without thought. And why is it taken in? It's taken in because it's serving an important emotional purpose. And I think in the case of many people who are supporting the right and Republicans and Donald Trump, that this, say screaming, lock her up at a rally is serving a function of, not just anger, but the kind of shame, I think, a number of especially heterosexual and maybe traditional men have been feeling when women are elevated in the culture. They feel it as an assault on them, even though no one is assaulting them. The very notion of giving authority to a woman is emasculating, and they feel this as a form of shame. And the chant, lock her up, is a way to combat that. And Trump then, I think, has become an avenue for people from feeling shame to pride. It's okay, right? It's okay to feel angry and hateful and full of venom. But also it's a convenient way to dump those feelings onto other people, to scapegoat. And the scapegoat mechanism is alive and well in Republican politics in the United States. Now, we can feel sympathy for feelings of shame and unhappiness. But that doesn't mean that we can't also see the evil it is doing in the culture as a whole.
Do you think that, I was talking to my husband about this today, and we were saying, he was asking me, like, how do you think you could sit down with somebody who, voted for Trump, knowing everything that they know, everything that we know about what's happened with COVID and what's going on at the border? If you were to sit down with somebody, like, would you be able to sit down with somebody and have a conversation? I mean, that seems like the essential. I mean, and actually going back to the whole purpose of our conversation, like, how is there a possibility for a common dialogue, like, when these beliefs are so opposed to one another? How do you see a way through that?
Well, I think this becomes very hard. As I said, in hate speech, the enemy really is not granted the right to speak, right? I think this is, you are not sharing a paradigm of understanding, right? Someone who is, I don't know if you've heard QAnon, right? A QAnon person has a whole other cosmology, and that cosmology, if you're not sharing some basic tenets about the rules, how we're supposed to proceed, and essential ideas about frames of thought, it can be really, really hard to have any kind of a dialogue. I mean, Jürgen Habermas, the German philosopher, talks about, the ethics of discourse. And the idea is that everyone has the right to speak. You can disagree, but everyone has to follow the rules. Not only in the United States, but in many other countries around the world now, there are movements, often nativist populist movements, that do not agree on the rules.
Do you think, I mean, I don't want to end this on such a negative note, but I understand everything you're saying. But if we were to look at, history in the cyclical way it often behaves, if, we are admitting that we are in a very, very difficult moment for dialogue, for consensus, for, basic rules and behavior as a society, basic civic behavior and coexistence. When this ends, which it has to end, we all believe that this has to end, don't we? At some point in the future, how would you envision this changing, and who could you envision as, the successor to Trump if the election doesn't turn out as we wished it will?
Well, I do think, I do actually, hope that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. And he wasn't actually my choice. I didn't root for him in the primaries. But I think actually just a discourse that is free of violent hate speech could, lower the rhetorical climate in this country. And that's helpful in itself. That we will heal our wounds through this particular presidency, that I don't believe. I think there really is enmity in the country, and some of those problems are very, very deep. And, I simply hope that, diverse in every way, and of course, a multiracial society is where we're headed, because that is what democracy means. And that our big enemies here are racism, xenophobia, and misogyny. And I think they have to be addressed in public discourse as highly related problems.
And in the education system too, it would seem that our hope would be that the younger generations are not going to buy into this as gullibly as some of people in our generations have done.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I that's what I like to think, and that's why I listen to children a lot, because they seem to sometimes have more wisdom than the grown-ups, but not more than you, certainly. This has been like this has been so great. This has been so great. I think we have to bring this to a close, but thank you so much. I mean, I feel like we could have spoken about way more things, but this is all the time that we have. I am sure that plenty of people in Chile would love you to come back when actually we can all travel. I'm sorry that we couldn't do this in the same room, but this has actually been a really nice and close conversation. I hope the audience has enjoyed it. So I'd just like to thank you, Siri. Thank you to the audience, and thank you to Puerto Ideas. I'm just on my own behalf. Thank you for inviting me, and now I will lapse into Spanish. Muchas gracias a todos por acompañarnos. Los invito a seguir disfrutando y reflexionando con las actividades de Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso, y que tengan muy buena tarde. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eduardo Castillo, soy periodista, le doy la bienvenida a esta nueva actividad de Puerto de Ideas, Valparaíso, con el tema Civilizaciones reimaginadas, el camino de la ficción para contar la historia, en la que conversaré con el escritor francés Laurent Binet, ganador del premio de la Academia Francesa, sobre los desafíos y oportunidades de trabajar con la realidad histórica para transformarla con rigor e imaginación en una creación literaria. Este año Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Coopeush, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas. Antes de comenzar la conversación, quisiera presentar los dos libros, primeramente en versión española, se llama Civilizaciones, que acaba de ser publicado en Cés Barral, y el libro en versión original, que se llama simplemente Civilización, está escrito en francés, por mi amigo, escritor y novelista Laurent Binet. Muchas gracias.
Bonjour Laurent Binet.
Bonjour.
Merci de répondre à mes questions et surtout merci de discuter simplement parce qu'au-delà d'une question-réponse, ça va être une conversation entre nous deux. Une première question tout à fait simple concernant votre roman qui vous venez de publier en espagnol, a été publié en France l'année dernière, Civilizaciones. Et je voulais simplement savoir comment l'idée est venue au départ et qu'est-ce qui a enclenché justement l'écriture de ce roman, parce qu'il faut bien rappeler, c'est un roman, l'histoire joue un rôle important, mais c'est avant tout un roman.
Oui, eh bien, l'idée m'est venue tout à fait par hasard, puisque en 2015, j'ai été invité au Festival du Livre de Lima au Pérou, et que donc pour me documenter un peu, je me suis intéressé à des sujets auxquels j'ignorais à peu près tout, à savoir les civilisations précolombiennes, plus particulièrement les Incas, et puis l'histoire de la conquête du Pérou par Pizarro. Et aussi bien cette conquête espagnole que cette civilisation précolombienne m'ont absolument subjugué et fasciné. Et donc à mon retour de Lima, j'ai continué à m'intéresser à ces sujets jusqu'à lire le chapitre d'un livre de Jared Diamond qui s'appelle Guns, Germs and Steel, dans lequel il posait la question de savoir pourquoi c'était Pizarro qui était venu capturer Atahualpa au Pérou et non pas Atahualpa qui était venu capturer Charles Quint en Europe. Et donc je me suis dit, bah oui, tiens, pourquoi pas, moi je vais raconter ça.
Littérairement, j'imagine que c'est quelque chose d'assez excitant de répondre à cette question qu'on se pose tous parfois, et si?
Oui, exactement, c'est ce qu'on appelle en France, on appelle l'Uchronie, que les anglo-saxons appellent l'histoire alternative, ou encore l'histoire contrefactuelle. Et c'est vrai que c'est vrai que mon premier roman, Hachachachach, se posait la question de savoir comment est-ce qu'on raconte une histoire vraie et s'attachait vraiment à restituer au plus près la véracité historique d'un épisode de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, avec donc cette ambition de véracité, mais aussi cette frustration, parce que ce qui est terrible avec l'histoire, c'est que ce qui est passé et qu'on ne peut rien y changer. Mais la littérature permet d'imaginer des alternatives, des hypothèses, et donc c'est un exercice intellectuel, je trouve, absolument fascinant, de cet exercice du what if, du SI, et de se demander à quelles conditions ce qui a été aurait pu ne pas être, ou ce qui n'a pas été aurait pu être. Et donc, je me suis plongé dans cette hypothèse, donc comment, à quelles conditions les Incas, les Indiens d'Amérique, auraient pu résister à la conquête espagnole et à quelles conditions l'histoire aurait pu se renverser.
Donc, lorsque on fait de l'histoire, on essaye de dire la vérité historique. Lorsqu'on écrit un roman, on essaye de mentir vrai. C'est ça les problèmes de la littérature.
Oui, bon, c'est l'expression d'Aragon, le mentir vrai, qui a été beaucoup galvaudé et qui a servi de prétexte à beaucoup de manipulations d'une certaine manière, beaucoup de petites tromperies. Il ne s'agit pas, disons, on n'est pas quitte vis-à-vis de l'histoire simplement parce qu'on met fiction sur son livre ou sur son roman. Moi, dans tous les cas, aussi bien pour HHHH que pour Civilisation ou même la 7e fonction du langage, que je colle au plus près de la réalité historique ou que je la change, de toute façon, pour moi, il est très important d'avoir l'impression de respecter l'histoire. Et respecter l'histoire, qu'on la change ou qu'on ne la change pas, c'est d'abord bien la connaître, et ensuite c'est être très clair au niveau du pacte de lecture. C'est-à-dire que moi, quand je change l'histoire, je le signale. C'est à partir du moment où une fiction s'exhibe comme fiction, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de problème. Et donc j'ai conçu mon livre Civilisation avec l'idée que aucun de mes lecteurs ne prendrait pour argent comptant mon hypothèse qui est que donc, les Incas envahissent l'Europe. Au contraire, pour goûter au mieux mon livre, il est important de savoir que dans la réalité, ça ne s'est pas passé comme ça. Et donc, dans ces cas-là, on peut lire mon livre comme ce qu'il prétend être, c'est-à-dire un miroir de la réalité historique. Mais pas pas la vérité, si vous voulez. Donc oui, mentir vrai, si vous voulez. En tout cas, mon livre n'a pas été conçu comme un mensonge vrai ou pas vrai, mais comme une hypothèse et comme un jeu. Comme un jeu de stratégie dont les règles, dont la situation de départ aurait été la suivante. Comment est-ce qu'on fait quand on débarque sur un territoire, sur un continent, sur un monde inconnu, qu'on est 200 et qu'on a un empire à conquérir. Et j'aime bien présenter les choses de cette façon parce que, dit comme ça semble absolument impossible. Et pourtant, il y a au moins 2 personnes qui ont exactement réalisé ce qui est une forme d'exploit, ce qui est un exploit, c'est Cortés et Pizarro. Ouais.
Cortés et Pizarro, mais justement, c'est la question qu'on se pose dans les livres. Comment est-ce qu'avec 200 personnes, on peut arriver à conquérir tout un continent?
Alors, ce que disent les historiens, c'est que les Espagnols avaient bénéficié de 3 avantages décisifs, qui étaient le fer, le cheval et les microbes. Et donc, la première question que je me suis posée pour raconter mon histoire et la rendre crédible, vraisemblable, parce que c'était aussi un des enjeux de mon livre, c'est-à-dire savoir si c'était possible. Quand j'ai commencé à écrire ce livre, je ne savais pas si c'était possible. Donc, je me suis dit, bon, voilà, on remet les compteurs à zéro, on comble ce handicap. Mais comment? Et donc c'est pour ça que dans mon livre, l'introduction, le prologue de Civilisation, remonte au temps des Vikings, où j'imagine que les Vikings qui, ça c'est un fait historique avéré maintenant, les Vikings qui avaient fait une brève incursion en Amérique du Nord, au Canada, j'imagine qu'une poignée d'entre eux, au lieu de faire cet aller-retour dont on pense qu'il s'est effectué sur 1 an ou 2, une poignée d'entre eux, de ces Vikings, seraient non pas retournés au Groenland, mais auraient mis cap au sud et auraient essaimé le long de la côte, donc Amérique du Nord, puis Amérique du Sud, puis se seraient enfoncés dans les terres et auraient diffusé le fer, le cheval et les microbes, permettant aux Indiens d'avoir 500 ans pour développer leurs anticorps. Voilà, donc c'était ça l'idée de départ.
Mais d'ailleurs, je pense que pas mal de gens peut-être qui vont lire le roman maintenant, ils vont penser à tout ce qui arrive aujourd'hui, aux pandémies, à l'épidémie, et on voit déjà que c'était l'unification microbienne du monde. Donc, 1492, ça a été la première grande mondialisation, c'est que vous montrez aussi un peu.
Oui, alors on me pose souvent cette question, est-ce que vous voyez des points communs avec la situation actuelle? De toute façon, il y en a toujours. À partir du moment où l'auteur écrit d'un endroit, moi je suis un produit du 20e, du 21e siècle, forcément, de toute façon, si vous cherchez des résonances dans mon livre avec la situation actuelle, vous en trouverez. Alors, j'avoue que j'avais pas anticipé l'épidémie de coronavirus, mais en tout cas, si il doit y avoir deux points communs, au moins deux points communs entre cette période du XVe siècle finissant, du XVIe siècle et la période actuelle, pour moi, ce serait en effet la mondialisation. C'est-à-dire que 1492 ouvre une époque, en effet, de première mondialisation. Précisément, cette mondialisation correspond à un système très précis qui est le capitalisme, en fait. Et ça, je ne l'avais pas du tout anticipé non plus, consciemment en tout cas. Je n'avais pas fait le lien entre cette époque et la nôtre. Cette époque-là marque l'essor du capitalisme, la naissance du capitalisme, c'est bon, enfin disons, en gros en Italie au XVe siècle, et puis ensuite avec la montée des banquiers allemands et hollandais. Donc essor de la mondialisation capitaliste, et puis donc l'écho avec aujourd'hui, c'est que peut-être on peut supposer, il faut être prudent, hein, mais que là en ce moment on est en train de vivre la fin, l'époque terminale de cette période capitaliste, puisque, enfin, c'est-à-dire si le capitalisme survit, la planète n'y survivra pas, elle. Donc, d'une façon ou d'une autre, cette période de la domination du système capitaliste devrait trouver un terme sous peu.
Mais il ne faut pas se tromper, le roman, ce n'est pas un essai économique, c'est avant tout des aventures, c'est aussi un rythme, c'est aussi une manière de raconter. Et pour vous, je pense que aussi le pari était justement celui-là, de garder toujours le lecteur éveillé.
Oui, disons, j'ai conçu ce livre comme un jeu de stratégie et aussi comme un jeu d'aventure. Il y a beaucoup de registres qui se télescopent dans mon livre, mais peut-être le registre dominant, c'est le picaresque en fait. C'est-à-dire que Atahualpa débarquant en Europe n'est pas Alexandre le Grand ou Jules César à la tête de ses armées, mais un fuyard qui a fui la guerre civile dans son pays pour fuir son demi-frère Huascar.
Il fuit une guerre civile, il arrive dans un continent où il y a aussi des guerres civiles.
Voilà, alors, donc ça c'était le jeu de stratégie proprement dit. Comment est-ce qu'on fait à 200 pour conquérir un empire? Et donc mon manuel, en fait, était toujours les recensions des épopées de Cortés et Pizarro. Comment est-ce que Cortés et Pizarro ont fait? Cortés, il s'est allié avec les populations dominées sous la domination des Aztèques.
Donc il a bien compris que l'ennemi de mon ennemi était mon ami.
Exactement, exactement. Et donc, est-ce que cette transposition-là de cette stratégie était possible dans l'Europe du XVIe siècle? Oui, parce que Charles Quint ne manquait pas d'ennemis. À l'extérieur, il était donc tout perpétuellement en guerre avec François Ier, et donc c'était logique que les Incas s'allient avec François Ier, mais même à l'intérieur de l'empire de Charles Quint était, tout comme l'empire Inca à l'époque, extrêmement divisé, fracturé, et d'une certaine manière dans une forme d'état de guerre civile, puisque on avait aussi l'essor du protestantisme. Donc concrètement, je me posais la question, avec qui Atahualpa pourrait-il s'allier? Et donc Atahualpa pourrait trouver des alliés chez les Juifs, les conversos,
les faux convertis,
et les morisques, les musulmans d'Espagne. Et puis, à l'extérieur de l'Espagne, au sein du Saint-Empire germanique, avec les paysans allemands qui s'étaient révoltés quelques années plus tôt, entre 1524 et 1526, il y a ce qu'on appelle la guerre des paysans, qui s'est soldée par de grands massacres. Et donc voilà, donc je me suis les premiers éléments comment dire tactico-géopolitiques, si vous voulez, était cela. Est-ce que un autre élément dont avait bénéficié Cortés, par exemple, Cortés s'était appuyé sur les croyances de Moctezuma. Bon, Cortés, comme Pizarro, Cortés surtout a eu beaucoup de chance.
C'est une guerre des communications aussi un peu. Aujourd'hui, on dirait ça comme ça, comme Serge Loussinsky l'a vu dans certains livres. Il a écrit dans certains livres.
Oui, absolument. Et alors bon, il se trouve qu'en plus, ça aussi, c'est un autre point commun entre le XVIe siècle et la Renaissance, disons, et notre période d'aujourd'hui, c'est la révolution des communications, puisque la Renaissance, c'est l'invention de l'imprimerie qui bouleverse tout et qui permet au protestantisme, à la réforme de Luther, aux idées de Luther, de se diffuser avec une rapidité que lui-même n'avait pas anticipée. Et donc, bon, voilà, c'était une première. Nous, on connaît la révolution numérique, eux ont connu la révolution de l'imprimerie. Mais en tout cas, Cortés avait bénéficié de cet avantage psychologique incroyable que les Aztèques l'ont pris pour le serpent à plumes. On cru que c'était leur dieu qui revenait parce que voilà, l'armure qui brille, les plumes sur son casque. Et de la même façon, donc en fait, toute ma démarche était une démarche de transposition. Est-ce que les stratégies de Cortés et Pizarro pouvaient être transposées en Europe? Et à chaque fois, la réponse était oui, et notamment sur ce point de l'avantage psychologique de la carte du serpent à plumes, si vous voulez jouer par Cortés, elle pouvait aussi être jouée par Atahualpa, puisque Atahualpa était le fils du soleil. Atahualpa arrivait avec sa religion du soleil.
Pour les 5e quartiers.
Pour donc ce que j'ai appelé le 5e quartier, qui correspond à l'Europe, à l'époque même où l'Europe est en train de découvrir les thèses de Copernic, et ce qu'on a appelé l'héliocentrisme, l'idée que c'est le Soleil et non pas la Terre qui est au centre de l'univers. Voilà. Donc c'était à la fois un jeu de stratégie et puis un jeu de stratégie qui était intellectuellement très stimulant, si vous voulez.
Oui, c'est un jeu stimulant, mais c'est aussi une écriture. Et la réflexion sur le livre est tout à fait intéressante parce qu'Atahualpa, lorsqu'il arrive en Europe, d'abord au Portugal, et il est étonné par les livres qui parlent.
Oui,
et c'est aussi la découverte de l'altérité aussi.
Alors c'est vrai, les Incas étaient une civilisation très avancée, mais contrairement aux Mayas, ne disposaient pas de l'écriture, si ce n'est cette forme peut-être de proto-écriture tout à fait qui m'a aussi absolument fasciné, qui étaient les quipus, ces espèces de systèmes de cordelettes, de cordes à nœuds qui servaient à compter et peut-être à transmettre des messages, puisque je crois savoir qu'on n'a pas encore élucidé tous les mystères de ces petites cordelettes. Mais enfin, en tout cas, voilà, il n'y avait pas d'écriture proprement parler. Et donc c'est vrai que j'ai pas voulu, si vous voulez, j'ai pas voulu entrer dans un système dans une logique de concurrence qui est, voilà, ce sont des civilisations différentes, chacune a leur spécificité. C'était des grandes civilisations à mains égards dans les deux cas. Mais je ne pouvais pas nier que l'Europe disposait de certaines choses que les Incas n'avaient pas, et inversement. Enfin, en tout cas, l'Europe disposait de l'écriture ou, par exemple, dans le domaine artistique et pictural, de la perspective. Les tableaux, je me suis beaucoup amusé aussi à représenter beaucoup de tableaux fictifs, à imaginer des tableaux, à prendre certains tableaux qui ont existé, mais à imaginer aussi des faux tableaux, du Titien, de Véronèse, de Michel-Ange, et notamment de faire du Titien, qui avait été en quelque sorte le peintre officiel de Charles Quint, de le faire devenir le peintre officiel d'Atahualpa, et d'imaginer des tableaux d'Atahualpa à la manière du Titien. Donc voilà, évidemment, ce système de renversement fait que même si mes héros, mes protagonistes sont des Incas, l'histoire est très fortement centrée sur l'Europe et sur cette Europe du XVIe siècle. Donc ce livre était à la fois l'occasion pour moi de me plonger dans des univers qui étaient pour moi totalement inconnus, l'univers des Vikings, des sagas islandaises, l'univers des Incas et des précolombiens en général, et des Aztèques aussi. Et puis aussi, disons, mon propre univers, qui était cette Europe du XVIe siècle, que je connaissais un peu mieux, mais pas forcément mieux. C'est-à-dire qu'en fait, sur la réforme de Luther, sur les protestants, j'en savais pas tellement plus que sur les Vikings ou que sur les Incas. Donc c'était vraiment un chantier de documentation absolument colossal. Et parfois un petit peu vertigineux.
Vous êtes au départ, on ne l'a pas dit, professeur de lettres, mais j'ai l'impression que votre cœur a toujours été partagé entre l'histoire et la littérature. Donc là, j'ai l'impression que l'écriture, c'est presque une session de rattrapage pour vous.
Oui, ben ça, je ne peux pas nier que mes 3 livres, en fait, même la 7e fonction du langage, accordent à l'histoire une place tout à fait prépondérante. Oui, c'est vrai que j'ai été prof de lettres, mais j'ai aussi une licence d'histoire. J'avais commencé par faire des études d'histoire avant de basculer. Mon père est prof d'histoire, donc j'ai toujours baigné j'ai toujours eu cette attirance et cet amour de l'histoire. Et c'est vrai que faire des romans historiques permet de concilier ces 2 intérêts.
Mais d'ailleurs, vous parlez de romans historiques, mais il y a quelque chose qui est frappant aussi dans vos livres, un peu moins dans Civilisation. Et vous aimez beaucoup participer et parler et donner votre point de vue.
Oui, alors ça c'est des partis pris littéraires. C'est vrai que j'aime bien, je l'ai fait beaucoup pour HHHH, un peu moins pour la 7e fonction, et Civilisation, le dispositif le permettait moins. Mais c'est vrai que j'aime bien les romans qui sont comme des conversations avec le lecteur. C'est pour ça que j'aime beaucoup Kundera. J'aime beaucoup l'irruption de l'auteur au milieu du roman. J'aime beaucoup mettre en danger ce qu'on appelle la suspension d'incrédulité, l'illusion fictionnelle. J'aime beaucoup cette espèce de coup de pistolet qui sort un peu le lecteur de son immersion, lui rappeler que ce qu'il lit est un roman, mais pour Civilisation, d'une certaine manière, j'avais pas besoin, moi, d'intervenir en mon nom propre, d'apparaître en tant qu'auteur, l'embiné au milieu du récit, puisque l'histoire lui rappelait à chaque instant qu'il était dans un roman et qu'il était immergé dans une fiction, puisque il n'était pas censé oublier que la réalité n'était pas que les Indiens avaient envahi l'Europe, sinon il aurait lu le livre en quechua.
Mais d'ailleurs, vous parlez de quechua, mais la question de la traduction, des traductions est importante. Tous vos livres ont été traduits dans beaucoup de langues. Et on imagine bien, par exemple, parce que je pense que vous êtes quelqu'un de l'image aussi, les livres très très visuels, le roman.
Oui, alors pour ce qui concerne la traduction, c'est vrai que inconsciemment, c'est quelque chose qui m'a toujours intéressé, puisque la phrase de citation en exergue de la 7e fonction du langage était une phrase de Derrida sur l'interprète, sur le rôle de l'interprète et l'interprète qui n'oublie jamais ses intérêts, donc une très belle phrase de Derrida sur les interprètes. Et en l'occurrence, pour ce qui est de la conquête de l'Amérique, j'imagine pour ce qui est de tout processus de conquête ou même de découverte, la question de l'interprète et de la traduction est toujours absolument fondamentale. Et si on lit les récits de la conquête du Mexique par Cortés, on voit que Cortés n'aurait pas réussi son entreprise s'il n'avait pas bénéficié des services de sa traductrice, la Malinche, qui était aussi sa conseillère en fait. C'est elle qui lui expliquait, qui lui permettait de comprendre là où il mettait les pieds.
Il n'y a pas toujours bonne presse en Amérique.
Non, c'est bien sûr, c'est un personnage ambigu, puisque d'une certaine manière, c'est une collabo. Mais en même temps, à sa décharge, elle s'était fait quand même offrir comme esclave par les Aztèques à Cortés. Elle-même étant, je ne sais plus exactement de quelle origine, mais enfin bon, voilà. En tout cas, les Aztèques ont offert à Cortés une arme fatale finalement, qui a été cette Malinche, qui a été en plus sa maîtresse et la mère de son premier enfant. Et ce personnage-là de traductrice m'a fasciné au point qu'il a déteint sur presque tous les personnages féminins de mon roman. À commencer par Hiena Mota, la princesse Tainos, la princesse cubaine, enfin d'origine haïtienne, enfin en tout cas des Tainos. Même si, alors elle n'est pas une princesse Inca qui trahit, c'est pas exactement le même dispositif, mais en tout cas, l'idée était que, voilà, petite, elle avait rencontré Christophe Colomb qui lui avait enseigné des rudiments d'espagnol. Alors là, on est dans la fiction pure. Hein. Hiena Mota, c'est la fille de personnages qui sont historiquement attestés, Ana Kaona et son mari, le roi Kaonabo, qui était donc des rois, un roi et une reine Tainos. Et son personnage est mentionné, son nom est mentionné, mais on ne sait vraiment rien sur elle. Mais en tout cas, donc, d'une certaine manière, je lui ai fait jouer partiellement le rôle de la Malinche.
Il y a un personnage masculin aussi qui ressemble un peu aussi à la Malinche.
C'est absolument
Pedro Pizarro.
Pedro Pizarro, le cousin de Francisco Pizarro, qui avait accompagné et qui a écrit une chronique de la conquête. Donc, qui était pour moi une source de première main absolument capitale, et je trouvais ça amusant d'imaginer en effet que des Européens se mettent au service des Incas. Mais il y a aussi, donc, toujours dans cette idée d'inspiration de la Malinche, Éléonore, la femme de François Ier, la sœur de Charles Quint, qui va se mettre au service des Aztèques. Donc voilà, donc je ne pouvais pas utiliser le personnage de la Malinche puisque c'était pas la bonne époque, c'était pas la bonne ère géographique, mais ce personnage-là infuse majoritairement les personnages féminins de mon livre, mais vous avez raison, Pedro Pizarro aussi a quelque chose de la Malinche.
Mais vous posez un filigrane aussi à travers le roman, parce que c'est toujours un roman, la question du métissage aussi, et le métissage surtout culturel qui arrive très rapidement.
Ouais, mais d'une certaine manière, comme c'est arrivé aussi dans la réalité historique, politiquement, les Espagnols ont compris que chez les Incas, chez les Aztèques aussi, je crois, mais enfin en tout cas, chez les Incas, ils ont fait des mariages de princesses Incas avec des nobles espagnols, des grands d'Espagne, pour accélérer leur emprise sur l'Empire Inca et pour s'octroyer une forme de légitimité, récupérer la légitimité de l'aristocratie Inca. Et donc, c'était aussi tout à fait logique dans mon idée de transposer que Atahualpa cherche à fonder des dynasties qui soient des dynasties incao-européennes, et donc réépouser ce qu'ont fait à la fois Cortés et Pizarro, c'est-à-dire réépouser, faire des enfants avec des princesses locales.
Oui, et à propos des locales, lorsqu'il arrive au Portugal, à Lisbonne, et d'ailleurs, moi j'ignorais complètement, on apprend des choses au sujet de la ville, donc il avait eu un très grand tremblement de terre au début du 16e, je connaissais celui du 18e, mais cette espèce de sidération par l'abandon, la pauvreté, et donc les Incas étaient choqués par ce que les vieux étaient abandonnés, les enfants étaient abandonnés, tout ça, et c'est tout à fait étonnant ça, donc c'est pas la même vision du monde.
Alors, en fait, là il y a deux choses différentes, l'extraordinaire hasard, opportunité qui offre le fait. Moi j'ai fait arriver Atahualpa à Lisbonne parce que c'était à Lisbonne qu'est revenu Christophe Colomb de son premier voyage, donc ça me semblait logique. Mais j'ai lu que précisément, vous savez, grâce à Wikipédia, jour par jour, on sait ce qui s'est passé partout dans le monde, année par année, quasiment jour par jour. Et donc, à un moment, je tombe sur cette coïncidence incroyable, le jour où Pizarro a mis les pieds dans ce qui est le Pérou actuel, ce jour-là précisément, il y avait eu un énorme tremblement de terre à Lisbonne, dont on pense qu'il a été encore plus sanglant, encore plus destructeur que le fameux tremblement de terre de Lisbonne rapporté par Voltaire au XVIIIe siècle. Et donc, ce qui est clair, c'est que voilà, Cortés, Pizarro étaient des aventuriers, des stratèges, des meneurs d'hommes hors pair, mais ils ont bénéficié aussi d'un maximum de réussite. Bon, là, je me suis dit, mais après tout, là, c'est pas moi qui force le hasard. C'est advenu exactement à la même époque. Moi, je voulais construire mon histoire en miroir, donc dans ma tête, Atahualpa arrivait en Europe à l'époque où Pizarro mettait les pieds au Pérou. Il se trouve qu'à Lisbonne, ce jour-là, il y avait eu un énorme tremblement de terre. Donc, c'est un coup de chance qui semble un peu fabriqué, mais historiquement qui est avéré. Le coup de chance étant d'arriver dans une ville complètement désorganisée, en panique, ravagée donc par le tsunami, l'eau, par les flammes, enfin bon voilà, une ville en état de catastrophe naturelle. Par ailleurs, la deuxième partie de votre question sur la pauvreté en Europe, là renvoie davantage à l'histoire des paysans allemands. Les paysans allemands qui étaient en effet très pauvres et d'une pauvreté telle qu'ils se révoltaient contre les seigneurs allemands qui les exploitaient. Et il se trouve que le système économique et social inca était un système d'une originalité stupéfiante pour le XVIe siècle, puisque bien que extrêmement hiérarchisé et tout à fait autocratique, on n'était pas du tout en démocratie, mais il y avait un système économique et social qui était fondé sur des formes de redistribution des terres, répartition des produits de la terre, et sur une forme de, j'ai dit ça aux Espagnols quand on fait, qui étaient un peu surpris, mais sur une forme de sécurité sociale en quelque sorte, où la communauté devait aide et l'Inca lui-même sur ses propres richesses devait, en cas d'épidémie par exemple ou de famine, devait subvenir aux besoins des populations et aux populations au sein desquelles on devait assistance aux veuves, aux orphelins, aux malades, etc. etc.
Pour le coup, c'est une véritable chronique, c'était marxiste avant l'heure.
Alors, il y a eu des tas de théories. C'est des questions que les historiens se sont posées. Est-ce que le système Inca était socialiste ou pas? Alors, socialiste, le terme est évidemment anachronique, mais d'une certaine manière, on peut voir dans le système Inca une forme de proto-socialisme. Et donc là, ce qui m'intéressait moi dans mon optique de jeu de stratégie et de jeu d'aventure, c'est que là, il ne suffit pas de dire « tiens, je voudrais m'allier à telle ou telle personne pour combattre Charles Quint ». À ce moment-là, je me dis, le système Inca peut rencontrer les revendications des paysans. Leur proposer un système redistributif qui soit sans être vraiment, c'est pas non plus la commune de Paris ou c'est pas proprement parler un système communiste, mais un système, disons, qui permette aux paysans une assistance et une exploitation moindre, donc que en gros l'héritage du système féodal médiéval que l'Europe connaissait encore, en tout cas que l'Allemagne connaissait encore au XVIe siècle. Donc ça, c'était tout à fait passionnant.
Mais justement, ce qui est passionnant dans votre roman, c'est qu'on peut aborder beaucoup de sujets très différents. Par exemple, vous parlez, c'est toujours une histoire à miroir. Et par exemple, un exemple parmi d'autres, lorsqu'ils arrivent en Europe, les Incas, ils sont stupéfaits par l'acquisition et le fait qu'on brûle les gens. Et lorsque les Espagnols vont en Amérique, ils sont stupéfaits aussi, parce qu'il avait sacrifice humain. Donc on est toujours les barbares de quelqu'un d'autre.
Absolument. Vous faites une citation de Montaigne, je crois, on appelle barbarie tout ce qui n'est pas de notre usage. Oui, bien sûr. Alors, en Espagne, j'ai vu certaines réactions en Espagne qui m'accusaient de perpétuer un peu de la légende noire de l'Espagne et donner un trop beau rôle aux Incas. Mais en fait, non. Mon histoire, elle est là pour le coup, la question du narrateur, elle est importante, même si le narrateur n'est pas identifié dans toute cette partie qui est le cœur du texte que j'ai appelé les chroniques d'Atahualpa. Le narrateur est manifestement un compagnon de route d'Atahualpa et vraisemblablement un Inca. Et donc, il voit avec ses yeux d'Inca ce qui pouvait le choquer. Et donc, pour les Incas, en l'occurrence, brûler des gens, c'était extrêmement choquant, surtout pour l'aristocratie Inca qui pensait que le corps devait être préservé pour que la vie post-mortem puisse continuer. C'est pour ça qu'ils faisaient des momies. Et donc vraiment, il n'y a rien qui pouvait le plus les... C'est pour ça que Atahualpa, le véritable Atahualpa, a accepté de se convertir avant son exécution, parce que sinon, on l'aurait brûlé vif. Et donc lui, il voulait que son enveloppe, qu'il puisse être, son corps puisse être momifié pour continuer à vivre dans le monde des morts. Donc voilà, donc les Incas sont horrifiés par ces rites qui consistent à brûler vifs des gens, ce qui n'empêche pas que, alors c'est surtout, donc certains Espagnols m'ont dit, mais les Incas aussi pratiquaient les sacrifices humains, il semblerait que ce soit vrai, on a découvert quelques charniers, dont certains charniers d'enfants, mais apparemment c'était de façon moins systématique que les Aztèques ou que les Mayas. Bon, voilà, c'était pour des circonstances exceptionnelles, si je puis dire, mais enfin, il ne s'agit pas du tout de faire passer les Incas pour des gentils hippies, ce qui n'était pas du tout. Les Incas étaient des conquérants au même titre que les Espagnols, et il n'y avait aucune raison pour que Atahualpa se comporte autrement que comme un conquérant. Mais Cortés ne s'est pas allié, n'a pas aidé les minorités, ce qu'on appellerait les minorités opprimées dans l'Empire aztèque par humanisme, mais par tactique. Et donc il n'y avait pas de raison que Atahualpa n'en fasse pas de même.
Mais donc parfois, vous devez être bien au courant qu'il a parfois une vision un peu romantique des Indiens précolombiens, et j'ai l'impression que vous montrez qu'ils sont les mêmes contradictions que le reste de l'humanité.
Oui, il n'y a pas de raison si vous voulez, mais disons, enfin, si j'avais voulu vraiment présenter les Incas comme des figures uniquement positives, bon, je ne cache pas que j'ai de la sympathie pour Atahualpa, et j'ai vraiment de l'intérêt, je suis fasciné par ce système Inca, je trouve ça stupéfiant, cet avant-gardiste dans le système économique et social dont je vous parlais, mais j'ai une vision, je crois, tout à fait lucide de ce peuple qui lui aussi savait pratiquer des sacrifices quand il fallait, n'était pas du tout démocratique, était extrêmement pyramidal. Alors en France, certains ont parlé d'eurocentrisme pour mon livre, notamment avec cet argument que je trouvais invraisemblable, qui était que finalement les Incas se comportaient comme des conquérants, comme les Européens, partant du présupposé que l'instinct de la conquête était un instinct uniquement européen. Mais Gengis Khan, les Aztèques, les Incas, enfin je veux dire, les conquêtes n'ont jamais été l'apanage de l'Europe. Il y a certaines circonstances historiques qui ont fait que l'Europe a pris le dessus sur l'Amérique et sur l'Afrique, mais d'ailleurs pas sur l'Asie. Mais bon, voilà, c'est-à-dire les Incas, les Aztèques étaient des empires extrêmement impérialistes, extrêmement conquérants. Donc, avoir cette pulsion de conquête, pour moi, n'est pas du tout quelque chose qui est un apanage d'Européens.
Oui, et d'ailleurs c'est étonnant parce que vous parlez des conquêtes, on peut se poser, demander la question, pourquoi c'est les Européens qui ont découvert l'Amérique? Tout est en question de technique, de technologie, au décours marin peut-être.
Ouais, j'adore, parmi les explications qu'on donne, à la question de savoir pourquoi les Européens ont envahi l'Amérique et pas les Chinois ou les Japonais, les Asiatiques, Serge Gruzinski apporte une réponse que je crois vraie, enfin ça doit être un des éléments de réponse parmi d'autres, mais que je trouve formidable, c'est parce que les courants marins dans le Pacifique ne sont pas très favorables à un voyage ouest-est. Et donc, en fait, l'Amérique était beaucoup plus difficilement accessible par l'Asie que par l'Europe. Je trouve que c'est une explication... alors ensuite, peut-être, elle sera... je trouve que c'est une explication très, moi, qui me séduit, parce que ça remet vraiment en cause l'idée qu'il y aurait une essence des peuples, si vous voulez, qu'il y aurait un génie des peuples, et donc que les Européens auraient eu le génie de la conquête et pas les autres. Bon, c'est-à-dire spontanément, en fait, c'est même pas que j'y adhère pas pour des raisons idéologiques, c'est juste que j'y crois pas, que je trouve pas ça convaincant. Je trouve ça beaucoup plus convaincant, cette histoire de courant marin, par exemple.
Oui, et d'ailleurs, ça fait les livres ont une dimension tout à fait importante. c'est la notion du voyage. Et la littérature a aussi cette dimension-là. On peut voyager en ouvrant un livre.
Dans un fauteuil, oui.
Dans un fauteuil, voilà. Un peu immobile, mais quand même.
Bah, c'est vrai que, disons qu'en tout cas, celui-ci, Civilisation, vous fait voyager. Autant un livre comme HHHH était quand même très circonscrit dans le temps et l'espace, c'est-à-dire, même si d'ailleurs à certains chapitres je remontais au Moyen-Âge pour expliquer pourquoi il y avait des Allemands en Bohème, mais disons globalement HHHH était centré sur les 12 ans de la période du Troisième Reich et centré sur Prague, même si parfois on était en Allemagne, parfois en Angleterre. Voilà, c'était vraiment quand même le Prague en 1942. Là, c'est vrai que bon, ça commence chez les Vikings, enfin ça commence chez des Vikings au Canada qui arrivent du Groenland, ça se poursuit à Cuba avec Christophe Colomb, et puis ensuite on voyage à travers toute l'Europe. C'est d'ailleurs comme ça que j'ai découpé, que j'ai composé mon livre.
Il y a 4 parties dans votre livre, grosso modo.
Il y a 4 parties, et donc en Europe, on passe de l'Espagne à l'Allemagne, puis à la France, où il y a même un passage en Afrique du Nord, et puis voilà, donc pour revenir, pour boucler la boucle à la fin, puisque la dernière partie, cette espèce d'épilogue, qui devait être un épilogue, mais qui finalement a quand même beaucoup de...
Qui se passe quelques années après quand même.
Voilà, qui se passe qui est articulé autour de la bataille de l'Épante en 1571, donc c'est 25 ans à peu près avant la fin de mon récit sur Atahualpa. L'idée était de boucler la boucle, où là donc on voyage dans une Europe qui est indianisée ou incaïsée, une Europe donc dans laquelle dominée par les Aztèques et les Incas, et à la fin de laquelle voilà, on boucle la boucle puisque ça se termine à Cuba, où mon personnage de Cervantes met le pied.
Et pourquoi Cervantes? Mais non, pourquoi? C'est pas la bonne question. Comment est-ce qu'est venue cette idée de se faire rencontrer Montaigne et Cervantes?
Cervantes, sa présence s'est imposée parce qu'à partir du moment où je voulais prendre comme base la bataille de l'Épante en 1571 pour imaginer la bataille de l'Épante, on l'appelait la bataille des 3 empires, je crois. Et là, j'ai imaginé, je l'ai renommé la bataille des 4 empires. Ça me plaisait d'imaginer les chrétiens alliés aux musulmans contre les Incas et les Aztèques. Or, il se trouve que dans cette bataille, le participant le plus célèbre, c'est Cervantes. C'est là qu'il perd l'usage de sa main gauche, je crois. C'est ce qui lui vaudra donc son surnom de manchot de l'Épante. Donc, voilà, je me suis dit, tiens, on va faire un renversement dans le renversement. Ma dernière partie, ce ne sera pas l'Europe vue à travers les yeux des Incas, mais ce sera l'Europe incaïsée, indianisée, vue à travers les yeux d'un Européen qui sera Cervantes. Et donc, comme je voulais conduire lentement mais sûrement Cervantes en Amérique, je me suis dit que de toute façon, il fallait bien qu'il parte de quelque part en Europe, et que donc ça pouvait être Cadix, ça pouvait être Lisbonne, ça pouvait être Bordeaux, ça pouvait être Nantes. Enfin, il n'y avait pas tellement de choix en fait de grandes villes sur la côte est, la côte ouest, la façade atlantique. Et puis là, je me suis dit, tiens, pourquoi pas Bordeaux? Là, on est dans les années 1575. Qui est-ce qu'il y a à Bordeaux en 1575? Il y a Montaigne. Et donc, je me suis dit que, voilà, là, c'est du plaisir pur. Je me suis dit, ça colle. Si Cervantes passe par Bordeaux, j'aimerais lui faire rencontrer Montaigne.
Il faut que tout colle, en fait.
Oui, absolument. Oui, bien sûr. J'ai eu beaucoup de certaines critiques très élogieuses qui disaient c'est complètement fantaisiste, c'est complètement délirant et c'est super. Mais en fait, oui et non, si vous voulez. C'est-à-dire que je voulais pas qu'il y ait soudain Gengis Khan qui surgisse, je voulais que ça colle en effet, et que les modifications que j'ai introduites découlent du point de bascule original, c'est-à-dire je change le destin de Christophe Colomb, et à partir de là, je tire le fil. Une fois que j'ai bien mis en place les conditions d'une nouvelle histoire, par exemple, il y a des personnages que j'aurais aimé utiliser, mais que je ne pouvais pas parce qu'ils étaient morts trop tôt, comme Léonard de Vinci, par exemple, ou César Borgia. Non, eux, ça collait pas, donc je me suis interdit de les utiliser. Parfois, je me disais, ah bah tiens, là ça colle, quelque chose que je n'avais pas anticipé. Par exemple, le personnage du Gréco aussi, qui devient le compagnon de route de Cervantes, le peintre, le Gréco. Mon attention a été attirée parce que il a fait beaucoup de très beaux tableaux à Tolède. Tolède, c'est une étape importante dans mon livre. Et puis j'ai vu qu'il avait été au service du nonce du pape en Italie, enfin qu'il avait eu un parcours qui me semblait intéressant dans mon économie narrative. Donc je l'ai réquisitionné en quelque sorte, et sans que ce soit prémédité, c'est devenu un personnage important aussi, puisque en fait c'est lui qui argumente avec Montaigne pendant que Cervantes les écoute et puis regarde par la fenêtre. Et voilà la fin.
Est-ce que chez vous, lorsque vous avez eu l'idée, vous avez commencé à écrire le roman, est-ce que d'une manière inconsciente, est-ce qu'il a eu une idée de déboulonner quelques figures historiques?
Non, alors bon,
c'est aujourd'hui un peu à la mode, hein, déboulonner des statues.
En fait, c'est déjà la question qu'on m'avait posée pour la 7e fonction du langage. Est-ce que vous vouliez déboulonner les philosophes de la French Theory, les Barthes, Deleuze, Derrida, etc. Et la réponse était non. J'ai beaucoup de respect pour eux. Simplement, le respect n'implique pas que je considère leur personne comme sacrée. Je crois que l'une des vocations du roman, c'est un travail de désacralisation, si vous voulez. Enfin, le roman, c'est l'art profane par excellence, c'est le contraire d'un texte religieux. Donc, tout en respectant infiniment ces grandes figures intellectuelles et historiques qui étaient, donc, pour la 7e fonction du langage, les philosophes de la French Theory, je m'interdisais pas, parfois, de me moquer d'eux et de les mettre dans des situations comiques, éventuellement. Mais pour ce qui est de civilisation, non, de toute façon, c'est une leçon de Kundera. Je relisais là, les Testaments trahis ces jours-ci. Kundera dit que vous ne pouvez pas faire un bon roman si vous détestez vos personnages. Et donc, moi, globalement, je déteste aucun de mes personnages. Et d'ailleurs, j'ai beaucoup, par exemple, d'affection et de respect pour Charles Quint, bon, à qui il arrive ce qu'il arrive dans mon livre. Mais en tout cas, j'ai beaucoup d'intérêt pour ces figures-là. Et même Luther. Alors Luther, j'avoue que je me suis forgé un peu une image de Luther. J'avais aucun a priori sur Luther. Je me suis forgé une image de Luther en lisant ce qu'en dit Stefan Zweig dans son livre sur Erasme, où il oppose justement, lui, très clairement, Erasme, la figure de l'humaniste, face à celle
Erasme, on le trouve dans les romans, si vous
voulez. Oui, à celle de Luther, qui est, lui, l'incarnation du fanatisme. Bon. Donc, cette vision de Luther, je l'ai intégrée, et donc voilà, a priori, j'ai pas de sympathie pour Luther, mais quand même, c'est pas pour ça qu'il lui arrive ce qui lui arrive dans mon livre. C'est-à-dire que c'est toujours l'intérêt, c'est toujours, je suis toujours guidé par l'intérêt du récit. C'est-à-dire que si à ce moment-là du récit, l'économie narrative du récit implique que ce personnage doit mourir, alors que je l'aime ou que je ne l'aime pas, je le tuerai. Sans scrupule, sans hésitation, mais sans haine non plus. Donc voilà, non, et comme je vous dis là depuis le début, moi je suis fasciné par les personnages de Cortés et Pizarro, surtout Cortés. Mais Pizarro, ce qu'il a fait pour capturer Atahualpa, pour moi, c'était cette scène-là, c'est la scène fondatrice du livre en fait. C'est celle que j'ai voulu transposer. Voilà. Et donc je ne raisonne pas en termes d'affection pour mes personnages, mais en termes d'effets et de scènes. Et cette scène-là, moi je voulais, en fait, ce livre a été écrit parce que je voulais une scène de western dans une ville en Espagne où 200 Incas seraient planqués autour d'une place, attendraient l'armée de Charles Quint et où Atahualpa et ses hommes captureraient Charles Quint au terme d'une scène. Alors, c'est l'autre partie de votre question. Vous me disiez, vous êtes très visuel. Cette scène-là, j'avais dans ma tête des images de western et j'avais dans ma tête des musiques d'Ennio Morricone au moment où le prêtre de Charles Quint s'avance et tend une Bible à Iénamota, ce qui est vraiment une transposition de ce qui s'est passé avec Pizarro. Hein. Et donc là, vraiment, je voyais de la poussière, je voyais le soleil à midi, je voyais j'entendais voilà, limite les coyotes qui passaient dans le fond. Et donc voilà, oui, c'est-à-dire ce qui me guide n'est jamais mon amour ou ma détestation d'un personnage. Ce qui me guide, c'est vraiment de donner à mon récit la forme que je trouve la plus belle, la plus attractive, quoi.
Et d'ailleurs, la manière dont vous parlez là, vous donnez aussi envie aux lecteurs d'Amérique latine, du Chili, d'Argentine, de Colombie, envie de lire ces livres en espagnol.
Ouais, bah alors, bon, évidemment, j'avoue que j'étais un petit peu curieux et impatient que le livre soit traduit en espagnol d'abord, et puis sorte en Amérique latine. En Espagne d'abord, mais en Amérique latine surtout, et particulièrement au Pérou, mais enfin bon, dans l'ensemble du continent latino-américain. Et donc, bon, voilà, je suis très, très heureux que ce moment arrive, et donc très heureux de pouvoir répondre aux questions des lecteurs et des journalistes latino-américains.
D'ailleurs, la lecture d'un roman, d'un livre en général, c'est beaucoup de points de vue différents en général. Chacun voit midi à sa porte. Mais dans les romans aussi, il y a aussi souvent beaucoup de points de vue différents.
Oui, ben, c'est-à-dire justement aussi l'un des intérêts de ce roman, c'est de ne pas voir midi à sa porte, mais ce qui fait l'un des intérêts du roman, c'est ce décentrement qui fait que je porte sur ma civilisation européenne un regard en quelque sorte d'anthropologue, parce que le regard porté est celui d'un étranger, en l'occurrence celui d'un étranger, c'est un dispositif évidemment un peu artificiel, mais c'était aussi l'un des exercices qu'impliquait mon roman, c'était regarder mon environnement socioculturel avec des yeux étrangers pour me libérer des préjugés, des présupposés, et des évidences, si vous voulez. C'est-à-dire imaginer, c'est un exercice qu'on peut faire, à mon avis, qui est très salubre, et qu'on devrait faire plus souvent. Regarder ce qui nous est familier en se disant, mais imaginons que je le regarde pour la première fois. Et ça, évidemment, ça marche très bien avec la religion. Ce qui est, bon, voilà, c'est-à-dire notre environnement culturel, notre histoire culturelle, les églises, le Christ cloué sur sa croix, etc., ça nous est très familier, et on voit ça, même si on n'est pas croyant, on voit ça comme un environnement culturel familier. Mais alors qu'en fait, c'est très amusant comme exercice de se dire, mais on arrive, on ne sait pas où on met les pieds, on voit ce grand maigrichon là partout qui n'a pas l'air d'aller bien, qui est cloué sur une croix, et on nous explique que c'est vraiment le dieu principal de toute l'ère géographique et de tous les peuples là, d'Europe où on a mis les pieds. Bon, je trouve ça à la fois amusant et à la fois stimulant.
C'était une des deux passions, l'autre passion c'était l'or.
Ouais, voilà. Oui, absolument, c'est vrai. Alors ça aussi, c'était... Alors voilà, là on revient à cette histoire d'opportunité, c'est-à-dire d'opportunité. Les Péruviens, ils arrivent, donc les Péruviens ne connaissaient pas la monnaie, n'utilisaient pas de monnaie, et l'or n'avait pas de valeur d'échange, c'était juste pour faire des bijoux, donc c'était une matière noble, mais n'avait pas la valeur que lui accordaient les Européens. Et donc, un autre coup de chance qu'aurait été celui d'Atahualpa, celui des Incas, c'est que l'or et l'argent sont des matériaux, des matières premières absolument déterminantes, sont des armes de guerre en fait capitales, et le Pérou en a plein. Donc là, c'était évidemment une opportunité à pas manquer pour Atahualpa.
Et une dernière question, est-ce que ce n'est pas vous ce n'est pas une phrase de vous, c'est un très grand historien français, Patrick Boucheron, qui a écrit, il l'a dit aussi plusieurs fois, que peut-être d'autres mondialisations étaient possibles.
Oui, bien sûr. En fait, j'ai failli utiliser cette phrase comme phrase d'exergue Pour mon livre, ouais, bien sûr. Et je crois qu'en plus, il développe cette phrase, il pense précisément à la conquête de l'Amérique et à la possibilité d'une inversion. Oui, bien sûr, disons, c'était mon hypothèse de départ, et j'étais pas sûr de la réponse en commençant mon livre, mais à la fin, j'en suis maintenant convaincu. Ouais, toute mondialisation était possible.
Mais aussi, il a énormément de sujets qui ont été traités. On peut regarder par rapport à l'actualité, la question de la colonisation, la question du fanatisme religieux, des choses qui sont tout à fait actuelles aussi. Donc, et c'est des choses qu'on voit dans votre roman.
Oui, bah ça, la question du fanatisme religieux, c'est... Alors bon, moi j'avoue que je suis complètement stupéfait que ce soit encore une question actuelle. Mais bon, voilà, c'est-à-dire... Il y a un proverbe qui dit l'histoire ne repasse pas les plats, mais en fait c'est faux. C'est-à-dire l'histoire repasse les plats sous des modalités différentes, mais il y a quand même des cycles. Et moi je croyais que le cycle de la religion était terminé. On voit bien que c'est pas le cas. Et bon, voilà, cette résurgence depuis que je suis tout petit, on me cite une phrase de Malraux qui disait le 21e siècle sera religieux ou ne sera pas.
Spirituel.
Sera spirituel ou ne sera pas, mais de toute façon, donc la religion, la citation en général est tronquée, et en fait on n'est même pas sûr que Malraux l'ait vraiment prononcé. Mais enfin, en tout cas, qui tourne autour de cette idée. Moi, quand j'étais plus jeune, j'ai jamais compris ce qu'il voulait dire. Bon, et maintenant je vois, quoi. Je suis stupéfait par le retour du religieux et puis par cette explosion de fanatisme religieux qu'on est en train de vivre, là, spécialement en plus ces jours-ci en France. Enfin, ces jours-ci, ça fait un moment que ça a commencé. Hein. Donc, ouais, ça, je trouve ça tout à fait stupéfiant. Mais bon, alors pour le coup, c'est sûr que ça aussi, c'est un écho. Évidemment que tous les passages sur l'Inquisition dans mon livre résonne particulièrement aujourd'hui, au XXIe siècle. C'est ahurissant, mais c'est un fait. Il y a un écho. Quoi.
Comme je l'ai déjà dit tout à l'heure, il y a quelque chose d'important, et fondamental dans votre livre. On peut se détendre beaucoup, on apprend beaucoup de choses, et c'est aussi, et pour se détendre parfois, vous utilisez beaucoup l'humour. Et l'humour, c'est une façon de prendre de la distance.
Ben, ouais, enfin... C'est aussi, je crois que c'est aussi, donc c'est une manière de prendre de la distance, mais c'est aussi, je pense, une forme de combat, si vous voulez, pour reparler de Kundera. Dans les Testaments trahis, Kundera a un chapitre qu'il intitule « Le jour où Panurge ne fera plus rire ». On voit bien aussi que l'humour, c'est aussi une façon de résister, de désamorcer le fanatisme, si vous voulez. Mais alors on voit bien aujourd'hui, alors bon, moi, a priori, je ne suis pas concerné avec mes histoires d'Inca, mais on voit bien que c'est pas sans danger.
C'est pas sans danger, mais il y a quelque chose qu'on a compris depuis tout à l'heure. Ça fait un très bon film, votre livre.
Ouais, bah écoutez, j'espère. En tout cas, j'ai signé avec des producteurs franco-américains pour une adaptation en série télévisée. Donc, on attend. Donc là, le projet est en développement et je serai associé au scénario. Donc, je vais continuer à rester immergé dans le XVIe siècle et chez les Incas.
On imagine bien les castings déjà, non, un peu.
Ouais, alors, l'hypothèse de départ qui m'a fait aussi signer chez ces producteurs, c'est qu'ils veulent tout en langue originale. Donc les Espagnols vont parler espagnol, les Français parleront français, mais ça veut dire aussi que les Incas parleront quechua. Alors, bon, a priori, il y aura peu d'acteurs américains et il y aura probablement des nouveaux visages.
Avis aux amateurs, donc si vous cherchez les rôles de votre vie, peut-être ça va être une civilisation. Je tenais simplement à vous remercier. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous.
Muchas gracias. Et on se verra peut-être un jour au Chili, à Santiago, ou ailleurs. Donc, merci beaucoup. Hasta pronto. Para terminar, quisiera agradecerles. Los invito a seguir disfrutando y reflexionando con las actividades de Puerto Ideas de Valparaíso. Este año todas las entrevistas son muy apasionantes. Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a una nueva actividad del Festival Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso, que este año celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas. Mi nombre es Pablo Chiuminato, soy artista visual y doctor en filosofía. A continuación, el académico y escritor italiano Antonio Scurati reflexionará sobre el lenguaje del miedo y del luto en el imaginario mediático y literario de nuestro siglo. Luego de eso tendremos una conversación sobre las ideas expuestas en su conferencia y los principales temas que aborda en su escritura e investigaciones. Esperamos que disfruten.
Allora, buonasera, io sono Antonio Scurati, vi parlo da Milano, nel nord Italia, e avrei preferito di gran lunga essere lì con voi in presenza, ma sappiamo tutti quali motivi ce lo impediscano per ora. Speriamo di poterci incontrare di persona molto presto. E dunque, affronto quindi il tema di questa breve conferenza che è strettamente legato ai miei studi sulle rappresentazioni della guerra e della violenza nell'immaginario letterario e mediatico occidentale, ma anche alla mia produzione letteraria, in particolar modo agli ultimi romanzi che sono dedicati al racconto, per l'appunto in forma di romanzo, del fascismo italiano, e in particolar modo della figura di Benito Mussolini raccontata dal di dentro. Il primo dei 2 volumi tradotti già in lingua spagnola, M, l'uomo e il figlio del secolo, racconta la conquista del potere da parte di Mussolini a cominciare dal 1919 fino al 1925. Il secondo volume, che è apparso in Italia da poche settimane e che sarà anch'esso presto tradotto in lingua spagnola, racconta invece, che si intitola M, l'uomo della provvidenza, racconta gli anni del consolidamento del regime della dittatura fascista. L'argomento però su cui vorrei tenere questa breve conferenza è più legato, più incentrato su quello che abbiamo definito il linguaggio della violenza. Sia nel senso della violenza intesa come atto fisico, e quindi riflessione sulla sua articolazione, perché la violenza non è qualcosa di come dire, puntuale, bruto, istantaneo, ma è qualcosa che si articola in varie forme e parla, diciamo così, una sua lingua, sia il linguaggio della violenza inteso come il modo in cui le diverse forme di comunicazione umana veicolano la violenza e ne amplificano la portata. Ovviamente questa centralità della violenza porta con sé i temi della elaborazione del lutto che consegue alla esplosione della violenza e ad alcune specifiche forme di politica della paura, che sono strettamente legate appunto alla centralità della violenza nell'esperienza umana. Allora, visto insomma, il tempo relativamente breve che ho a disposizione, ho pensato però che potesse essere interessante per il pubblico, data la mia attività di scrittore che ha dedicato diversi anni e che ancora dedicherà diversi anni al racconto del fascismo, presentare una sorta di excursus storico sul divenire della violenza, sulle sue trasformazioni, sulla sua diversa presenza nella nostra vita sociale, politica, nel corso dell'ultimo secolo. Quindi a partire dall'avvento del fascismo italiano e poi dei fascismi che si diffusero in Europa e nel resto del mondo, in Sud America senz'altro, sul modello di quello italiano, fino a una riflessione su ciò che è divenuta la violenza e su come si sono riarticolati i suoi linguaggi in un'epoca a noi più vicina, e cioè l'epoca che per esempio io ho vissuto in prima persona e dunque fino ai giorni nostri. È importante questa precisazione prima che io inizi, e cioè ciò che io dirò non riguarda l'umanità tutta, riguarda un pezzetto, se vogliamo, di umanità che noi potremmo approssimativamente definire Occidente, una definizione certo complicata e in qualche misura ambigua, ma che possiamo estendere grosso modo all'Europa, e nemmeno a tutta l'Europa, ma diciamo all'Europa centro-occidentale e al Nord America. Ci tengo a fare questa precisazione perché sono perfettamente consapevole che questa breve storia della violenza nell'ultimo secolo in altre parti del mondo, incluso il Sud America probabilmente, si declina in maniera diversa rispetto a quanto io sto per dire. E quindi, diciamo così, è una breve storia ragionata della violenza in Occidente negli ultimi 100 anni. Allora, cominciamo con il fascismo. Come molti di voi sapranno, il fascismo italiano nasce negli anni immediatamente successivi alla Prima Guerra Mondiale, proprio tra le trincee e le macerie della Prima Guerra Mondiale. Benito Mussolini fonda il movimento dei fasci di combattimento a Milano, nella città da cui vi parlo, nel marzo del 1919, quando la guerra era terminata da pochi mesi, la Prima Guerra Mondiale, e conquista il potere nell'ottobre del 1922 con la cosiddetta marcia su Roma, quando fa confluire i suoi squadristi da tutta Italia a migliaia e migliaia e li fa accampare alle porte di Roma, la capitale, con la minaccia di conquistare la capitale d'Italia con la forza, con la violenza, di cui avevano dato ampia prova negli anni precedenti, e il re, pur avendo un esercito agguerrito e sicuramente capace sul piano militare di difendere la città e di prevalere sugli squadristi, cede, diciamo così, alla minaccia, al ricatto di Mussolini, e li lascia entrare senza combattere, e poi incarica Benito Mussolini di formare il suo primo governo. Da lì comincia progressivamente la dittatura fascista, che durerà per tutta Italia fino al luglio del 1943, quando il regime cadrà, con un'appendice tragica. Nel nord Italia, l'Italia sarà spaccata in due, nel sud arriveranno gli alleati, le forze anglo-americane, e nel nord invece si ricostituirà un governo fascista della Repubblica Sociale Italiana, un governo fantoccio nel territorio di fatto occupato militarmente dalle truppe tedesche, fino e inizierà la guerra civile, la lotta di liberazione, la resistenza, la lotta contro il nazifascismo, come la chiamiamo noi, fino all'epilogo drammatico dell'aprile del 1945, quando l'intera Italia sarà liberata dai fascisti e dai nazisti. Ma noi ci occupiamo della prima fase, quella che fra l'altro io racconto nel mio romanzo M, Il figlio del secolo. Ora, questa prima fase noi potremo intitolarla, per darle un titolo, Convivere con la morte violenta. Nel 1919, 20, 21, negli anni in cui il fascismo fa la sua apparizione per l'appunto violenta e brutale sulla scena della storia, io parlerei proprio di una convivenza con la morte violenta. Come fatto quotidiano, quasi domestico, inseparabile dalla vita. Ora, noi dobbiamo capire che gli uomini che fondano il movimento dei fasci di combattimento in una sala prestata loro dall'Associazione dei commercianti e degli industriali di Milano in piazza San Sepolcro nel marzo del 1919, sono quasi tutti reduci, ex combattenti. Vi dicevo, la Prima Guerra Mondiale è finita da poco, e molti di loro appartengono anche a un tipo speciale di reduci, vale a dire che sono quasi tutti ex volontari arruolatosi volontariamente in guerra, e quasi tutti membri delle truppe speciali, dei commando, che in Italia si chiamavano arditi. Questi arditi che erano stati negli anni della guerra al centro di una propaganda nazionalistica e bellicistica molto accesa, che li aveva trasformati in una sorta di mito, sottolineando le loro caratteristiche di coraggio, di ferocia. Questi arditi, che venivano appunto prelevati dai loro casermaggi nelle retrovie, non facevano vita di trincea, non facevano turni, facevano in qualche modo la bella vita nelle retrovie, e poi però quando c'erano delle missioni particolarmente pericolose di assalto alle postazioni nemiche, venivano presi e catapultati sulla linea del fronte. Ecco, questi arditi, che erano stati una sorta di mito negli anni della guerra, perché erano utili, diciamo, alla propaganda, al morale delle truppe, ma anche allo sforzo bellico, quando si giunge alla pace vengono quasi subito, in maniera piuttosto brutale, scaricati, diciamo così, abbandonati da quello stesso Stato che li aveva esaltati negli anni precedenti. E sono quindi smobilitati, senza onore, senza gloria. Molti di loro fanno fatica a reinserirsi nella vita civile, nelle attività pacifiche, e Benito Mussolini, che all'epoca è a sua volta un reietto, uno sbandato, perché prima dell'inizio della guerra lui era stato un leader molto amato dell'ala più radicale del Partito Socialista, però era stato espulso con disonore dal Partito Socialista proprio perché era favorevole all'ingresso dell'Italia in guerra, mentre la posizione ufficiale del Partito Socialista era quella di critica e di opposizione alla guerra. Benito Mussolini nel 19 si trova senza un partito, con soltanto il suo giornale da poco fondato come strumento, diciamo, di lotta politica, senza un seguito, senza una direzione precisa verso cui muoversi, e ha questa precoce intuizione di arruolare simbolicamente alla sua causa proprio gli arditi. C'è una manifestazione a Milano, proprio nello stesso marzo del 1919, nel 1918, scusate, nel corso della quale si celebrano un episodio del risorgimento italiano, vale a dire la lotta di indipendenza dell'Italia svoltasi nel secolo precedente, e a quella manifestazione in Piazza delle Cinque Giornate a Milano ci sono i camion degli arditi con i loro simboli di morte, perché la loro bandiera era una bandiera nera con un teschio con le tibie incrociate, come quelli dei pirati. E quando ormai nessuno più li vuole avvicinare, questi arditi, perché la guerra è finita e non servono più, Benito Mussolini compie questo gesto, che sarà un gesto poi seminale, emblematico, ma anche decisivo per la sorte di tutto il fascismo successivo. Lui sale di persona sul camion, sul carro aperto degli arditi. Inizia, come dire, io sono uno di voi, prendo le vostre parti. Inizia a scrivere sul giornale molti articoli in difesa degli arditi, no? E loro iniziano a seguirlo come un loro capo. Ecco, questi arditi, che erano appunto l'elite guerriera della Prima Guerra Mondiale, diventano il primo nucleo costitutivo dello squadrismo fascista, cioè delle squadre che eserciteranno nelle città e nelle campagne italiane in tempo di pace la violenza politica a sostegno del movimento fascista. Ora, il movimento fascista, che poi si costituirà in partito, è questa una delle prime grandi invenzioni, sciagurate invenzioni di Benito Mussolini. È il primo movimento e partito politico della storia contemporanea del Novecento che si affianca sistematicamente ad una milizia paramilitare. Benito Mussolini ha due armi per la propria battaglia politica. Uno è il suo giornale, di cui fa un uso innovativo, spregiudicato, molto polemico, e l'altro sono le squadre paramilitari. l'identificazione tra membri del partito e squadristi, cioè membri delle squadre paramilitari, è totale. A un certo punto lo Stato liberale, per cercare di contenere questo fenomeno dello squadrismo con la sua violenza che dilaga, mette fuori legge gli stessi squadristi, cioè dichiara illecito e illegale l'uso di armi anche improprie, il fatto stesso di portarle con sé, e sottopone a delle diciamo pene e sanzioni molto gravi chi porti con sé armi, bastoni, manganelli, pugnali, per cercare di mettere appunto fuori legge le milizie. Benito Mussolini risponde con un gesto che può sembrare suicida, ma che invece si rivelerà molto audace e vincente, vale a dire che lui dichiara la totale identificazione tra membri delle squadre paramilitari e iscritti al partito. Quindi risponde a questa iniziativa dei liberali ponendo, diciamo così, gli squadristi, i violenti, i picchiatori, al riparo della loro appartenenza a partito fascista e del loro diritto a esercitare, diciamo così, la loro fede e la loro militanza politica. Squadristi e fascisti sono una cosa sola. Reprimere le squadre significa negare al partito fascista la possibilità di esistere. Ora, la cosa da capire è che la violenza che questi squadristi esercitano da professionisti, perché sono quasi tutti ex arditi, sono professionisti della violenza, sono armati con armi da fuoco e da taglio, oltre che con i famosi manganelli di cui facevano uso i fascisti, non è un fenomeno secondario del fascismo, è la sua stessa essenza. Ciò che loro fanno è di cominciare, anche quando sono pochi, a attaccare i cortei, le associazioni, le cooperative, le case del lavoro dei socialisti, che in quel momento sono il partito dell'avvenire, del futuro, che sta guadagnando enormi consensi tra le masse dei lavoratori italiani, e li attaccano con estrema e puntuale e precisa violenza, all'inizio anche con una disparità di forze molto grande, perché voi dovete pensare che nel 1919, quando ci furono le prime elezioni politiche, il movimento dei fasci di combattimento, quindi l'embrione di ciò che poi sarebbe diventato il partito fascista, ottiene soltanto 4.000 voti in tutta Italia, che sono pochissimi. I loro antagonisti, i socialisti, ottengono 1.480.000 voti. Pensate che sproporzione che c'è all'inizio. Eppure gli squadristi continuano ad attaccare in maniera violenta, brutale e precisa tutte le organizzazioni e le istituzioni che nel corso di un secolo il movimento socialista ha creato nelle città e nelle campagne del nord Italia. Ebbene, questa violenza non solo ha un'efficacia pratica, perché la storia ci insegna purtroppo che quando si scontrano 100 professionisti della violenza, armati, abituati ad uccidere e a vivere nel mezzo dei cadaveri in decomposizione dei loro compagni, come era accaduto nei 3 anni di guerra, nelle trincee della Prima Guerra Mondiale, contro 1.000 padri di famiglia estranei alla violenza, abituati alla fatica del lavoro e non a quella brutale della guerra, ebbene purtroppo i 100 professionisti della violenza prevalgono sui 1.000 uomini pacifici. Ma al di là di questo, efficacia pratica della violenza, c'è anche questo passaggio fondamentale per cui la violenza fascista in quegli anni dell'immediato dopoguerra diventa oggetto di un desiderio politico da parte di una massa molto più vasta di quella degli stessi squadristi, che all'inizio sono ancora pochi. Chi è questa massa molto più vasta che inizia a desiderare la violenza politica dei fascisti? è all'inizio gran parte della piccola borghesia, composta da impiegati, piccoli commercianti, impoveriti dalla guerra, disoccupati, smarriti dalla fine del vecchio mondo, che sono animati da che cosa? Dalla paura. Hanno paura della rivoluzione socialista. La rivoluzione socialista, che per larghissime masse di lavoratori proletari, contadini e operai rappresenta la speranza in un futuro migliore, no, prossimo, che loro ritengono imminente, perché i leader del socialismo ogni giorno dicono che la rivoluzione sarà domani, sarà domani, sarà domani, sta arrivando. Ebbene, ciò che per larghe masse di individui è la speranza, per altri, per la piccola borghesia, è invece la paura. No? La paura che quella rivoluzione gli porti via quel poco che loro hanno faticosamente guadagnato. Allora Benito Mussolini scommette la sua intera posta politica su una politica della paura. Lui conosce bene la politica della speranza, perché lui è stato un leader del socialismo che ha proprio la speranza iscritta nel suo simbolo. Il simbolo universale mondiale del socialismo è il sole dell'avvenire, il sole raggiante, quindi lo sguardo fiducioso rivolto al futuro, perché il futuro venga a riscattare i torti subiti dai padri, dai nonni, dagli avi nel passato, perché il futuro possa essere migliore del presente, perché i nostri figli possano vivere meglio di quanto non abbiamo vissuto noi. Ma Mussolini, nel crepuscolo della guerra, capisce che esiste una passione politica più potente della speranza, e quella passione è la paura. E quindi comincia a soffiare sul fuoco di queste paure della piccola e poi della grande borghesia, che la rivoluzione socialista gli porti via quel poco o quel tanto che hanno. E quindi alimenta attraverso il suo giornale, attraverso la sua efficace propaganda, tutta una serie di passioni tristi: paura, risentimento, rancore, livore, senso di tradimento, senso di sconfitta, che era molto diffuso nella popolazione italiana e nella piccola borghesia, che sebbene fosse uscita vincitrice dalla Prima Guerra Mondiale, si sentiva però tradita nelle aspirazioni di quella vittoria. Gabriele D'Annunzio aveva coniato questa formula della vittoria mutilata, per dire che gli italiani avevano sì vinto, ma erano stati appunto menomati dei diritti di vincitori. Si sentivano traditi dalla vecchia classe politica liberale, che non aveva mantenuto le promesse fatte prima della guerra. Si sentivano declassati, erano animati appunto da rancore, da livore, da risentimento, e Mussolini capisce che lì deve puntare la sua posta, su queste politiche della paura. E queste politiche della paura vedono nella violenza fascista la possibile antemurale, la possibile diga, il fronte opposto all'avvento della speranza socialista, che però è una speranza rivoluzionaria che terremota il loro mondo, e Mussolini stabilisce così una sorta di double bind, di doppio legame, con la violenza come essenza del fascismo. La violenza gli è indispensabile per proseguire la sua politica, ma d'altro canto in molte situazioni lui stesso ne teme le conseguenze, perché questa violenza quando dilaga, quando gli sfugge di mano in episodi particolarmente atroci, in stragi, in massacri, gli si ritorce contro. Quindi Mussolini stesso è avvinto da un doppio legame, diciamo così, di appartenenza, identificazione con la violenza e di suo rifiuto, fin dalle origini, fin dai primi passi del movimento fascista. Ma ciò che dobbiamo tenere presente è che per tutti questi uomini la violenza è un fatto esperienziale, è un dato identitario di base. Ciò che lega tra loro i primi uomini del fascismo è proprio il fatto di aver condiviso per anni, nelle trincee della Prima Guerra Mondiale, l'esperienza quotidiana della violenza. Ciò che li ha resi comunità è il fatto di aver, come dicevo prima, vissuto, mangiato, bevuto, fumato, dormito in questa poltiglia dei cadaveri in decomposizione dei loro commilitoni delle trincee. Ciò che li identifica in quanto membri di una comunità politica è l'aver fatto esperienza della violenza assieme. Allora, prima il tema della destinazione. Dunque, se l'origine se la violenza è l'origine stessa del fascismo, non dovrà sorprendere che la violenza sarà anche la sua destinazione ultima. Il regime fascista dura più di 20 anni. Dicevamo prima che il fascismo conquista il potere con la marcia su Roma nell'ottobre del 1992, di lì a poco instaura, sopprime progressivamente le istituzioni democratiche e ogni vita politica libera in Italia, instaura una dittatura personale di Benito Mussolini con una forte tendenza totalitaria e reprime e cancella con l'abituale violenza ogni opposizione, ogni dissidenza, e vive per 20 anni in una sorta di apparente pacificazione del paese, in cui progressivamente questo leader autoritario e carismatico sembra guadagnare larghi consensi da parte degli italiani, e in parte è vero, questo accade, e le violenze delle origini sembrano in qualche modo dimenticate, relegate appunto in un tempo quasi mitico della storia fascista. Questo non è esattamente vero, perché il fascismo continua a esercitare in maniera brutale la violenza come propria essenza originaria in vari ambiti, per esempio nelle guerre coloniali, che io racconto nel secondo volume appena uscito in Italia, M, l'uomo della provvidenza, in pagine vergognose della storia italiana e ampiamente dimenticate o rimosse dalla nostra coscienza nazionale, in particolar modo nella cosiddetta guerra di riconquista della Libia a cavallo degli anni 30, quando gli italiani, non riuscendo ad aver ragione della resistenza dei guerrieri senussiti che appartenevano a una confraternita religiosa nella Cirenaica libica, con assoluto cinismo e spietatezza fanno ricorso mettono in atto un vero e proprio genocidio. Deportano 100.000, dico 100.000 civili, donne, vecchi e bambini della zona montuosa del sud della Cirenaica verso la costa, dove li rinchiudono in un sistema di ben 18 campi di concentramento, per sottrarre ai partigiani libici la popolazione con cui si fondevano e che li sosteneva nella loro lotta. Ebbene, in questi 18 campi di concentramento, che non sono veri e propri campi di sterminio, ma le condizioni di vita di queste popolazioni sono talmente pessime che il tasso di mortalità raggiunge il 50%. Quindi stiamo parlando di un vero e proprio genocidio. Noi quando parliamo di campi di concentramento siamo abituati ad associare questa espressione più al nazismo tedesco che non al fascismo italiano, ma la storia invece ci dice che i primi a creare un vasto sistema di campi di concentramento su grande scala nel corso del Novecento furono proprio i fascisti italiani in Libia. E comunque la violenza ricorre nelle guerre coloniali, poi nella missione d'Etiopia, poi nella campagna d'Etiopia, poi nella partecipazione alla guerra di Spagna, e ritorna alla fine, perché questa essenza originaria della violenza fascista si ripresenta alla fine della parabola storica del fascismo del ventennio, quando il regime di Mussolini, sebbene il paese sia totalmente impreparato alla guerra, precipita l'Italia nell'abisso, nell'apocalisse della seconda guerra mondiale, alleandosi con Hitler. Non solo, in quel momento spesso le stesse persone che 20 anni prima erano stati giovani animatori, capi delle squadre dei manganellatori fascisti, ormai invecchiati, ingrassati, con 20 anni in più sulle spalle, ritornano in auge durante il periodo della Repubblica Sociale, quando il nord Italia è occupata dalle truppe naziste e tiene in piedi questo regime fantoccio di cui Mussolini è nominalmente il capo di Stato, anche se a comandare sono i tedeschi, e organizzano delle nuove milizie di camicie nere per perseguitare e combattere i partigiani italiani che sulle colline, sulle montagne e nelle città combattono contro il nazifascismo. Qui abbiamo una sorta di secondo tempo di quella guerra civile tra socialisti e fascisti che avevamo visto dilagare nelle città e nelle campagne d'Italia subito dopo la fine della Prima Guerra Mondiale. Questa eredità del fascismo lascia nel secondo dopoguerra italiano, negli anni 50, 60 e 70, una lunga scia di sangue che si traccia fino a tutti gli anni 70 e al principio degli anni 80, quando l'Italia, come altri paesi d'Europa, è funestata da ciò che siamo abituati a chiamare lotta armata o terrorismo o anni di piombo. Vale a dire, adesso un fenomeno molto complesso, ma comunque di due schieramenti polarizzati agli estremi tra militanza armata di sinistra o di estrema destra o di estrema sinistra o di estrema destra, che entrambi si richiamano, diciamo così, ai colori, alle bandiere, agli ideali della lotta che contrappose in epoca fascista, appunto, i fascisti ai socialisti e ai comunisti, e praticano questa violenza politica nella forma di attentati contro le cose o le persone o le masse. L'eversione, il terrorismo di estrema destra la pratica anche nella forma dello stragismo, disseminando il paese di bombe sui treni, nelle stazioni. I militanti dell'estrema sinistra la praticano di solito con attacchi mirati a singoli individui che vengono uccisi o sequestrati, come il caso del presidente della Democrazia Cristiana Aldo Moro e di molti altri. Ora io sorvolo su questo periodo perché mi interessa avviarmi alle conclusioni sottolineando non una continuità, fin qui c'è una qualche sorta di continuità, di eredità storica a cui questi militanti e questi attori della violenza politica si richiamano in maniera più o meno sensata, più o meno delirante, ma comunque si richiamano. Invece a me interessa parlarvi di un momento di forte discontinuità che si manifesta a partire dalla metà degli anni '80, cioè all'altezza della mia generazione. Io sono nato nel 1969, alla metà degli anni '80 avevo 15 anni, 16 anni, mi affacciavo alla vita, ero un ragazzo. Ebbene, io ricordo da bambino le schede segnaletiche dei terroristi in televisione, quando i miei genitori erano angosciati, ma devo dire che la mia intera esistenza, dall'adolescenza in poi, si è svolta in una quasi totale estraneità alla violenza. Gli anni '80 furono in Europa anni di un profondo riflusso, di una profonda smobilitazione ideologica, di un arretramento della politica. Se fino agli anni '70 tutto era ideologizzato, tutto era politica, con gli anni '80 si torna, si smette in qualche modo, si dismette l'impegno politico progressivamente. La vita diventa più una questione privata, più che spesa e articolata negli spazi della vita pubblica. Ci si dedica progressivamente ai destini individuali, non a quelli collettivi, al piacere della vita, anche in maniera un po', diciamo così, fatua, effimera, irresponsabile. Ciò che accade, c'è un declino storico nella violenza in Occidente, questo è stato studiato e indagato anche quantitativamente dagli studiosi della materia, ma ciò che a me interessa sottolineare è che a cominciare dagli anni '80 non avviene una vera e propria cancellazione, scomparsa della violenza politica nelle nostre vite, nella nostra storia, avviene piuttosto, si instaura un altro paradigma che io definirei, così come avevo definito in principio, convivere con la morte e violenza, il paradigma istituito dal fascismo, questo lo definirei rimuovere la morte violenta. Cioè avviene una rimozione della morte violenta da parte all'interno della coscienza occidentale. A che cosa mi riferisco? Siccome il tempo non è molto, faccio prima a farvelo capire con un esempio, e cioè con ciò che accadde nella notte tra il 17 e il 18 gennaio del 1991. Siamo all'inizio degli anni '90. Che cosa accadde in quella notte? accadde un fatto inaudito, senza precedenti nella storia dell'umanità. Vale a dire che io, le donne e gli uomini della mia generazione potemmo assistere allo scoppio di una guerra nel momento stesso in cui accadeva, comodamente seduti sul divano del salotto di casa nostra, in diretta televisiva. Ciò a cui mi riferisco è, lo ricorderete, i meno giovani tra voi lo ricorderanno, è la cosiddetta prima guerra del Golfo. Quando, vi ricorderete, una grande coalizione internazionale, di cui faceva parte anche l'Italia e il mio paese, decise di attaccare dal cielo, attraverso un massiccio bombardamento sulla città di Baghdad, il regime di Saddam Hussein per punirlo per il fatto di aver invaso il Kuwait, stato a lui confinante, per carpire le sue fonti petrolifere. Ebbene, quella sera, grazie a una nuova tecnologia che era a disposizione della CNN, la prima televisione all news americana della storia, che riusciva a trasmettere con un'antenna satellitare direttamente da Baghdad sotto i bombardamenti degli aerei della coalizione internazionale, la popolazione mondiale poté per la prima volta nella storia dell'umanità assistere in diretta televisiva ad una guerra nel momento stesso in cui accadeva. Ora, questo significa che per la mia generazione la prima guerra della nostra esistenza fu una serata trascorsa davanti alla televisione a sorseggiare una birra fresca. Qualunque fossero le nostre posizioni riguardo alla guerra, e io ero assolutamente contrario a quella guerra, non importava, non faceva differenza. Rimaneva questa novità dirompente, per cui da un lato dello schermo si uccideva e si moriva in quel preciso istante, e dall'altro lato si era telespettatori. Si stava sul divano di casa propria, magari a bere una birra. Qualunque cosa noi pensassimo, potevamo cambiare canale, spegnere la televisione e andare a dormire comodamente nei nostri letti. Anzi, non è che potevamo, dovevamo. Non avevamo alternativa. Comunque noi la pensassimo, anche se eravamo ferocemente contrari a quella guerra, anche se avevamo manifestato in piazza il giorno prima. Non c'era alternativa. Allora, ciò che avviene è un mutamento proprio nella struttura antropologica dell'esperienza umana della violenza. Se fino a prima di quel momento la differenza antropologica fondamentale all'interno, diciamo così, dell'esperienza della violenza era quella tra carnefice e vittima, tra ucciso e uccisore, no? Da quel momento in avanti la differenza fondamentale dal punto di vista antropologico diventa quella tra carnefice e vittima, ucciso o uccisore da un lato dello schermo e spettatore dall'altro. La domanda fondamentale non è più tu sei il carnefice o la vittima, sei l'ucciso o l'uccisore, è tu da che lato dello schermo stai? Allora, questo che cosa significa? Che la violenza smette di appartenere all'Occidente? Niente affatto. Significa che la violenza viene esternalizzata in due forme, sia in quella mediatica, per cui non è un vissuto in prima persona, come lo era stato per gli arditi, per i fascisti, che, come vi dicevo, avevano nell'esperienza comunitaria della violenza il loro tratto identitario. Diventa invece una sorta di non esperienza, io la chiamo inesperienza, no? Perché assistere in diretta televisiva al bombardamento di una città, fatichiamo a definirla un'esperienza, no? È una situazione limite. E quindi viene esternalizzata in una dimensione mediatica e al tempo stesso viene delegata a dei professionisti, a dei corpi professionali. Avvenga quello che io definisco uno slittamento dal tragico all'osceno. Cioè significa che inizia una possibilità quotidiana che in forme così massicce e differenziate come mai era accaduto prima nella storia dell'umanità, per noi che viviamo da questo lato dello schermo, di assistere a spettacoli della sofferenza umana generata da violenze di massa. Mai come in questa fase della storia noi abbiamo potuto, o accendendo il televisore o adesso accendendo lo schermo del computer, avere centinaia, migliaia di occasioni di assistere alla distruzione della vita altrui, dovuta appunto a violenze belliche, criminali, terroristiche o anche a fenomeni naturali, in forma così massiccia e numerosa. Ora, questo, secondo me, trasforma noi occidentali in una sorta di animale anfibio, no? Che al tempo stesso vive due vite, vive una vita all'asciutto del proprio privilegio, della propria condizione di telespettatore della sofferenza altrui, della propria casetta e nicchia protetta, e però al tempo stesso immersa, diciamo così, in questo ambiente proprio di liquidi emorragici, del sangue versato da altri. È come se la nostra pelle squamata diventi progressivamente impermeabile ad entrambe. L'oscenità di massa, perché in questi spettacoli c'è un tratto profondamente osceno, trionfa sulla rappresentazione tragica della vita. Allora, l'arte tragica che cosa ha fatto sin dai tempi dell'antica Grecia? Ha messo in scena spettacoli di grande sofferenza, inscenando i delitti più atroci, per generare nel pubblico, lì in teatro, quella che Aristotele chiamava catarsi, cioè la purificazione delle passioni di pietà e terrore. Ovviamente il processo catartico prevedeva che l'arte tragica potesse provocare nel proprio pubblico una immedesimazione con gli attori che recitavano sulla scena i tragici destini degli eroi del mito. Per giungere a questa catarsi, a questa immedesimazione, l'arte tragica dei greci si proibiva esplicitamente di portare in scena il momento cruento, il momento in cui gli eroi del mito compivano i loro delitti. Ogni aspetto era esplorato, quello psicologico, quello metafisico, quello religioso, quello politico, ma non potevi mostrare sulla scena il momento cruento, perché i greci erano consapevoli che se avessi fatto spettacolo di quel movimento cruento, quella purificazione delle passioni di pietà e terrore sarebbe stata molto difficile, la catarsi non sarebbe stata raggiungibile. Nell'epoca dell'oscenità mediatica, in cui noi cittadini d'Occidente, che non abbiamo fatto nessuna esperienza della violenza di massa sulla nostra pelle, possiamo assistere quotidianamente a migliaia di scene di violenza reali, ma inflitte ad un'umanità lontana e straniera, la catarsi diventa impossibile. Quella pietosa, diciamo, identificazione con la sorte della vittima o anche del carnefice viene sostituita da un'aberrazione del tema tragico. Ve lo dico con un ultimo esempio e poi mi avvio a concludere. Quando la morte e la sofferenza diventano uno spettacolo costante, quotidiano, a cui c'è abitudine, assuefazione, si crea nella psicologia correttiva una sorta di sindrome da incidente automobilistico sulla corsia opposta. Non accade più nella nostra mente, nel nostro spirito, come era con il teatro tragico, che quando noi vediamo sulla scena l'eroe del mito morire, io pensi, lui muore al posto mio. Ma quando io consumo quotidianamente spettacoli di morte con questo distacco e apatia e indifferenza sullo schermo della televisione o del computer, ciò che io penso è, lui muore e io no. Da una nuova politica della paura, propagandata dai leader politici che noi abitualmente chiamiamo populisti e che per molti aspetti, non tutti, assomigliano, diciamo così, a quella forma di pericolosa e scommessa politica e a quella forma di altrettanto pericolosa comunicazione politica che fu ideata da Benito Mussolini 100 anni fa. Ma su questo punto noi ci fermiamo e magari avremo modo di approfondirlo nella conversazione con il mio interlocutore. Grazie dell'attenzione.
Molte grazie Antonio per la tua riflessione. Senza dubbio gli argomenti sono molto chiari, io non cercherò nemmeno di riprenderli, perché abbiamo pochi minuti per fare alcune domande che mi piacerebbe soprattutto per approfondire con lo scrittore, con il professore che ha fatto una lunga, diciamo, strada per trasformare dei fatti, dei elementi documentari in un romanzo di finzione. Voglio con questo spiegare come la tua riflessione sul fascismo e la violenza c'ha un rapporto con quello che tu hai scritto e per quello hai diventato uno dei scrittori negli ultimi 2 anni con una presenza enorme dopo la tua, diciamo, non fiction su Mussolini. Se potessi parlarci su questo rapporto tra fatti, finzione e questa possibilità che trovi tu nel romanzo per riflettere o per far vedere, diciamo nel senso dell'arte, questa relazione tra violenza e, diciamo, il pesante ruolo dei fatti sull'umanità.
Sì, molto volentieri. Allora, per dirla in breve, vede, io avevo di fronte questa problematica, che era una problematica artistica, ma anche etica e politica. Vale a dire che un romanzo su Mussolini e sui fascisti non era mai stato scritto, perché in precedenza era in qualche modo impossibile, c'era una sorta di proibizione, di tabù, no? A parlare, a raccontare con la libertà spregiudicata, cioè priva di ideologie, di veli ideologici, ciò che era accaduto in Italia 100 anni fa. E allora io mi sono accorto che era possibile finalmente farlo e diventava necessario perché la memoria storica di ciò che era accaduto 100 anni fa si andava perdendo. Sempre più leader di movimenti populisti italiani facevano riferimento al fascismo, usavano frasi di Benito Mussolini per guadagnare consenso ed era una cosa secondo me intollerabile. Sempre più giovani militanti in formazioni di estrema destra nelle scuole italiane osavano richiamarsi apertamente all'eredità fascista in Italia come in Europa. E quindi io ho sentito che forte la responsabilità e il compito dell'artista, dello scrittore, attraverso il suo strumento, che è quello della narrazione libera, no, e franca e non ideologica, di raccontare nuovamente al pubblico ciò che era accaduto 100 anni fa e di rinnovare in questo modo le ragioni dell'antifascismo. Però sapevo che era molto rischioso, perché il romanzo ha questa virtù di coinvolgere i lettori, qualsiasi tipo di lettore, a prescindere dai suoi studi, dal suo livello di conoscenza, di preparazione, dalla sua età, nei fatti che racconta, di immergerlo negli accadimenti così come se stessero avvenendo in quel momento e come se lui ne fosse partecipe. E questa è una grande virtù, è una virtù democratica della forma romanzo, che non esclude nessuno a priori, come invece per esempio fa spesso la saggistica, che presuppone nel lettore conoscenze precedenti, studi precedenti per essere compreso. Però comportava anche dei rischi. Il rischio del romanzo qual è? È che il lettore possa empatizzare con il personaggio, anche se è un personaggio negativo. Molta della letteratura o anche del cinema, delle serie TV di questi anni si basano su questa empatia negativa, no? Io non volevo che questo accadesse, assolutamente. Non volevo assolutamente che Mussolini diventasse una sorta di eroe tragico, no? E allora mi sono detto, da convinto antifascista, se tu riuscirai ad aderire in maniera rigorosa ai fatti storici, così per come sono stati documentati dagli storici o autorevolmente testimoniati, proibendo a te stesso la libera invenzione, che è spesso tipica del romanzo, allora, alla fine della lettura, il lettore sarà rafforzato nelle sue convinzioni antifasciste, se le aveva, oppure avrà sviluppato un giudizio di condanna e di rifiuto del fascismo, se prima non l'aveva. Allora la sfida qual era? Rimanere aderente ai fatti storici, senza, diciamo così, quelle licenze della libera invenzione, ma riuscire a mettere in scena, attraverso l'arte del romanzo, questi fatti storici, rendendoli appassionanti, coinvolgenti, rendendo la lettura immersiva. E devo dire che quello che all'inizio sembrava un percorso a ostacoli, ad handicap, no? Per esempio nel mio romanzo non ci sono personaggi fittizi, non ci sono dialoghi inventati, i pochi dialoghi che ci sono è perché sono documentati. Nessuna delle parole che viene pronunciata dai personaggi è frutto della mia invenzione, sono tutte parole prese dai loro stessi testi, dai loro stessi discorsi. Quello che all'inizio sembrava un percorso a handicap poi si è dimostrato una forma nuova, molto coinvolgente, molto appassionante e anche istruttiva. E questo, devo dire, per me è stata una grande soddisfazione perché ha confermato la mia fiducia nel romanzo come forma di conoscenza attraverso una mobilitazione delle emozioni del lettore e come forma specificamente democratica.
Certo, in un certo senso quando io ho letto il libro che ha 834 pagine, noi in Cile non abbiamo ancora ricevuto l'edizione in spagnolo perché ci sono questi problemi di trasporto in questo momento, ma si può comprare in Kindle. Allora io ho potuto leggere questa edizione. Mi sono, diciamo, mi sono visto di fronte al montaggio di questo materiale documentario, come tu hai detto, ma in questo materiale documentario che tu fai come un montaggio, diciamo, cinematografico, ci sono dei momenti dove la violenza, che non è in tutta l'opera, diciamo, e anche ha un potere di presenza specifica. Tu hai gestito anche bene la produzione di un momento letterario dove c'è di tutto, dove c'è la politica, dove c'è l'amore, dove ci sono diciamo dei cambiamenti letterari, queste lettere che vanno e vengono tra D'Annunzio e Mussolini. E infatti questo montaggio, questo lavoro di montaggio mi ha fatto pensare come sarà la lettura che hai dei momenti storici che noi siamo in questo momento stiamo vivendo in questo momento, perché è questo quello che è bello nella letteratura.
Guardi, Pablo, io ti dico non come la vedo io, ma come l'hanno vista le centinaia di migliaia di lettori che questo libro ha incontrato in Italia, dove è stato appunto un fenomeno quasi senza precedenti anche in termini di diffusione e in molti paesi stranieri dove è in corso di traduzione. Mi dispiace sapere che non sia arrivato fisicamente in Cile, mi dispiace molto, ma arriverà quando tutto questo finirà. Allora, uno dei motivi del grande successo del libro è che i lettori hanno cercato in questa ricostruzione storica basata sul montaggio, giustamente come dici tu, una sorta di mappa cognitiva per leggere la realtà attuale. Si è prodotto un fenomeno di cortocircuito, diciamo così, storico tra il passato e il presente che io non ho ricercato intenzionalmente, ma che è stato quasi generato dai lettori, perché lo si vede dai commenti, dalle centinaia, migliaia di commenti che i lettori lasciano sui social, ovunque. La nascita del fascismo è apparsa a migliaia e migliaia di lettori come una sorta di paradigma, di archetipo, di forma originaria, per esempio della leadership, del nuovo tipo di leadership populista a cui accennavo prima, che si va diffondendo ormai da decenni in Europa, in Nord America e in Sud America. Adesso non faccio nomi, ma ognuno può poi tracciare le sue linee di congiunzione. Perché, vedi, Mussolini non è stato solo il fondatore del movimento fascista, del Partito Nazionale Fascista. Io non sono favorevole a ritenere che ci sia una simmetria tra il fascismo storico e gli accadimenti di oggi, ma Mussolini è stato anche il primo politico nella storia del Novecento che ha avuto delle intuizioni fondamentali su ciò che sarebbe diventata la politica nell'era delle masse. Una delle cose che lui ha intuito, lo accennavo prima, è che la paura poteva diventare una passione politica più forte, trascinante e travolgente della speranza. E questo suo soffiare sulle quelle che appunto io chiamo passioni tristi, sul risentimento, sul rancore, sul livore, sul senso di smarrimento, sul senso di tradimento, no? Sentirsi traditi dalla classe politica, dalla classe dirigente, il suo soffiare costantemente su questi sentimenti, sul senso di minaccia, di poter essere invasi. Allora erano i socialisti, oggi sono i migranti, no? Che arrivano dall'Africa e dal Medio Oriente per quanto riguarda l'Europa, dal Messico per quanto riguarda gli Stati Uniti. Ecco, queste sono dinamiche che si ripresentano in maniera massiccia ai giorni nostri. E poi c'è un'altra caratteristica della politica, della leadership populista ideata da Mussolini che si ripresenta oggi potente. Vale a dire che il leader populista è quel tipo di leader che è capace di guidare le masse non precedendole verso degli obiettivi strategici, degli ideali lontani e alti che magari le masse non riescono a scorgere, ma stando un passo dietro a loro, seguendole. Lui guida seguendo e fiutando negli umori. E quando tu fiuti la vita negli umori, sono quasi sempre malumori, appunto paura, scontento, sconforto, risentimento, e riempendosi come un mantice di quegli umori e soffiando su di essi. Mussolini lo diceva di sé: io sono l'uomo del dopo, vengo un attimo dopo, non vengo prima. E se ne faceva vanto. E in queste caratteristiche centinaia di migliaia di lettori hanno riconosciuto i leader del presente.
Abbiamo soltanto alcuni minuti, gli
Sì.
ultimi. Ti ringrazio assolutamente per la tua presentazione. Quale è il futuro di questa serie di libri? Perché in un primo momento c'è stata una trilogia. Come viene la sequenza di questi libri, se possiamo finire così per i tuoi lettori?
Sì. Allora il primo volume, M, l'uomo il figlio del secolo, scusate, parte dal 1919, appena finita la Prima Guerra Mondiale, e arriva fino al 1925, cioè al giorno in cui Mussolini instaura simbolicamente la dittatura, rivendicando in Parlamento l'orribile assassinio di Giacomo Matteotti, il leader del Partito Socialista Unitario. Il secondo volume, L'uomo della provvidenza, che è uscito adesso in Italia, racconta gli anni centrali del regime. Dal 25 fino al 32 vado, e racconta gli anni in cui appunto il fascismo diventa regime dittatoriale, totalitario, le guerre coloniali. E inizialmente doveva essere una trilogia, hai ragione, avevo pensato di fare 3 volumi, ma poi mi sono accorto che per raccontare ciò che accade dopo la caduta del regime, vale a dire la guerra civile, la resistenza, la Repubblica, ci vorrà un volume a parte. Allora il terzo volume racconterà l'abisso. La destinazione di cui parlavo prima, a cui l'essenza originaria violenta del fascismo trascina l'Italia, e quindi le leggi razziali, l'alleanza con Hitler, la seconda guerra mondiale. E il quarto volume racconterà l'epilogo terribile con la guerra civile, la resistenza partigiana contro il nazifascismo e l'orribile, oscena morte di Mussolini con l'esibizione del suo cadavere in piazzale Loreto. Ma prima, nel frattempo, se tutto va secondo i programmi, il pubblico mondiale, credo, non solo italiano, oltre a leggere il libro, come mi auguro, potrà anche vedere questa serie televisiva che stiamo preparando, basata sui miei romanzi, e che sarà una grande coproduzione internazionale, con un cast internazionale e con un regista di cinema grandioso, che io amo moltissimo, e di cui non posso rivelarvi il nome perché ho una clausola di segretezza, diciamo, di riservatezza, ma posso dirvi che non è italiano e che ha molto a che fare col Cile.
Va bene, questa è una bella notizia per tutte le persone che ti seguono, e io anche, sicuramente vedremo questa serie. Ti ringrazio specialmente in nome di tutte le persone che seguono Puerto de Ideas, e soprattutto per la tua gentilezza con tutti quelli che abbiamo anche un vincolo profondo con l'Italia, e in questa rappresentazione non soltanto vediamo il mondo d'oggi, ma anche il mondo dei nostri primi nati, dei nostri genitori che sono venuti, che hanno dovuto uscire dall'Italia in circostanze proprio come quelle che tu racconti nei tuoi libri e che è molto emozionante per noi poter ricostruire quel mondo.
Fammi dire questa cosa, Pablo, ti do del tu, scusami. Sono io che ringrazio voi e ringrazio te, la signora Chantal che mi ha invitato e tutti quanti. E vi voglio lasciare esprimendo questo augurio, perché io sono a Milano in questo momento, come voi saprete, l'Italia ha a che fare di nuovo con questa terribile ondata di pandemia. Ma io spero presto, molto presto, di poter venire di persona in Cile, dove avrei voluto essere in questi giorni, e potervi incontrare di persona e conoscere personalmente questo meraviglioso paese su cui ho letto tanto, di cui ho letto tanto e che, insomma, spero di poter raggiungere fisicamente un giorno, molto presto.
Grazie, sarai benvenuto senza dubbio. Allora, yo me despido. Y por supuesto doy muchas gracias a todos por acompañarnos y los invito a seguir disfrutando y reflexionando con las actividades de Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ramón Latorre, soy un neurobiólogo y Premio Nacional de Ciencias Naturales aquí en Chile y quiero darles la más bienvenida a esta nueva actividad de Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso. Y Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso de verdad porque estoy en Valparaíso. Y vamos hoy día a una actividad que llamamos de moscas y relojes biológicos, en la que conversaré con Michael Rosbach. I hope I pronounce your last name correctly, Mike. I'm sorry.
Yes, no.
And he's a cronobiólogo estadounidense y premio Nobel de Fisiología o Medicina, lo cual él dice que es fisiología, sobre sus grandes descubrimientos en torno a los ritmos circadianos. Este año, Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas. Esperamos que lo disfruten. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos y no se pierdan las actividades de Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso nos trae este fin de semana. Mike?
Yes.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us.
The pleasure is mine. I guess I should begin, right? So it's a great pleasure. Todo el placer para mí. And I'm going to try to tell you a story today of this story of biological clocks and how it came about. And so the question is always, this is Alicia en el País de las Maravillas, si me recuerdo bien la traducción en castellano. So where should I begin? And the answer is always begin at the beginning. And of course, I haven't come to the end yet, but I will begin at the beginning and tell you where all this began. And so all this began a long, long time ago, when life really arose on Earth. And this inexorable, continual rotation of the Earth, the light-dark cycle that life has always been exposed to, is really what began as the original environmental cue that was critical for the origin of circadian rhythms. And we know today that probably the very first circadian clock arose in cyanobacteria. And this photosynthetic organism was responsible for the oxygenation of the atmosphere more than 2 billion years ago. And the world before this oxygenation event was a very different place with a reducing atmosphere. And one of the key ingredients required for contemporary life to arise was the much greatly increased concentration of oxygen. And so let me define circadian rhythms for you so everybody understands this. The word comes from the Latin, or circa dia, which means about a day, más o menos. And the reason we say about a day is because the endogenous periodicity of animals is not precisely 24 hours. It's a little bit greater or a little bit less than 24 hours. And the purpose of this timing event is to anticipate what's going to happen in the outside world. So we say in English that the early bird gets the worm. And it's also true that the early worm can avoid being eaten by the bird. And so that is really, anticipation is really the name of the game, if I could call it that. And the way we get to be exactly 24 hours, despite not having a precise 24-hour timekeeper, is by entraining to this light-dark cycle. And that entrainment event, the resetting of our not very precise 24-hour clock, occurs every day and is what keeps today the same as yesterday and tomorrow the same as today. And so an illustration of this phenomenon is shown here, where you see a rodent, a hamster probably, that's running on a running wheel, and the activity events of that animal are being recorded. And you can see how old this slide is, because instead of using a computer, there's a chart recorder, which is perhaps 40 years old. And when that rodent runs on the running wheel, the activity events, when in constant darkness, are indicated here, and rest or sleep is indicated here, where there are no marks. And you can see that every day, the activity begins a little earlier than the day before, and the activity ends a little earlier than the day before every day. And that's because this animal has an endogenous period of less than 24 hours. But if that animal is now placed in a light-dark cycle with 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of nighttime, then every day is exactly the same as the day before, and the animal now has an entrained period of exactly 24 hours. This is what happens to us in the real world. You'll notice also that this animal is nocturnal. That is, it's active at night, and it sleeps or rests during the daytime. Okay, so how do we actually do this with fruit flies, with my favorite animal, Drosophila melanogaster? Well, the animal is, whoops, I'm having a little problem here. The animal is placed in a glass tube with some food on the bottom, and that glass tube is placed in a recording device. And this is an old version that actually is the version we gave as a gift to the Nobel Museum, in which the tube is flanked by a light source and a photoreceptor on the other side. And every time the animal runs back and forth along the tube, there's an event recorded. And that's the equivalent of the chart recorder I showed you for the rodent. And what's relevant here is that the light is in the infrared, and fruit flies cannot see in the infrared. So the light does not disturb their activity. The animal thinks it's in constant darkness. And now almost 50 years ago, Konopka and Benzer, working at Caltech, identified these wonderful mutants of fruit flies, which had either short periods, long periods, or were completely arrhythmic. That is, that their locomotor activity patterns were very strange compared to the normal, almost 24-hour rhythmicity of wild type or normal animals. And you might ask, what's the purpose of genetics in this particular context? And it's not, as we usually think of genetics, of whether you are different from me, or perhaps to address nature-nurture questions. That is some trait we have is the fact that I am tall and Ramon is shorter than I am. Is that genetic or is that environmental? It is really as a possible entree into this mysterious process of circadian rhythms. What is the nature of the timekeeper? What is the quartz crystal, or what are the gears that are ticking away in this endogenous circadian timekeeper? And genetics allows you to enter into the problem and perhaps find some of the components and thereby try to address the nature of the timekeeping. And of course, this relies on not only genetics, but then ultimately on sequencing the genes and the proteins that are involved in the process. And so I was encouraged to tell you a little bit about my personal history. And I should say that I arrived at Brandeis as an assistant professor at the age of 30. And I didn't know anything about neuroscience. I never had heard of circadian rhythms. I didn't know what they were. I was a biochemist who worked on nucleic acids. And I met, this is me, and I met Jeff Hall, who was an assistant professor in the biology department, just like I was. And we became very good friends. And it's really through Jeff that I learned about genetics, I learned about fruit flies, and I learned about circadian rhythms. And we formed a partnership and worked together for more than 20 years. And you can see here us as young men engaging in two of our shared vices, namely tobacco, a cigar in my case, and alcohol in Jeff's case. And so throughout the 80s and 90s, we engaged in lots of work, genetics, cloning of genes, recombinant DNA, biochemistry work, and much of this work was done independently by Mike Young's lab at the Rockefeller University. And this work led to a model of how the circadian timekeeper might work. And that model, which is depicted here and was finalized more than 20 years ago and is still true today, indicates that there is a transcriptional feedback loop, that there are proteins which drive the synthesis of other proteins, which are actually negative regulators of their own synthesis. And eventually they feed back and turn off their own synthesis. So this is negative feedback loop are key features of oscillators in electronics as well as in biology. And this very simple feedback loop of macromolecular metabolism of transcription is really at the core of circadian timekeeping. And as you would infer from what I've said, it takes 24 hours, about 24 hours, circa 24 hours, to go around this cycle to both synthesize these proteins and then for those proteins to inhibit their own synthesis, to turn off their synthesis, and then for the proteins to decay and for the whole process to begin again. And it turns out, through our great fortune, that what we had discovered in fruit flies, as Ramon told you, if I understood his Spanish correctly, that it was subsequently found that the same mechanism the exact same process and even the same proteins, the same genes and proteins function in other animals and even in humans. And that, of course, turned out to be important for the general acceptance of this process. And I should say that I'll tell you a little bit about fruit flies and model organisms in this context. And this cartoon was made by, this is Mike Young, this is Jeff Hall, my colleague at Brandeis, and this cartoon was made by a grandnephew of Mike Young's, and it is to illustrate the debt we owe to fruit flies. And so despite the fact that Nobel Prizes are limited to 3 human beings, we thought maybe fruit flies could be a 4th recipient and could share the prize with us. Now, the reason I say that, and something you probably don't know, is that our Nobel Prize was the 5th Nobel Prize that was given for work that was done with fruit flies, beginning with the great genetic pioneer T.H. Morgan, who won the first genetics, first American physiology or medicine Nobel Prize in 1933. And since that time, of course, there have been 5 Nobel Prize winners based on fruit flies. And this organism is being used today to model and study many diseases, as indicated here: cancer, drug addiction, aging, many, many different processes. And of course, the reason that this is so popular is because they're much less expensive than mice. The genetics is outstanding. They have a short generation time, small genome size, all features which make them an outstanding experimental organism. You probably don't know that organs and hormones are conserved between fruit flies and humans. For instance, the digestive system. There are kidneys in fruit flies that are very similar to what happens in humans. Hormones, insulin, glucagon, neurotransmitters, such as molecules that Ramon is interested in. These make fruit flies really excellent model organisms for studying these processes. And even genes, which are responsible for human diseases, 80% of these genes have been identified in fruit flies, and they do exactly the same job in fruit flies as they do in humans. So all of this speaks loudly for the importance of fruit flies in basic research today. So let me tell you a little bit about the effect of circadian rhythms on human physiology. So why is circadian biology so important? And it turns out the reason is because this clock, which I illustrated before, this transcriptional feedback loop, drives the rhythmic gene expression of hundreds or thousands of genes wherever it's present. So it's not just this little loop which is functioning, but this loop sits on the top of a gene expression hierarchy so that a large number of genes in each cell or tissue, wherever that feedback loop is present, are undergoing circadian rhythmic oscillations. And of course, it turns out that that little feedback loop is present in almost every mammalian tissue. It's present in the brain, it's present in spleen, in the heart, in lung, and muscle, in kidney. It's present effectively everywhere. And as a consequence of these two facts, more than 70% of all genes in mammals, including humans, are expressed rhythmically in at least one tissue or cell type. And of course, that explains why circadian rhythms affect so much of physiology, because it affects the expression of so much of our genetic material. And so the question is, moving forward into the future, can we leverage what we've learned about circadian rhythms? to affect or to improve human health. And I'm just going to touch on a couple of specific features. What's listed here are phenomena which are intimately impacted by circadian biology. But let me just say a word first about metabolic diseases, and of which diabetes is perhaps the best known example. And so this paper, which was published a half a dozen years ago or so, described a very interesting finding. And that finding was that if you feed an animal in a time-restricted way, so that, for example, that animal eats for 10 hours a day and then fasts or does not eat for 14 hours, that time-restricted feeding prevents metabolic diseases in animals that are fed, for example, a high-fat diet, which would normally produce metabolic syndrome or even diabetes. And so it turns out that despite the fact that the animal doesn't consume any more calories than it would normally if fed ad libitum, that is, eating whenever it wants, and despite the fact that its metabolism, its rate of metabolism doesn't change, something happens in vivo in the animal so that it does not get obese and it does not suffer metabolic syndrome. And so the lesson of this story is that it turns out what's important is not only what you eat and not only how much you eat, but also when you eat. And Ramon can perhaps ask me in the questions how we might interpret this in a more mechanistic or a more biochemical framework to explain this phenomenology, and I'll attempt to do that in a little more detail if encouraged. So the second thing I want to discuss for a few minutes is sleep disorders and sleep in general. So the circadian clock, as I mentioned to you, has an impact on all kinds of physiology, cardiovascular disease, asthma, learning and memory, but it also has a major impact on sleep, both when we sleep and how we sleep. And thank goodness, gracias a Dios, that slide worked correctly. So, and here's the current way in which we conceptualize the regulation of sleep. Sleep really has two main inputs into its regulation. One is circadian regulation, that is this metronome-like timing which we all experience every day, and that is why we get sleepy at 10 o'clock at night, and why we are alert in the morning, and why even we get a little bit sleepy in the middle of the afternoon as well, because the circadian biology is impacting our alertness. But there's a second regulatory system which we understand much, much less well, the so-called homeostatic regulation. And that system is keeping track of how much sleep we have had and how much sleep we need. And that is unknown, how that actually works. Who is keeping track of sleep need, which of course impacts how much sleep we experience. If you stay up late and are tired, then you sleep more deeply and longer the next night, except of course for old people who have trouble with all kinds of regulatory systems. But for healthy young people, that is their experience. And of course, we know that sleep is really important. If people are sleep deprived, there's actually a form of psychosis or PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, that occurs. And so this leads me to tell you a little bit about this interface between human rhythms and sleep And by that, I will also tell you a little bit about people who are morning birds or larks on the one hand, people who wake up early, and people who are night owls on the other hand, who can't go to bed until quite late and then like to sleep quite late. And all of this is framed in the context of the fact that our endogenous rhythm, the endogenous rhythm of human beings, is about 24 hours and 15 minutes. So in other words, our clock runs about 15 minutes slow every day. And of course, as I told you, it's light, which resets that clock every day back to 24 hours specifically, perfectly. And morning birds run a little bit less than 24.25 hours, and night owls run longer than 24.25 hours. And I can illustrate something here important about a night owl and also introduce this concept of social jet lag. And these are some real data of a human being and that human being's sleep schedule for 5 work days in the pink barber pole-like stripes here. So this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, when that individual went to sleep and when they woke up. And then what happens on Saturday and Sunday on the weekend. And here's the next week, Saturday, Sunday. Here's the next week. Here's the next week, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what you notice here is, of course, this individual always wakes up at about 7 in the morning, here as shown here during this week, or almost always. And of course, that's because he or she uses an alarm clock to wake up, as many people do, in order to go to school or work. And of course, you'll also notice that on free days or weekend days, in general, that person goes to bed later and sleeps much later. And this distinction between the mid-sleep time during the work week or school week and the mid-sleep time on free days is called social jet lag. Because of course, the individual is experiencing continuously jet lag by virtue of changing its sleep structure 2 out of every 7 days, because it's either sleep deprived or has had its circadian rhythm misaligned. And it turns out that early birds, people who get up early and go to bed early, actually experience about 2 hours less social jet lag. So they're only about 1 hour different between free days and work days than night owls, which are about 3 hours different between free days and work days. Nope. Whoops. And of course, And we all know that social jet lag, or the difference between work days and free days, is maximal during the teenage years. This is when our children happily sleep till 2 or 3 in the afternoon when given the opportunity. And yes, happily sleep much more when given the opportunity. And this difference is probably due to sleep deprivation, but may also be caused by a misalignment of the circadian program with respect to the light-dark cycle. So probably those teenagers, and even most of us to some extent, are always sleep deprived by missing a little bit of sleep every night and being woken up by our alarm clock. And we know, of course, that young people are more owl-like than adults, as I indicated before. And this has sort of major implications for what time school should start and for daylight savings time. In other words, the students should be going to school later. And it's because of the teachers, at least in the United States, that school still begins relatively early. Teachers are adults and need to have a more programmed early schedule. And so I want to posit for you that in addition to these practical indications of organizing sleep, there's also a challenge, a basic science challenge for the future, and that is understanding the basic science of sleep. And as I indicated before, we don't know where or what is keeping track of sleep need, how much we need. In other words, how does sleep homeostasis actually work? And secondly, and related to this question, why do we actually sleep? We spend a third of our life doing this, and yet we actually don't know the deep conserved function of sleep. And I should point out to you that fruit flies, really sleep, and they sleep very similarly to the way that humans sleep. For example, it's harder to arouse a fly when it's sleeping, just like with an animal or with a person. There's a quick reversal to wakefulness. The molecules that we know are involved in sleep, for example, stimulants or hypnotics, sleeping medication works very similarly in fruit flies as in humans. If you sleep deprive a fruit fly, it sleeps longer and more deeply the next night after being sleep deprived. So flies really do sleep like we do. And so there's a belief in the community that I share that maybe fruit flies will do for our understanding of sleep something similar to what they've done for circadian rhythms, namely lead the way into understanding, and maybe even before the problem is really cracked in mammals. So I've come to the end of my presentation in pretty good time, actually, since I have a timer going here. And I want to thank my current and former lab members. This is, of course, not all my former lab members, but they're recently departed lab members. And you probably need to understand, or many of you do, that doing life science research is a team endeavor. And I stand here as a prize winner and give you this talk, but in fact, it's really due to the efforts of many, many people over the decades, students and postdocs, that have contributed to the work that my laboratory's been able to do. And I owe really everything to their efforts. And so with that, I'll end, and I'll be happy to have a conversation with Ramon about work as we move forward.
Thank you, Mike, for your excellent talk. Very interesting. And I would like to say a few words why I am here.
I know.
And the story goes that in 1977, I arrived to Boston to the Harvard Medical School, and I met a very good friend of mine at Brandeis, and his name was Chris Miller. So year passed, I returned to Chile, and Chile was undergoing a difficult situation. We had a dictatorship, and there were an immense amount of extremely good students, but the university was in shambles. And then they some of them approached me, and what I want to say is that Brandeis and the Brandeis scientists, in particular Mike and Chris Miller, were extremely generous with Chilean students. And two of those Chilean students, Vivian Butnik and John Ewer, okay, had the very fortunate opportunity to work and to be near, I mean, Mike and Jeff Hall, the other Nobel Prize. So that's the reason why I'm here. And I really thank you, Mike, for the generosity of Brandeis and you and Jeff.
Well, Vivian and John were fantastic students.
Okay, so, well, so.
Mi esposa también, you know.
I know, that was my last question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I can start with that. Okay, Mike. So your wife is Chilean, but is also a scientist, okay? So the first question is where and how you met? You met, and the second question is because you are both are scientists, if you take work at home.
So we met because she did her PhD in my laboratory. So she was my PhD student. This is, this is many years ago. In fact, she came to Brandeis in 1979. So, same era, more or less, as you. And she is retired now. So she retired a long time ago now. And so I work from home, but she is also works at home, but she's no longer doing science.
Well, so let me start. Well, what you say is that Drosophila has played an extremely important role in genetics and neuroscience, and also it has been fundamental in the ion channel research. So, and then at your banquet speech, when you got the Nobel Prize, you tell us that this is the 5th Nobel Prize given to this fly. Okay, can you give a sort of a very brief historical account why this is so, and why this little fly is so important as a biological model? Why not to use rats or butterflies, for example?
Well, so the landscape is changing very rapidly, and CRISPR is allowing for animals to be explored in a way that wasn't possible before. But for a very, very long time, genetics and the ability to manipulate genes and proteins and ion channels was almost unique in fruit flies. So people understood, or I should say some people understood, that the ability to manipulate physiology with genetic tools, and even the ability to manipulate ion channels in vivo, was unparalleled. And so certain kinds of experiments have just led the way all the way through. And the frontier scientifically was always being pushed in flies, I want to say, before the same kind of experiments could be done in animals. So transgenic animals, the ability to make an intact animal with an altered ion channel, for example, that was first done, and for years before such an experiment was possible in mice or rats. And so I think it was just the art of the possible. And of course, there's a tendency for, I think this all frankly comes from human exceptionalism. In other words, for thinking that humans are so exceptional and so mammals are exceptional. But the tremendous lesson from DNA sequencing from the early 80s, when organisms were started to be sequenced, was the fact that we're all the same. And of course, if E. coli, bacteria don't have a nervous system, so certain problems simply cannot be addressed in E. coli. But I think there was always a tendency for finding the simplest animal you could that would express the properties you're interested in, and then study the animal in the hope that you would be able to do something significant and quick. So I think that's the reason, and the biology kept rediscovering that fruit flies had really the same system. I mean, one of the Nobel Prizes for innate immunity, who, and of course, it's very important in this era of COVID, that is the nature of the immune system. Who would have imagined that fruit flies would have a very similar innate immune system to human beings, right? But they do. So, that's I think the lesson of reductionism. Take the simplest thing you can find and try to see what you can learn.
So if I remember correctly from my biology 101, Morgan was the first Nobel Prize.
Yes, he's the first American. Sorry, he's the first genetics Nobel Prize and the first American Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine. He's not the first physiology or medicine prize, but he was.
Yes, and what he discovered at the time.
Morgan?
Yeah.
Morgan and his team were able to map genes on a chromosome and shown that genes had a physical relationship with the chromosome. So in other words, the nature of inheritance after Mendel was really, nobody knew what a gene was. It clearly transmitted traits which Mendel could show in the middle of the 19th century. But until the beginning of the 20th century, and then there were some experiments that intimated that chromosomes also were involved in inheritance somehow, because it was clear by looking at cells that the chromosomes would divide, and if the cells would inherit a healthy complement of chromosomes, then they would be normal. And if their complement of chromosomes was abnormal, then of course they were abnormal. But Morgan was able to put these two concepts together and actually also show that genes were distributed on a chromosome in a quasi-linear manner. So genes A, B, and C, B lay on the chromosome between A and C, and that gave them a physical characteristic. They had to actually be a physical entity that was connected to chromosomes. So that was really a pioneering insight into the nature of the gene and genetics.
Mike, I am very curious. When you discovered the period gene, did you think that finding would lead you towards the Nobel Prize, or was so important that, I mean, like hitting the ceiling?
So the answer is no, and I would say there are two reasons for that. One is we cloned the gene. The genetics from Konopka and Benzer was quite compelling, but it was too indirect for my taste. Jeff Hall always thought that this gene was the key, and I was less sure because I was more of a biochemist and the arguments were too indirect for me. Between cloning the gene and coming up with something mechanistic was many years. And so we were to put this another way, the sequence of the gene, we sequenced the gene in such early days, in the early mid 80s, and there were no relatives in the database. It was a pioneer protein. It was the first of its kind. Right. And so we thought that the sequence was going to tell us what the gene did, but it didn't, because it was unique. And so we were stuck for several years. So that was one reason for not yelling Eureka. And the second reason was because even when we came up with a mechanism, we weren't sure that this was going to be true of mammals. Maybe it was just the clock in invertebrates. And of course it was because it also turned out to be true for mammals, which we did not discover. Someone else did that. We tried, I should say we tried, we didn't succeed. That's what really gave it power. And I should say that in addition to that, the fact that it's so important for physiology also, which turned out to be subsequently the case. So, you know, if it had only turned out to be a little bit of a timekeeper without much impact, but it turned out that so much of physiology is under circadian control, those two facts, the fact that it was true in mammals and that it governed so much of physiology, is what really gave this discovery force. And we couldn't have predicted that.
Great.
So we're just luck. We're really, I'm a great believer in luck, in science. You know, that's how I view things.
Yeah. I remember jumping to the ceiling with different findings that lead me to nowhere. But
yeah, no, we're very happy. I think I have a slide of this in other kind of presentation, but I think many good scientists are what I would call means scientists rather than ends scientists. So means and ends, I'm not quite sure what the Spanish equivalent of this is. But you know, you can work for the ends, that is the result, or you can work because you really like the work, like an artist, like a painter. Yeah. And if you really like the work, then the results just come, and some they come, they go, some become significant, some disappear. You know, así es la vida.
Yeah, that is so true. You know, you really forced me to learn certain really surprising things about circadian rhythm and things like that. But one thing I learned, that most mammals do not share our ostensible prediction for daylight. Since what I read, only 20% of mammal species are diurnal, like us. I mean, so is there an evolutionary reason why this is so? And is there a difference between clocks of diurnals and nocturnal animals?
Right. So when I teach this to undergraduates, I think there's two major things I say about this. One is that mammals arose our origins really began in the age of dinosaurs, and mammals originally were all nocturnal to avoid being eaten by these gigantic carnivores, and so mammals began nocturnal, and then when the dinosaurs disappeared, a certain fraction of mammals then started to populate the diurnal niche, the diurnal ecological niche. So if you think of mammals as beginning nocturnal, then the fact that a relatively small percentage are diurnal makes sense. Number two, we are particularly visual, apes, monkeys, humans. And when we got off of all four, when we stopped being small animals that are close to the ground, but suddenly, reared up so we could see ahead to anticipate what was coming and became highly visual. And of course, that's also a bit connected. Our visual system is a bit connected with diurnal behavior. Third, it turns out that in mammals, in the brain, the most important location for circadian timekeeping is a structure in the hypothalamus, which you, of course, know well, the suprachiasmatic nucleus, or the SCN. This is the major timekeeping region in our brain. And it keeps time, and it undergoes firing rate rhythms, and it fires mostly in the daytime and is quiescent at night. And that structure is identical in nocturnal and diurnal animals. So the phase, the light phase, if we can call it that, of the SCN timing is identical in nocturnal and diurnal mammals. And so the switch, the physiological switch, what is it? Where are nocturnal animals different? Is downstream of this major brain timekeeper. So in other words, exactly who has flipped the switch or where the switch has been flipped, I don't think we know yet. But it's not in the central brain timekeeper, it's downstream of that. So maybe in some other brain nuclei which govern behavior or something like that, some downstream connector. So a positive neurotransmitter has switched to, glutamate to GABA or something has flipped downstream.
Mike, how do you think that this is related with part of your talk, but I think it's very important for us to learn about that, is how do you think that what we know about circadian clocks can be used to improve human health and the well-being?
Right. So I think there are two categories of answers for this. One is how should I put it? Futuristic and pharmacological. So in other words, if we could develop some medicine that reinforced or made circadian rhythms stronger, or could shift circadian rhythms instantly, so there'd be no more jet lag. All of that would be very helpful. Many blind people can't entrain because they don't have the connection with the light-dark cycle, which goes through the eyes. And so if we had a way to pharmacologically, with medication, strengthen entrainment, or perhaps create entrainment de novo, we could both help blind people, we could make rhythms stronger in aging people who have weaker rhythms, or we could cure jet lag or help these various problems. So category one is pharmacological. Category two, like many things like this, are just good living, good, healthy habits. So for instance, I think one virtue of this time-restricted feeding is that it reinforces with food the natural circadian cycles that are happening in our body. So for example, in humans, the liver totally changes its metabolism between sleep and wake. It does completely different things. So during the day when you're eating, it's metabolizing glucose from food and actually contributing to glucose homeostasis by keeping glucose levels constant. And at nighttime, when there's no more ingestion of sugar, it's actually producing glucose. It undergoes a complete enzymatic shift to gluconeogenesis and actually synthesizes glucose, again, to keep glucose levels in the bloodstream constant. And I think by feeding and fasting, by not going to the fridge at 11 o'clock at night to have a snack before bedtime, I think we're living in harmony with these natural enzymological feeding fasting cycles of our body, and probably doing a good thing and reinforcing our circadian health in a non-pharmacological, in a physiological ways. And of course, there's another dimension to this. Sunlight in the daytime is a good thing, and light at night is not a good thing. Our ancestors experienced night as darkness and experienced daytime as full sunlight. And that is almost certainly healthy from a circadian point of view. So we have really perverted good circadian health with our indoor living, because all of us now have some kind of lighting until 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and actually are living in continuous summer, in continuous 16, 18-hour days, which is probably not such a good thing for our circadian health. So that's the sort of two categories of lengthy answers for you.
And from that point of view, have you personally changed your behavior? I mean, basis of what you know about circadian rhythm.
Well, so I don't eat. I don't eat I for about the last 3 years. I don't eat breakfast. I don't eat. I fast from after dinner until lunch the next day. So I fast for about 16 hours, maybe about 16 hours. So I eat from maybe 1 o'clock to 9 o'clock, or 12 o'clock until 8 o'clock during the day, and then not again until 12 o'clock. So I do that myself. I have no idea, by the way. I lost some weight, of course, but that may just be consuming fewer calories. I do that, and I try to lead a more regular circadian life. Go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time. Don't expose. Try to avoid light in nighttime. Read and not use screens and so forth. You know, computer illumination.
Mike, this is my last question, but it's a sort of long, but it's very important for us. In the countries where daylight saving time is used, there is much discussion about eliminating 2 times during the year. And I'm going to read because I don't want to forget anything, okay? In fact, the European Union voted to eliminate daylight savings in 2018. However, there is no consensus about whether standard or summertime should be adopted permanently. All prefer summertime, as this allows them to save more light in the evening. However, this means that later sunrise, which affect children and especially adolescents, and since they are not really awake when they go to school or to the university. In your country, different proposals are being discussed in different states, depending on whether the impact on learning, standard time, or business, summertime, is taken into account. So here comes the question. What do you think is the role of science in advancing decision-making about this issue?
Dios mío. So of course this falls in a bigger context, right? So you could ask, what is the role of science in decision making writ large, right? So this is only one small piece of science and decision making, right? What should the role of science be in decision making about the pandemic, right? For example, maybe that's more important these days than summertime, right? I think the science. So I should say I'm not an expert in this, but I know a little bit, and I think the science is pretty clear. That what gets complicated is the politics, like always, and what's problematic here is the science. Is it a big effect or is it a small effect? So I think the science is clear that wintertime is better than summertime. That people may not like it as much because we all like to have a drink outside at 8 o'clock at night and have our fiesta party. It's socialization, but that doesn't make it healthy. That makes it pleasant. And so it's the data are pretty clear that light in the morning is good and darkness at night is good. And I should say, by the way, that there are some very compelling epidemiological data that are very interesting and that go across a single time zone. So if you take a time zone in America that's very large, you can look at the rates of disease, cancer, for example, on the very eastern edge of the time zone and the very western edge of the time zone, where the eastern edge of the time zone has almost 1 hour more sunlight in the morning, and the western edge has 1 hour more sunlight in the evening. And the rates of disease, although the effects are small, they're consistent across all kinds of different experiments, and that the disease rates are much better when you have morning light and less evening light. And so I think from lots of points of view, you're better off we are better off with light in the morning than light in the evening scientifically. Now the question is, like smoking a pipe or like consuming alcohol modestly, how do we want to live and how important a factor is? Everyone agrees that smoking 2 packages of cigarettes a day is so bad for you that it is to be avoided no matter what. But the question is a little bit of tobacco, a big deal, and so that gets complicated, and that becomes a social question. And maybe if the data get better, we will have a better sense of this. Of course, the kids could still go to school later, even if the light was earlier. That's sort of a different question. That's when do they sleep and how do they sleep? That's sort of somewhat different issue. But I think the data are pretty clear. Now whether that but I don't know how big an effect it is, right? And of course then what is also clear is that the days of the switch, the very days at which things change, especially when we lose a night's sleep, as that is a demonstrable increase in traffic accidents for the next day or two. Just losing 1 hour's sleep for the population kills a whole bunch of people in the next day or two, for sure. So that's different. That's the switch. That's different if summertime or wintertime. So that's sort of my take on the issue.
Well, Thank you very much, Mike. It was a great pleasure to be with you, to see you again. And I hope that when this pandemic ends, okay, you should come to Valparaiso.
Of course I will come. I'm
with your wife, huh?
Yes, no, we were both planning to come next month, meaning we would, if the pandemic had not occurred, we would both be there for sure. So would have been there.
It was really great. It was really great. Thank you very much, Mike.
You're very welcome. Hasta la próxima.
Hasta la próxima, Mike. Good to
Ciao.
see you.
Good to see you.
Se encumbró entonces el Pacífico y nuestras miradas miraban el portento sin todavía creerlo. Escuchamos de nuevo las rompientes, las infinidades de islas subiendo igual que estrellas sobre el cielo. Allí está el Pacífico hondo, allí, volando encima de nuestras cabezas. Y no lo crees y tus ojos lloran, y no puedes entenderlo y tus ojos lloran. Todos los que amamos son el mar. Todo lo que amamos es el mar. América es un mar con otro nombre. Todo lo que vive es un mar con otro nombre.
Cuando yo digo lenguaje, no estoy necesariamente diciendo lengua natural. O sea, estoy diciendo un sistema de signos que funcione. Por supuesto, la pintura en ese sentido no es necesariamente un lenguaje, o no todos los aspectos de la pintura son un lenguaje. ¿Por qué? Porque uno no puede enseñar a leer pintura de manera comunitaria. Si tú pones una pintura al frente, no vamos a leer todos lo mismo. Un lenguaje es un sistema que tú puedes enseñar y donde ciertas variaciones a nivel del significante, de los signos, generan ciertas variaciones de significado. Ahora, eso no significa que la lengua natural sea el único lenguaje. Hay lenguajes visuales, hay lenguajes de signos, todo el aspecto del montaje cinematográfico es un lenguaje, el montaje que usamos en internet también es un lenguaje, por lo tanto no es inocente tampoco. Y en ese sentido, yo diría que, por ejemplo, algo que es un lugar común, pero como todos los lugares comunes tienen un lado desierto, el lenguaje visual hoy día tiene una preponderancia y una manera de influir las maneras como pensamos tan importante como el lenguaje natural.
El lenguaje, particularmente en la música, ofrece una especie de enigma muy interesante, porque uno parte de la base de que un lenguaje es comunicación. Y en la música nunca es claro qué es lo que comunica ese lenguaje, en el sentido de que hay claramente un emisor, hay claramente un mensaje, hay claramente un receptor, pero lo que nadie puede decir es que lo que parte del emisor sea lo mismo que llega al receptor. Si uno le pregunta a una persona en principio qué es lo que transmite la música, va a decir sentimientos. Pero la idea de transmisión es una idea muy compleja en la música, porque transmisión implica que algo que salió de un punto llega al otro, y en el caso de la música eso puede no pasar. Lo que pasa es que la música está mucho más ligada a lo autobiográfico, en el sentido común, digo, en lo que la gente piensa acerca de lo que es la música. En principio, los sonidos no son la música, y el lenguaje musical no es exactamente el lenguaje sonoro, aunque pueda parecérselo, pero tiene que haber una decisión sobre esto. Es como la relación entre la fotografía y la realidad. La fotografía no es la realidad, es un recorte de la realidad que hace el fotógrafo. Bien, mal, interesante, pero decide algo sobre esa realidad y la obra es lo que él hace, no la realidad. Si yo tomo los sonidos de esta plaza, los grabo, los organizo, o decido no organizarlos en absoluto, que es una forma de organización, la obra es eso que yo hice con los sonidos, no es los sonidos. Es decir, que en ese sentido, si bien los materiales de la música están en la naturaleza, la música no está en la naturaleza, es una organización sobre esto. Y a partir del siglo XX hay que decir que la decisión de no organización también es una forma de organización. Es decir, es un lenguaje en ese sentido. Yo no creo que lo que nos hace humanos sea el lenguaje. Me parece que lo que nos hace humanos es la conciencia sobre el lenguaje. Es decir, sabemos que hay muchos seres vivos que tienen lenguajes. El ser humano reflexiona sobre ese lenguaje, vuelve sobre el lenguaje, lo refleja en un espejo y pone un espejo delante de ese espejo y va y vuelve de ese lenguaje. Me parece que eso, no sé si es lo único que nos hace humanos, yo diría que la risa nos hace humanos, el humor en general, la posibilidad de reírnos incluso de nosotros mismos.
Javier Velasco es un gran escritor, novelista mexicano, premio Alfaguara creo 2002, tiene muchísimo humor y me lo encuentro en Madrid y me tiene la mala idea de contarme, siempre pregunto, ¿y qué estás escribiendo? Y me dice que está escribiendo una novela sobre un ventríloco y que para eso se fue a los Estados Unidos a hacer un cursillo y que se hizo un muñeco que además se parece a él. Esa noche presencié por primera vez la charla de Javier Velasco y se saludó al público, dijo que estaba muy orgulloso de venir a presentar su última novela en Casa de América de Madrid y agregó mi mejor novela. Y el muñeco hizo su entrada en público porque le responde, bueno, no es tu mejor novela, yo creo que estás exagerando. Y toda la charla en realidad es la controversia entre el escritor y su lenguaje y su crítico literario. El muñeco es una alegoría del crítico y habla de vanidades y habla de complacencias y de complicidades y es brillante porque a través del humor te está describiendo, te está dibujando todo el tema del lenguaje en la literatura.
El océano del lenguaje, de todas las palabras, todas las frases, todas las lenguas. Entonces la poesía primero es lo que surge de ese mar, surge el mar del lenguaje. Y de pronto una ola se puede llamar Homero, te fijas, otra ola se puede llamar, pero surgen del lenguaje y vuelven al lenguaje. Y vuelven al lenguaje de todo.
Puede haber cultura sin lenguaje, pero probablemente no puede haber pensamiento sin lenguaje.
Desde la perspectiva de la antropología, justamente el lenguaje construye la cultura, construye la humanidad, por una razón bastante sencilla, porque el lenguaje permite una comunicación, permite una cohesión social y permite ponernos de acuerdo respecto a determinadas leyes, códigos, símbolos que nos están rigiendo. O sea, podríamos decir que en realidad la cultura se construye en el lenguaje.
De todos los lenguajes que alguna vez han existido, solo algunos han llegado a tener una prominencia global. La pregunta es básicamente, ¿qué es lo que hace que un lenguaje sea global y cuáles son las influencias de esos lenguajes globales? En el pasado han habido muchas teorías bastante simples de qué es lo que daría la prominencia global de un lenguaje. Uno podría decir que los lenguajes más importantes son los que tienen una mayor población, o quizás los que tienen un poderío militar mayor, o los que tienen un poderío económico mayor. Pero lo que nosotros empezamos a pensar hace un par de años es que, bueno, quizás la importancia del lenguaje no está dada por ninguna de estas propiedades que son internas a las personas que hablan ese lenguaje, sino que a las conexiones que existen entre ese lenguaje y otros lenguajes. Por ejemplo, ¿ya? El chino es un idioma que lo habla hoy en día mucha gente y tienen un poderío militar muy grande y económicamente también son muy potentes, pero es un idioma que está mucho más aislado en comparación al inglés. Entonces lo que nosotros empezamos a ver es, bueno, ¿tenemos alguna manera de ser capaz de cuantificar y formalizar esta idea de que la importancia de los idiomas está dada por su conectividad y después de testearla? Y para eso creamos la Red Global de Lenguajes.
Evidentemente que el cine es un lenguaje, lo que pasa es que es un lenguaje mixto, es un lenguaje mestizo, muy complejo, y quizá de aquí viene lo interesante, ¿no? Porque es algo muy impuro, ¿no? Es una mezcla de elementos. O sea, el cine utiliza, se dice ese tópico de que el cine es imagen y sonido, que es luces y sombras, etcétera y tal. Yo creo que el cine es muchas más cosas. El cine, antes que imagen y sonido, es tiempo. Y parte de una base casi siempre literaria, no siempre, pero casi siempre literaria. Y por supuesto que utiliza la fotografía, utiliza el sonido, utiliza la música, utiliza la expresión plástica, utiliza el arte dramático, utiliza y tal, pero toda esa mezcla de distintas formas artísticas o lenguajes que constituyen el cine, y sobre todo la dimensión temporal, que es importantísima y que le acerca a la música.
Como no lo ha querido ninguna, lo quiero yo, mi piconero como el picón. Por tu culpa, curpita, yo tengo negro, negrito. Por lo menos funcionará en la cama.
A mí lo que me gusta definir el cine es como un lenguaje de la realidad. O sea, que aunque estemos usando la imagen, lo plástico, lo dramático, lo narrativo, sobre todo lo bonito es que está articulado sobre la realidad. O sea, que lo que usamos es seres humanos, voces, objetos, paisajes, decorados. O sea, es una manera, es el único lenguaje que actúa directamente con la realidad, no la traduce.
Tú me preguntas por la relación entre pensamiento, lenguaje y realidad. Esa es una pregunta que la filosofía se ha hecho desde sus comienzos, la filosofía griega al menos desde el Cratilo de Platón, y la respuesta que dio lo que se considera la tradición realista es que la realidad está dada, es decir, está frente a nosotros, el pensamiento aprehende esa realidad y el lenguaje expresa el pensamiento. Esa fue, más o menos, estoy resumiendo, caricaturizando un poco, pero para ir rápido, la manera de comprender la relación entre lenguaje, pensamiento y realidad, hasta que vino lo que se llama el giro crítico, en que la filosofía empezó a preguntarse si en realidad la realidad era algo dado o algo que nosotros nos representábamos a través de formas. Ese giro crítico, uno de los filósofos fundamentales que lo hizo fue Kant, y lo que hizo fue mostrar de manera bastante deductiva y rigurosa cómo nosotros, a través de ciertas formas, como el espacio y el tiempo, las categorías, organizamos lo real de una cierta manera. Ahora, Kant creía que estas formas estaban en la razón y eran algo así como universales. O sea, todos los hombres teníamos las mismas formas en la razón y por lo tanto representábamos el mundo de la misma manera. En el caso de la tradición filosófica que yo suscribo, que es una tradición que se inicia con Humboldt, Cassirer, etc., uno pasa esa síntesis formal de la razón a las lenguas y por lo tanto se producen varios cambios fundamentales. Uno de ellos es que la representación de la realidad deja de ser universal, cambia de acuerdo a las lenguas particulares, y otra es que se transforma históricamente, es decir, no solamente distintas lenguas constituyen distintas visiones del mundo, sino que las lenguas se modifican con la historia a través de los actos creativos del lenguaje, y eso hace que nosotros vayamos modificando la manera como nos representamos lo real. Uno podría decir, digamos, para decirlo con una imagen que quizás es más sugerente, que la razón es como el hardware, o sea, es como algo que todos tenemos igual, pero necesita un software para funcionar. Y esos softwares son las lenguas particulares, sin las cuales no seríamos capaces de representarnos la realidad de una cierta manera.
Mi realidad de joven latinoamericano era una realidad tremendamente oscura y oscurecida por la dictadura militar. Ser adolescente, ser joven en el Buenos Aires de los finales de los 70 era muy complicado. Fotografiamos, escribimos, hacemos cine porque lo necesitamos como un lenguaje vital pero ¿qué seríamos nosotros, cineastas, escritores y fotógrafos, sin ojos, sin gente que viese, que se emocionara o que se ría ante nuestras fotos, nuestros libros? Hay un poeta argentino que me gusta mucho, se llama Roberto Juarros, está por ahí. Y Roberto Juarros tiene un poema muy bello en su libro Poesía Vertical que dice: la luz, toda la luz no alcanza para ver una imagen si nadie la mira.
La posibilidad de lo que no tiene ninguna posibilidad es la esperanza de lo que no tiene esperanza. O sea, yo creo que este mundo debería con todo avanzar para bien, a pesar de todas las cosas. Es un mundo terrible y que sin embargo la gente igual se despierta y sigue. Entonces la poesía tiene que ver con la esperanza de cuando todo se ha perdido. Sin embargo, ¿por qué tú sigues pasando? ¿Por qué pasa ese instante? ¿Por qué sobrevive? La poesía tiene que ver con la sobrevivencia en el sentido más profundo y radical. Para mí la poesía es como una cierta urgencia, una necesidad, una pasión, por así decirlo, que no siempre es querida, no siempre uno quiere hacerlo, pero se le impone. Es mucho más fuerte que uno y es también lo que la lengua quiere decir a través tuyo.
Como las formas que tienen no la poesía como género literario, sino lo poético, que es cuando uno usa el lenguaje de manera creativa, y cómo las figuraciones poéticas determinan nuestras maneras de configurar lo real, y lo real, por supuesto, en su horizonte mayor es lo que llamamos un mundo. Así, por ejemplo, nosotros podemos darnos cuenta comparativamente cómo los hábitos formales que imponen las figuraciones poéticas dominantes, por ejemplo, la metáfora en la tradición occidental, la analogía, que es lo que hace un rato yo usaba para explicar las lenguas por relación a un hardware y un software. Esas analogías determinan un hábito de pensamiento, una manera de conceptualizar y de concebir lo real, que proyecta sobre lo real una relación entre imágenes e ideas. ¿Qué es lo que hace una analogía? Aquí le saltó como el león. Lo que yo hago es comparar dos objetos sensibles y generar una idea, en este caso la valentía, por ejemplo, o la temeridad. Eso, en términos metafísicos, tiene una solidaridad con la estructura del platonismo, la manera como se supone que el mundo material de alguna manera está colgado o apunta o depende de una idealidad que le da existencia. En cambio, en la tradición china, el hábito predominante poético no es la analogía, sino que es el paralelismo, donde se supone que hay elementos correlativos que se dan sentido mutuo. Y esa manera, ese hábito formal, lo que proyecta es otro tipo de metafísica, que es la metafísica dominante en la tradición clásica china, es decir, el taoísmo, la idea de que hay un proceso de correlaciones, el concepto mayor quizás es el yin y el yang, pero es un proceso de correlaciones activas que no se detiene, porque los paralelismos son formas de significación que no se detienen, que generan un efecto vibratorio, que es lo que nosotros llamamos, muchas veces llamamos como el efecto energizado de las imágenes chinas.
Se admite que un escritor piense para elegir sus palabras y la manera en que va a contar la historia, pero cuando se habla de que el músico piensa, ya esto es, no, digamos, eso es cálculo. La música es expresión pura. La música en realidad es la más impura de las expresiones, o la menos pura de todas, y al mismo tiempo la que pretende o la que crea la ilusión de mayor pureza, en el sentido de que al no tener las palabras o al estar más allá de las palabras, la teoría de la Edad Media consideraba que estaba más acá de las palabras, que era incompleta porque no tenía palabras. El romanticismo cambia y dice, está más allá de las palabras, expresa eso que las palabras no pueden llegar a expresar. Pero esta idea, digamos, de pureza expresiva es una idea en rigor falsa y que genera toda una serie de malentendidos acerca de ese lenguaje. El lenguaje en sí es un lenguaje altamente racional y donde, igual que en las otras artes, para lograr un efecto emocional, el artista tiene que pensar mucho. A veces piensa muy aceleradamente, piensa a gran velocidad. El músico de jazz resuelve en milésimas de segunda, el improvisador, Chopin, Mozart eran improvisadores. Algunos de ellos después escribían estas piezas o escribían parte de lo que se les había ocurrido en la improvisación y le ponían a estas piezas impromptus, por ejemplo. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Improvisaciones. Y tenían ese carácter de la improvisación. El músico está acostumbrado, muchos músicos están acostumbrados a resolver muy rápidamente, pero eso no quiere decir que no estén pensando. La improvisación nunca es pura, la improvisación siempre tiene toda una cantidad como cuando uno habla, uno está improvisando, pero no está improvisando. O hay una relación, en todo caso, de diálogo entre los esquemas que uno tiene armados y las variaciones que puede ir haciendo sobre ese esquema mientras lo usa.
La red global de idiomas es básicamente una interpretación de la red global de personas. ¿Por qué? Porque para que dos personas puedan comunicarse tienen que hablar el mismo sistema operativo. Y el sistema operativo de las personas es el lenguaje. ¿Ya? Entonces yo me puedo comunicar contigo porque tú hablas español, quizás me puedo comunicar también contigo en inglés, pero como tú no hablas ruso, ¿ya? Tú no puedes comunicar con mi señora en su idioma natal. ¿Ya? Pero lo que es interesante de la red de idiomas es que yo puedo aprender algo de mi señora que ella aprendió en ruso y te lo puedo transmitir a ti en español, y esa información se transmitió desde el ruso a través del inglés y al español y nos ayudó a conectar básicamente al mundo. Entonces en el mundo hay unos idiomas que son muy centrales como el inglés, hay otros idiomas que son más o menos centrales como el español, el francés, ¿ya? Y hay otros idiomas que son muy periféricos, ¿ya? Como el pushto, etc. Red Global de Idiomas es una red que nosotros medimos a través de 3 bases de datos distintas. Una es una base de datos con 2.2 millones de traducciones de libros, y básicamente vemos si es que un libro que se escribió en inglés se tradujo al español y después ese libro se tradujo al español al francés. Y eso es lo que nos da los vínculos, ¿ya? Entre los distintos idiomas. También vimos una base de datos de más de 500 millones de tweets, ¿ya? Y vemos si es que un usuario que tuiteó en inglés, tuiteó también en español, tuiteó también en portugués, ¿ya? Y eso nos ayuda a ver si es que esos idiomas son cohablados en Twitter por los mismos usuarios. Y finalmente vemos a todas las personas que editaron la Wikipedia, ¿ya? Y tú ves, bueno, esta persona editó una página de la Wikipedia en alemán y editó también una página en francés. Y nos ayuda a ver si es que estos editores, ¿ya? Están básicamente conectando estos distintos idiomas. Obviamente esto no es una red de lenguajes que es representativa de todo el idioma hablado, sino que de las expresiones que ocurren en estas 3 élites. Las élites que escriben y traducen libros, las élites que participan en la Wikipedia y las élites que participan en Twitter.
Para mí la importancia del estudio de las lenguas es la manera como distintas formas de organizar lo real dependen de distintos lenguajes. Y dentro de estos lenguajes, el habla natural es uno de ellos, y las distintas lenguas tienen una manera particular de organizar el mundo. La manera como nosotros percibimos ya está determinada por ciertas formas de las lenguas, que es la que nos hacen sintetizar, organizar, vincular lo real de cierta manera. Dentro de esta percepción hay formas muy simples, por ejemplo, como pueden ser las palabras, que nos hacen adoptar una taxonomía del mundo, nos permiten distinguir entre lo que es un edificio y un rascacielos, por ejemplo. O distinguir, ahí en la bahía hay un dique y hay un barco. Si nosotros no tenemos la palabra dique, no podemos distinguirla de un barco, y eso hace organizar la realidad de una cierta manera. Pero después hay formas mucho más complejas, desde ya la sintaxis, que determina nuestra manera de pensar, pero también formas que son extremadamente sofisticadas, de los cuales los poetas suelen tener conciencia, pero en realidad nosotros las usamos todo el tiempo. La música verbal, las imágenes, la ironía, la alusión, etc. Y estas distintas maneras estas distintas formas de lenguaje se traman organizando la manera como una lengua se representa lo real. Y eso hace que distintas lenguas representan de distintas maneras. Y, por ejemplo, la lengua de los perros es un lenguaje distinto al del ser humano. Organizan el mundo de distintas maneras, pero también estas se transforman históricamente. Las lenguas se van transformando a partir de los eventos creativos y de la incursión de nuevas formas de significación que nos permiten transformar la representación de lo real.
Efectivamente, si nosotros hacemos transformaciones en el lenguaje para dar cuenta de las nuevas realidades de las mujeres en el mundo público, sin duda que lo que estamos haciendo es un cambio cultural, porque estamos también trabajando, insisto, con símbolos, ¿no? Porque cuando yo digo, por ejemplo, médico, y eso está asociado a lo masculino, ahí también hay todo un sistema de prestigio y poder que está funcionando. Entonces el lenguaje no es inocente. Ya cuando no quiero decir presidenta, por ejemplo, ya también estoy haciendo un trabajo, digamos, ¿no? De subordinación respecto a lo que las mujeres pueden hacer en el mundo público.
Pero insisto, no creo que el lenguaje sea lo único que nos hace humanos. Que es parte del ser humano, sí, claramente. Pero no es solamente la utilización, sino esa especie de reflexión. Reflexión en el sentido más etimológico, ¿no? de volver sobre algo. Y el arte, en un sentido, todas las artes son lenguajes que a su vez reflexionan sobre el lenguaje, digamos. Es decir, donde no es la mera utilización del lenguaje, no es un actor que está triste y llora en el escenario, es alguien que pensó en el llanto, pensó en la manera de transmitirlo, pensó en la construcción del llanto y decidió armar algo sobre esto. Me parece que la representación es humana y el lenguaje tiene mucho de representación y el lenguaje musical de una manera muy extraña, muy enigmática también. Digo enigmática porque la relación con lo descriptivo es muy sutil, es decir, el sonido describe, es difícil saberlo. Podría describir sin un marco cultural muy fuerte, es decir, lo que para nosotros es música de angustia, terror, espera, en otra cultura lo sería también.
Precisamente el lenguaje, la narración, la que le da a los hechos, la profundidad, el espesor y muchas veces la compasión que los hechos en sí mismos tienen. Todos son datos, los datos son parcos. Entonces, hoy nació mi hijo, hoy murió mi tío, y es el lenguaje el que le da la consistencia. O sea, sin el lenguaje esto es absolutamente inconcebible. Entonces, una vida sin una narración y todos, además algo que hacemos todos diariamente. Cada segundo de nuestra existencia estamos viviendo y al mismo tiempo contándonos. Estamos en el presente y al mismo tiempo estamos recordando.
Tiene que ver con este lenguaje que se cristaliza en estos modos, ¿no es cierto?, de verbalizar, de construir, digamos, desde las ideas, ¿no es cierto?, construirlas desde estos sonidos, pero también está todo lo que tiene que ver con estas inscripciones. Las inscripciones de lo que decían antes, ¿no?, del arte rupestre, por ejemplo, van construyendo también imágenes, lenguajes, símbolos de comunicación. Lo más importante es que los seres humanos, ¿no es cierto?, cuando nace la cultura, lo que hacen con el lenguaje es comunicarse.
El idioma en que se habla marca de manera rotunda y absoluta cualquier expresión de pensamiento.
En la tradición china, la manera de generar conceptos, por ejemplo, para decir paisaje, es montaña y río. Para decir universo, cielo y tierra. Para decir, qué sé yo, brillante, luna y sol. Son todos elementos que se suponen correlativos y que permiten generar conceptos. Ahora, eso en términos prosódicos, uno lo encuentra en los paralelismos de la poesía. O sea, cuando uno encuentra líneas paralelas que dicen, qué sé yo, al este de la muralla, un río turbulento. Al norte de la ciudad, un árbol caído. Eso es un paralelismo, es una manera de generar significación, no en que una imagen lleva a otra o una imagen lleva una idea, sino que dos imágenes quedan vibrando. Y eso es solidario de la manera como se proyecta una organización del cosmos como correlación, como un proceso de correlaciones activo, que es la metafísica del Dao.
En castellano nosotros decimos tuve un sueño, en donde vos no sos responsable, el sueño lo tuviste. En francés vos decís je fais un rêve. Entonces, sos la responsable de haber hecho el sueño. En castellano vos decís me robaron. En francés vos decís je me suis volé. O sea, me hice robar, literalmente. Hay una idea completamente distinta. Se dice que cuando los textos son realmente buenos o importantes, una mala traducción no los afecta. Borges lo decía, por ejemplo, de Shakespeare. Uno va a ver la peor traducción o la peor actuación o la peor dirección de una obra de Shakespeare y Shakespeare sobrevive. Es cierto, todo sobrevive, pero todo sobrevive un poco adulterado. Y hay textos, sobre todo aquellos que son susceptibles de reunir ejércitos alrededor, que terminan volviéndose muy peligrosos.
Entonces, cuando la información fluye de un idioma a otro idioma que no tienen una conexión directa, esa información tiene que fluir a través de un idioma global, un idioma que tiene conexiones a muchos otros idiomas. Y ese idioma global, obviamente, está compuesto por personas que tienen ideas, que tienen ciertas percepciones sobre el mundo, y cuando hacen esas traducciones van cambiando un poco la historia y van modificando la manera en que estos idiomas distantes se perciben los unos a los otros. Entonces, al final, estos idiomas globales tienen una resonancia, son importantes, porque son los que determinan cómo el resto del mundo se ve a sí mismo, porque muchas partes del mundo no tienen una conexión directa, sino es a través de estos idiomas globales?
En castellano nosotros tenemos una posibilidad, por ejemplo, de darle un tono afectivo a las cosas que, por ejemplo, en inglés o en francés no hay. Yo digo, ella estaba sentadita en el umbral. Yo no puedo decir eso en inglés, tendría que decir, poor little thing, she was sitting there. Eso que algunos llaman el genio de cada lengua plantea lo que se puede decir y hasta dónde se puede decir de acuerdo a una determinada percepción de la realidad. Luego, pensamos en función de esas cajas que tienen la idea de una gramática, una sintaxis, etcétera, etcétera. De vez en cuando uno escribe puede tentar esos límites, ir un poco más lejos. Pienso, por ejemplo, en un poeta como Arnaldo Calveira, de Argentina, que en uno de sus primeros poemas de juventud dijo, el viaje lo trajimos lo mejor que pudimos.
El lenguaje está pasando en este momento por las medias, por las redes, y es muy difícil pensar qué emergerá de todo eso. Pero yo creo que es para bien. Que hay un poema de Ernesto Cardenal que dice, y no sé que muestra cómo las estrellas se alejan unas de otras y todo. Dice, y no sé para dónde vamos, pero para dónde vamos, vamos bien. Entonces yo tengo un cierto optimismo radical, ¿no? de que esta aventura humana tan terrible, con tanta tragedia, con tanta gente que ha sufrido tanto, ¿no? Con tantos muertos, esta humanidad encontrará finalmente su paz y su reconciliación consigo mismo. Por lo menos eso quiero creer.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Antonio Díaz Oliva, soy periodista, escritor, traductor. Quiero darles la bienvenida a esta nueva actividad del Festival Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso, Cómo envejece la contracultura, en la que conversaré con el escritor escocés Irving Welsh, conocido por su novela Transpotting y por contar los males que atraviesa la sociedad de Edimburgo y de otras partes también. Este año Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso celebra su 10º aniversario gracias al apoyo de Colbún, Copeuch, Fundación Mar Adentro y el Ministerio de las Culturas. Hi, Irving. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All good. I'm really excited to talk with you. I have so many questions, but let's start with this one. You know, I was researching and I found this piece in which a magazine asks you to write a letter to your 25-year-old. So, you know, maybe we can start with you when you were 25-year-old. What was happening with you?
Well, I think in your 20s, you're just trying to work out your place in life. And I had done all sorts of weird stuff. I'd been a drug addict, and then I was a kind of responsible managerial type with decent job, lovely wife, and a beautiful home, and still not fulfilled. Looking for what. But I think that's the lesson, that you can't really do that. Your life is experiential; it has to be lived. And you have to be able to make all these different mistakes, and you have to be able to do different things to find out what you want to be. And for me, it was a process of elimination, that I wanted to be an artist of some kind. I wanted to be like a musician or a writer or a painter, and to express myself in that way. And it was like, it was really just finding that out, that, I wasn't cut out to be a drug addict, but I also wasn't cut out for the world of work. But, so, I mean, some kind of an artist was really the only option I had.
Mm. So you had like a desire to be creative, but you were trying to see where to put that creativity in a way. Like you were into music, you were into writing, you were into different things. How would you describe that creative, urge or like drive that you had back then?
It's like an itch that you have to scratch. It's like something that you get excited about things, and you get excited. You have a train of thought that excites you, and it's very abstract. It doesn't really mean anything to anyone else. It's a purely personal kind of discourse that you're having, and you have to find a way to express that, to get that out in some ways. And it took me a long time to find that kind of avenue, to find a way that I could get all this kind of weird, speculative, mad, kind of rambling thoughts, and to make something from it. You want to make something. You want to kind of, you want to have a book at the end of it. You want to have a piece of music, recorded at the end of it. You want to have a painting at the end of it. So you want to have something that's a kind of output that approximates all the stuff that's going on in your head.
Mm. Where were you when you were 25? You said you were married. You had like a house and everything. But where were you?
Yeah, I was in London. And I was just kind of getting myself together. I was kind of coming out of a bad phase, and I was kind of had a job and a nice girlfriend. I was just about to get married, and everything was very rosy on the surface of it, but I didn't feel properly centered in myself. I didn't feel connected to myself. And I think if you're not doing what you feel you're supposed to do in life, I think you are disconnected from yourself. And I think there's something that's quite a kind of an unsatisfying place to be, because you're not really living life in your own terms. You're not really doing what you're meant to do.
Mm. All right, so you were 25 and you were in London, but you were born in Scotland. And maybe you can tell us, about your childhood and teenagehood. Like, what was that like?
Yeah, childhood was great, really. I mean, I think you kind of, I don't quite trust myself to say that, because I think you always, when you get to my age, you're always kind of rose-tinted glasses and all that, And I think that, the negative thing about childhood was my father being very sick, and that kind of was a kind of horrible thing that was going on in the background. But my day-to-day life was actually really good. I had a lot of kind of really good friends, and I grew up in the Port of Leith, and then we moved down to the prefabricated buildings at Puerto, and then onto the the Masonette Flats at Muirhouse, and I kind of had I had good friends, and I had also a big extended family, so that I could go and visit people, and I could get I could get my dinner in one house, and then if I was still hungry, I could go to another house and get kind of eat there, like almost like a cat who just kind of went around and had multiple owners, basically. So I kind of I enjoyed kind of being. I kind of always had a feeling that I wanted to grow up so that I could have money and I could travel and I could do things. But I quite enjoyed being a kid. I quite enjoyed. I had two different sides to me. I had the arty poncy side, that if I would write girls' romantic poems and stuff like that, which was a bit poncy in a dock town, basically. But I was also into the boxing. I would go to the boxing club, and I was also into football and playing football. So I was kind of one of the boys as well. So there was a kind of duality in my life between sport and art, which I've always tried to keep. It's always been important for me to keep that going.
Was there a difference at that time between so-called like highbrow art and like like middlebrow, or like something like between like like pop culture or like classical culture, or like books and music were everything in the same like
well,
mixed bag?
there was no real culture for me at all in a lot of ways until Bowie. I mean, Bowie was a sort of revelation for a lot of working class kids because he was accessible as a glam rock musician, but he was also an incredibly generous artist in the way that he shared all his influences in his back catalogue. So from Bowie, I got into I got into the Velvet Underground, and I got into New York punk, and I got into soul, I got into Luther Vandross, and I got into Marvin Gaye, and then I got into like Kraftwerk and electronic music, which became a lifelong obsession, basically. So Bowie actually kind of in his own way got me into rave and all that as well. So it was. That was the kind, and he got me like William Burroughs, kind of got me into sort of literature, and so that was the kind of cut-off point for me, that everything became possible really through David Bowie.
And then like now we know that all that or we call it counterculture, because it was in a way like opposing to a traditional way of life. But back then obviously you didn't know that what you were like experiencing in books and in music, it was counterculture. And do you think that Bowie and like the Velvet Underground and William Burroughs, like they also instill in you a desire to like leave Scotland and like go out there too?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I always had the desire to travel because I had relatives in London, and I used to go down there in the summer holidays. And it was almost like, then the punk thing kicked off, and it was almost like it just like was assumed when I got to a teenager that I would go down to London. It just kind of seemed a natural thing for me to do. And then when I was in London, I loved London, but I wasn't really, I loved Edinburgh as well, but I wasn't really satisfied with being in London. I wanted to, when I was 20, I went to New York, and then I went across to LA to see America and all that. And I was always very hungry for travel and for experiences, and to meet people and to kind of get involved in sort of different scenarios and different lives. And I think, all that stuff fuels your imagination as a writer. And it was like, the desire to travel was always massively important to me.
And what happened in 1978 when you arrived to London and like punk? It's like happening. What was happening with your life, and why did you leave to London?
I was I was going between Edinburgh and London, and I was mainly in a kind of I spent I worked in sort of different jobs in both places, and spent most of the summer in Green Park, basically kind of sleeping there during the day and going to places like the Vortex in Soho at night, where you could see all these bands that they weren't the big kind of punk iconic bands like the Clash and the Sex Pistols and all that, but I got into bands like kind of 999 and Chelsea and the UK Subs and all that, which had a kind of more sort of working class kind of following in a way. There wasn't the art house kind of Bromley contingent, Susie and the Banshees and all that. It was much more of a kind of it was crapper bands basically, but I really enjoyed them. I liked to sort of I liked the people that went there, and we were almost, I wouldn't say second tier punks because it was original punks, but it was a great bunch of people. I mean, I was spending a lot of time in Southall and Middlesex at my auntie's, and a bunch of us used to get on the 207 bus and just go right down into the West End, you know, into Shepherd's Bush, and then onto the tube into Soho. And it was absolutely fabulous times. You know, you get turfed out about 3 a.m, and you'd have to wait to, you'd wander around and wander west, and then eventually you'd pick up a bus. And there were very few night buses then, but it was a big adventure. A bunch of punks would walk down to, some of them would get off at Ealing, some of them would get off at Hanwell, and some of them would get off at Southall. Some of them would stay on to Hayes, but it was just great fun. And there's a great sense of togetherness, and it was wonderful for me, kind of like being Scottish and not from being around there, but being accepted by kind of West London punks and kind of looked after and becoming one of the gang.
And well, you went to London also to be a musician, and you play in, I think, in different bands. Maybe I'm not correct, but one of them was called Pubic Lice.
I was never very good. I never had the keyboarding and the fretboarding skills. You know, you have to kind of be able to match your brain patterns up with what your fingers and do and all that. And I wasn't really good at that. And it was very frustrating because every time a band I was in got good, I would be the first one to be thrown out of it, basically. They would move on, you know. And it's, you know, and considering punk wasn't known for its musicianship standards, it was like, you know, it shows how bad it was, really. It was very poor indeed. But one thing I did do that kind of stuck with me from these days was that I noticed that I had the ability to write lyrics, and I was always writing ballads. I was telling a story in song. So basically the stories kind of grew out of the songs. I just got rid of the music and just kind of kept writing stories. And I always loved balladeers, always loved kind of people like Lou Reed and Nick Cave and, you know, people, Shane MacGowan, you know, people who could kind of tell a story in a song.
So in a way you were like writing songs, and do you think like some of those songs evolved into the writer that later became like books, or there was like a stage in between of you like just dropping music and like becoming more like into writing more seriously maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I was mad about music because it is, if you're working class, music's the art form that touches you. You know, you don't live in a house which is a big study full of books and all that. So your music's your access point. And it was always my first love. And it still is, really, I suppose. But literature kind of came later. As I started to kind of get into writing stories, I got more into reading stuff, and I got more into reading, and it took off from there. Basically, I kind of got very, very hungry for reading because I neglected it when I was younger and at school. I hadn't really got into doing the, you know, you have all the classic books on the list that you have to read and all that. Never read any of them, you know, and I didn't like being told what to do when I was at school. I hated being, you know, and I was very like not rebellious in a sense of kind of making trouble. I was rebellious in a sense of just opting out. I just thought, this is not for me. I'm just not interested in this. And I just never did it, you know. So I kind of just, but later on, you know, I started to read things like kind of Jane Austen. I started to read Moby Dick, all these things that they told you to read at school that I never did. And I kind of got obsessed with all sorts of different writers and different novels. And, you know, I went from, you know, from British literature into American literature, into Russian, European literature. And, you know, it's like sort of, so I just branched out from there, you know, and you got into, you know, it's like everybody has one thing that's a cutoff point. You know, you get into Russian literature through Crime and Punishment. You just go through the rest. You know, you go on Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and kind of, you know, all that. And it's the same with, you know, it's like South American literature is kind of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, 100 Years of Solitude, 1,000 Years of Solitude. You just, you know, you jump into that, and then you hit off on all the writers that are kind of, you know, that they are translated into English. So same with American writers. Burroughs kind of, you know, you get into all the, either the beat stuff from Burroughs, you go to Bukowski, and then you go to all the kind of the more mainstream writers that you've kind of sort of like Updike and people like that, you know. So you just go through you go around the houses basically, and you know, I'm kind of one of the great things about COVID is that I've got right back into reading again. I've just kind of thrown away the TV, and I just decided I wasn't going to vegetate. I wasn't going to sit in front of the television all night. I was just going to read. I was going to listen to music, and that's all I've been doing.
That's interesting. I'm going to ask you about books on television, but before that, so, you know, you were getting more deep into literature and like reading and all that. This is when you were in London again, and you were like experimenting with writing. This is like your late 20s, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, you know, I know that some early drafts of Transporting were publishing like some literary magazine and anthology. So maybe if you could tell us about that, you know, the moment in which you start to get published.
Well, I was very lucky because what happened was that there was when I was in Edinburgh, and I'd come up to Edinburgh from London, and there's people like Duncan MacLean, Barry Graham, Alan Warner, Laura Hurd, Gordon Legg. They all went on to be published they were being published by major publishing houses in London. And it was we didn't really appreciate how unique it was to have all these people in one place, you know, and not a big place as well, you know. And it was all kind of pulled together by Kevin Williamson, who was I kind of knew him vaguely. He was a friend of a friend, basically. And I didn't even know he was a literature guy. I just thought he was a guy that played pool in the Fiddlers, Arms and all that. And Kevin had started this kind of writing competition, and loads of people had kind of from this newspaper that used to run, community newspaper, and that inspired him to set up Rebel Inc. And then we all kind of just started to put on events. And I was at the same time Rave was happening, and I'd kind of this is when I decided that I was going to go back out again. I had one bite of the cherry with punk, and I was going to have a second wave, basically, with Acid House, and I became obsessed with Acid House and dance music. I mean, I got decks, I started DJing, I started promoting, and Kevin was interested and got interested in Acid House as well. So we tried to do these crossover events, and I mean, Kevin did kind of had a whole idea of doing like multimedia events of kind of like DJs and kind of writers and poets and performers and all that. 10 years before people were doing that kind of stuff in London, you know, it was like sort of he was way ahead of the curve with all that. So we kind of had that thing going in Edinburgh, and then I was, you know, it's like things happened very quickly for me with Trainspotting when I was, you know, the first, you know, we published excerpts of it in these magazines. And then it came out in London, and it just did phenomenally well, you know. And then it became a play, then it became a film, and it went international. And I kind of moved back down to London by then, and I found that I had to leave London and get away from all this kind of this juggernaut, basically. And I moved to Amsterdam and had a couple of great years there.
And you know, I read this anecdote in which before Transpotting was published, you were in a pub with the publisher, and the publisher was like, I don't know if this thing is gonna sell, you know, like obviously you didn't know what would happen with Transpotting, and you were joking, and you said like, maybe I can call a newspaper and like start a rumor, so you know, like the book can create like this buzz and sell, you know. So I guess you were just happy that the book got published. That was for you.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest buzz you'll ever have is when when a publisher publishes your book and they send you the copy of the book and it's out there, you know. That's the biggest buzz you can have. Like anything else, if you sell, you know, 10 copies or 10,000 copies or 10 million copies, it doesn't create the same impact, emotional impact, as it does when you see it actually out there, you know. You get a big buzz when you see it on a stage, you get a big buzz when you see it in a movie theater, as a film and all that. But the first buzz you get is the biggest one is actually being sort of I mean, I had kind of like, you know, I had the book, and then it was like #1 in the bestseller list, and you know, and it's like, and I thought that's good, you know, but it was a big buzz, but not as big as the actual book being in your hand.
Mm. So when
because
you got the, sorry, go ahead.
it's a sort of it's a physical manifestation of what you've actually made. You know, you want to make something that you're thinking about. You know, so it's a physical manifestation of all that conscious activity. So it's a very important thing for you emotionally to get that out there.
Mm. But you didn't stop writing because, you know, after that you publish a book, you know, like pretty much every year, you know, like for a couple of years. So
I was nuts. I went crazy. You know, I was so relieved, you know, that I could find something that I could do that I was good at, that I would be successful at. You know, that in the sense that I could finish these things and knock them out and write and enjoy it and all that. So it was a giddy liberation. You know, I had all these stories to tell that I was interested in telling, and I wanted to get them out.
Mm. Mm. Well, after, you know, Transporting, which was published 93, the year after you published The Acid House, which is the book that I remember like 15, 16 years ago, I saw in a public library in Santiago. You know, there was this stack with counterculture books, like your books, William Burroughs, Iceberg Slim, and book like memoirs from like musicians too. And that, I think a lot of people in Chile read that book first before Transpotting, because Transpotting got, you know, it got years later to Chile. So I wanted to know specifically a bit about The Acid House, which in a way it feels like, you know, I mean, it comes from the same like universe in a way, and you know, but it's like short stories and like some shorter, some longer. So how was writing that? Was that the same writing that Transporting, or different writing?
Yeah, it was different in a way because some of it is a bit like Trainspotting in that it's kind of, you know, for want of a better term, kind of urban realist. But a lot of it is kind of fantastical, kind of hyper real. Some of it's just a bit surreal and all that. So it was a chance to do different types of writing. You know, there's some like science fiction stories. There's some sort of there's some kind of weird, fantastical kind of things that are happening. And there's some comedic stories with comic inversions. So it was a chance to do things that were kind of maybe a bit more mixed in terms of tone than Trainspotting. And that's what short stories give you, you know. So it was great fun to write The Acid House. And it was, you know, and when that became a movie, it was much more grittier than Trainspotting as a movie. It was much more kind of gnarly and uglier, and you know, and I really like it as a movie. I think it's a fantastic movie, but it's you know, it's obviously episodic, kind of 3 stories. But yeah, I really enjoyed doing The Acid House, and I'm quite proud of it in a way. It's a kind of nice little collection.
Yeah, I remember, you know, going to a flea market, and the guy who used to be my movie dealer, he was like, "Hey, I have a bootleg of this. You're gonna like it, you know, like the Acid House movie." And I was like, "What is this?" You know, like, and then I watched it, and I remember, oh, I watched Transporting, you know, like months ago, and I want to get this book from the library and everything. But I guess, you know, when you were like writing or maybe editing the Acid House, you were getting some success because of Transporting. And then, you know, like clearly naming the book The Acid House when there was this culture happening, I wonder if that,
Yes,
you know, how conscious was that?
It was a total cynical commercial zeitgeist ploy for me. I make no bones about it. You know, there was no reason to call it The Acid House other than because I wanted it to be called Acid House, basically.
And when did you realize that, for example, like people that went to clubs were reading you? Because, you know, a lot of people that normally didn't read books were like reading you.
Well, that was the thing, you know, they were, and you know, it's like because I started to be the guy, you know, because I was going to clubs all the time, you know, and suddenly it was like people were whispering and pointing to me, and they were coming up, and they were kind of, you know, they were saying, "Wow, you know, you've read The Acid House. It's a great book. You've nailed it, and all this is us how we live, and this is how we think, and how we, you know," and it was fabulous. And it got me before, actually, in some ways, in some places before Trainspotting, The Acid House was the one, particularly in the Americas, in North America and South America. It was the one that kind of, you know, I was going over to the USA and Canada on tours, and it was like they were like kind of, "Wow, The Acid House, man, yeah." So Yeah, so that was a big thing. It was like The Acid House was the first book that was that I had published in America, and it was the late David Foster Wallace who was very kind and encouraging about it, because he had just Infinite Jest. He'd become a massive star, literary star, and he was incredibly generous and supportive of it. So it kind of gave me an into America, The Acid House, in a way that Trainspotting kind of followed up. But it was The Acid House. It was the first one for me there, yeah.
And then I guess this is around the time you're published in the US, and then both books are being translated. This is before the movie, but like your stories are going beyond the UK and Scotland in a way. So they're connecting with a global audience, I guess. No? How was that for you? That somewhere like people all around the world were reading your stories?
That was a surprise, because they were so, I felt they were so localized to Edinburgh and kind of working class Edinburgh, particularly. And suddenly, to go to places like Moscow or Johannesburg and people to say, oh, we've got a Spud, we've got a Begbie, we've got a Sick Boy, we've got a Renton, we know all these characters. And that's when it dawned on me that the characters are archetypes basically, and people recognize them across all different cultures, so that was the strength of them, really. So yeah, that was a big thrill to me that people could recognize it and get it in different places. And then you think to yourself, well, why wouldn't they? Because we're all pretty much the same. You know what I mean? It's like we've all got the same sort of interests and influences and all that, and the kind of cultural parts of it that are different are fairly minor. And you see that as you get the more you travel and the more you meet people from different places, you see these similarities are much more important than the differences.
I always remember talking with friends about Transporting and The Acid House too, and about stories that are set in Scotland, and Chilean culture is also peripheral. It's also like on the borders of the other main countries. And that's in a way how, we related to the book, because we also went to this hill near our neighborhood and just complain about how far away from everything, just like in the characters in Transporting. And then, well, maybe if you can tell us about when the movie came out, and that gives the book a second life, and also your career has a new kick, let's say. How was that specific year, which was 96, I think, when Transporting came out?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really remember much about it. I was just kind of probably kind of off my face on ecstasy and cocaine most of that year, basically. I just kind of thought, well, let's just kind of and then I was but then after that, I was probably just chilling out in Amsterdam, sitting on the couch, kind of writing with my laptop. So it was kind of, you don't really, it sort of passes you by in a strange way. You don't really, I'm not really, the thing that I did do, which I think was the best thing that I ever did, was I just kept writing. I wasn't really that bothered about kind of basking in the success of it. I kept going to clubs and kind of dancing and having fun at clubs and all that. But I kept writing, I kept working was the most important thing for me to do, and that was a good thing for me to do, because I think that when a lot of people get success, they just kind of they focus on that and they expect everything just to come without working. So I just kept working, basically.
And I guess, there was a certain moment in which you went to a club and you listened to a song that was in the movie, that soundtrack became so ubiquitous. It was everywhere. So in a way,
every DJ seemed to drop Born Slippy, and it was it was and when Born Slippy would come on, I'd be dancing with friends and all that, and then suddenly, a spotlight would kind of be shone on me on the dance floor and all that. Everybody would go, wow, I'm going fuck, I'm just here to dance. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's it's you kind of, this is like kind of, you know, Darren Emerson and Carol and Rick's tune and all that. It's nothing to do with me, but, you know, but I was kind of treated like, you know, that the song was mine, you know, basically.
I remember when I finally got a copy of Transporting, and I, you know, like read the book in translation, and this is like 5 years after I watched the movie for the first time, and I saw that a lot of the writing was stream of consciousness, you know, and I was like, oh, you know, like this book, it's part of this tradition of like stream of consciousness too, in a way, like urban characters and the stream of consciousness. And I guess maybe this is connected to your songwriting, or I don't know, but how, you know, like why did you use stream of consciousness, or maybe it wasn't conscious at all, you know, because you've used it in other books too, like Filth and so on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of one of the type of writers who tends to let the subconscious do the heavy lifting, you know, so I'm not actually really sure why I do what I do. You know, I'm not actually sure about the devices that I employ, and it kind of only is something that I'll only look at later on and justify later on, but I'm not really massively clued up about it at the time, if that makes any sense. But, you know, so I tend to kind of bang it down and then sort it out or justify it later on after that.
Do you work in period of times, your books, like 2 months and then you put it aside or something like that? How does that work?
Every single one is different. I kind of, you know, I think one of the interesting things that you can do as a writer, you get to reinvent the process every time as well as the content, you know, so you can kind of you can mess around with different ideas and different ways of working. You know, you can sit on a bus and type, or the underground in London and the tube and type, or you can take yourself off to an isolated cottage for a month and say, I'm going to smash out a novel there, you know. So there's no, you know, there's not, you know, a busy hotel room. There's not any one way of doing it, you know. I mean, you can just you know, or you can make something, you can just bung everything down that comes into your head, or you can actually plan something out in a bit of paper on a wall and all that sort of stuff. So I kind of mix it up all the time. I mean, sometimes I write during the night, sometimes I write during the day, 9 to 5 hours. And that's part of the fun for me. I think to myself, I'm going to have a bit of weird fun writing this next book. I'm going to do something different and write it in a way that I haven't done before and see what kind of different results I have.
What about Transporting on the Acid House? Did you write those by hand, typewriter? Were you listening to music?
I was writing them on my works machines, like, you know, I was sort of, I was like, how would I describe it? I was writing them when I was at work. So I was kind of basically stealing from my employer. I was stealing time from my employer, which is what we all do. And I did it kind of, for a while. I had all this stuff on the works, kind of big mainframe computer. And I just used to, whenever I used to have my own office, and then when the boss came down, I would just switch on to a different screen, and he would see me working on these contracts, stuff like that, you know, which I wasn't really interested in doing.
And what about later, when you could write your books in your private environment? Did you like start listening to music?
Yeah, I mean, I would listen to music at times to set me off, and make up a playlist for characters and a playlist for themes and all that to get me in the mood. And you know, I had a big office. I always have a nice big office suite and all that sort of stuff. But I usually end up in some grotty little cafe in the corner of the cafe right away. You know, so it's like more than, you know, it just depends the mood I'm in.
Well, you know, so you were in Amsterdam, and the book and the movie, you know, it was becoming like global. And why did you live like, you know, you've lived everywhere, you know, in a lot of different places and cities. Is that related to creativity too? Like you feel the need to like leave a place?
No, it's not really. I mean, it's usually been chasing different women, because, you know, and kind of ending up in sort of where they are. But it's also been about, I've just wanted to move. You know, I just wanted to kind of, I've always wanted to travel and experience living in different places. And that's always been a way that I've kind of done it, you know, is basically through romance. Because I think, you know, travel's a kind of very romantic thing. And if you're a writer, you're very fortunate that you can go anywhere.
Mm.
You know, it doesn't really matter where you are. You know, you can just sit down and as long as you got your laptop, you're fine. Yeah.
Mm. And you know, like a lot of your characters are on the run, or they wish they could live where they are too. There's always that idea in your books of like either, you know, escaping your environment or actually escaping the environment. Like, you know, at the end, at least the movie in Transporting, the character ends escaping, you know, the
Yeah, I mean,
environment.
I was like, I never really wanted to, you know. I mean, you know, I love Edinburgh. I love where I come from. I love Leith and Muirhouse and kind of the places I grew up. But so I never wanted to run away. I just wanted to experience different places. You know, I love going back to everywhere that I've kind of lived. You know, and I have a kind of strange loyalty to the places that I've lived. If I go to a different, if I go to a different town to live, a different city somewhere, I always kind of get involved supporting the local football team and all that. I get involved in I try to get involved in the city. I get involved in the club scene, and you know, I try to be a participant, you know, rather than just a voyeur. And a lot of writers are quite voyeuristic. That's our nature. We are just like that, you know. But I try to be not just an observer, but a participant observer. You know, I try to kind of roll my sleeves up and get involved and, you know, take an interest and learn by kind of doing rather than just by observation, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what I love about traveling. I love kind of thinking to myself, you know, the first thing I do when I rock up in a new town, the first thing I'll do is I'll check out a boxing club and get set up there. The second thing I'll do is I'll check out what the clubs and bars are like, and then it's like I'll check out the local sports team. If hopefully, you know, it's usually a soccer team, because I like soccer. But if it's like in America where it's not a big soccer country, you know, I'll check out the baseball, I'll check out the American football, and you know, so it's kind of like that's my way of finding my way into the community and finding the kind of soul of the place. And it's also incredibly enriching for me to do these things, you know, and it gives you a network of friends, of real people who are not just involved, you know, not other writers or not other kind of artists or whatever, you know, just, you know, and that nourishes you, I think, as a writer.
Well, you know, you also have a career as a DJ, and you know, you've been to like book festivals in which you read and present during the day, and then during the night, you know, like you put music either as part of the book festival or in a different venue. When that started to happen, and like you became this, you know, kind of like double agent for the literary world.
Well, you know, it kind of happened. It's when I first started to get success, basically with Train Spotting and all that. I was DJing then, and it was like, what I was finding was that the DJ's hours and the writer's hours were very different. You know, it's like a writer, I like to get up early and start early and bang things out. As a DJ, I was just coming home at that. You know, get up at 6 a.m. as a writer, but you're just coming home if you're DJing. So something had to give, and I basically stopped DJing, and I kind of went full on into the writing, and it was like the thing about it is that it was like I got back into DJing again just a few years ago when I moved to Miami. And the thing about Miami is that because there's so many pool parties and all that, you can DJ during the day. You know, you can do an afternoon pool party, and then you can go to bed at a reasonable hour. So I like doing that, you know, and I kind of got the bug again. And again, things have changed. You know, you're just operating on a USB, basically, like, you know. Instead of carrying 2 big flight cases around, you know, so that was great.
And you know, I interviewed for a newspaper in Chile a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about counterculture, and you said something very interesting that the editor chose to put it as a headline, you know, in which you said that there's no counterculture these days, there's no like street culture, there's just media culture, you know. And in a way, you know, like when you were coming of age, like street created the culture, you know, and it was my case too. But these days that apparently has changed. So I don't know if you could expand on this idea of counterculture and street culture being like completely gone, or and then, you know, like
Well,
media
it's
culture.
technology, you know, it's just technology, really. It's like we don't have, and you know, in countries like Britain, working class culture, music, kind of football and all that, it comes out of the Industrial Revolution, you know. And now we've deindustrialized, and we don't really have an underground anymore. We don't have people who are saying like, work is shit, let's go and fucking open up this grotty little club and all that, you know. Because as soon as anybody does that, it's on the internet and everybody goes and it's just ruined, you know. So we, you know, our culture is a media culture now. You know, it's like social media and kind of our own kind of media, our own sort of. We're all like media artists in some kind of way. You know, we're all media performers. Probably a better way of putting it in some way. So, so we don't really have an underground that can incubate something like a band or a sound or a, you know, or a kind of writing thing and all that. You know, it's all gone now. You know, I don't know if it can ever come back to the same extent that it was. I think you know, the world is just different now. You know, so I think the '90s was the last of it. That was with Britpop. It was like the requiem mass of British culture. It was like selling everything that we had out to the global marketplace, and we've never really got it back. We've kind of we've sold the family silver, and that's what the internet in a way forces you to do.
I, you know, when the first time someone talked to me about transporting and the acid house, like they remark a lot, you know, that in the books there were like music and drugs and all that, and then the book Transporting especially got like a, you know, like the idea of being a drug book in a way. But there is this idea that you've mentioned in interviews in which like Transporting is a book about the post-industrial society, because like characters have a lot of time, they cannot find work.
I think every book now has to be about the transition to a world without paid work, and that's the world we're transitioning into, without paid work and without wages. And it's about how do we survive, how do we make a living, how do we get by, you know, how do we have some worth or sense of purpose in that kind of world, you know. So that's the existential crisis that we all face now, and that's what the book is about, basically. You know, that's why it's lasted so long. If it's just a book about people taking drugs, nobody would care. Yeah.
And you know, like, if you know, what about the prequels and sequels? When you write about the characters, do you go back to the books, or do you just start just imagining everything that happened to Rand and all the characters?
I think you have to go back to the books to get the visualization of them again. But you know, but I mean, I kind of I have a lot of stories about them that I've not published. Basically, I've just been writing. I just keep writing more and more stories about all these characters. So probably will someday publish some more. Yeah.
Will you ever go back to Scotland?
Yeah, I've got a place in Scotland now, and I'm back all the time. I was there during lockdown, and you know, I've kind of I got really into being back in Edinburgh. I really love it, you know, and it's like, and it was great to be there without any kind of traffic or, you know, and everything being shut. I just wandered around all these kind of places that I hadn't seen for years, and saw all the changes, and kind of got to kind of know the city again in a way that I hadn't done for a while, you know. So yeah, no, I really enjoyed being there, and I've still got the place, you know, so I'm there all the time. You know, I'm kind of between London and Edinburgh all the time.
So, you know, I wanted to ask about being a writer these days. I felt that Netflix and like the narratives Netflix is creating are affecting books too. And I think you mentioned something about that one day you had like a discussion with your agent, and your agent was like, "What are you writing?" And you were like, "I wrote this. I'm writing this book." And your agent was like, "Oh, do you think that's a book that maybe in the future can be adapted into a Netflix show?"
I think this is the thing, you know. It's like I think HBO originally changed the whole conversation, and I think television was always a conservative medium. Basically, it was a conservative entertainment medium, and HBO changed that, and they made it much more of an experimental novelistic storytelling medium. And now it's like kind of, fiction went the other way. Fiction, books went the other way. Books became less experimental and about storytelling. They became more about entertainment, about genre, about writing into marketing holes, like kind of romance, crime, thrillers and all that, because it was all about resolution. It was about kind of, catch the villain and lock him up so that suburbanites can sleep easy in their bed, or get this couple falling in love so they can, true love forever, or shoot the monster dead, and so we can kind of relax and all that, So it was all that kind of entertainment, but also that sort of conservative thing, and crept into publishing, and it kind of dominated publishing, and it became more retail led. But it's television, funnily enough, it went the other way. People were starting to take more risks in TV. So TV is really where you get the real novels now. It's like the writers that are drawn to TV are writers who would have been writing novels 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Are you writing for television? Because I feel everyone is writing for television.
How did you guess? How did you guess?
And what about, like your books were and are like a bridge between music and, literature. And I feel that it's not being fulfilled these days. I don't know if you see writers or like that kind of situation.
Well, it's difficult for them because, as we're going back to the culture thing, they don't have a culture. There isn't a. I mean, if you went to a club, kind of when I was going to clubs, they were underground, sleazy, different places that were kind of popping up and going, and all. There was a DIY kind of punk acid house culture then. There isn't now. A club's an entertainment place now. It's a place of entertainment. It's got a kind of smart luxury sound system. There's a door policy. There's kind of booking advance and stuff like that. And it's part. It makes no bones about being part of the entertainment industry. It's like it's a piece of hardware for an industry. It wasn't back in the day. So there's not a culture around that. There's just a culture of people going out and having fun and going back home again. Whereas there was a whole. If you have an environment whereby you're in a factory with a sound system and the police come and raid it under the criminal justice bill, or you're setting up in a field in a on the farmer, paying off a farmer, and then somebody finds it, that creates a whole culture, a whole lawless underground kind of culture, and you meet all these interesting people who are on the fringes of society. It's not like that in Clubland anymore, So so how can people draw influence and inspiration? When you're just when everything's mainstream and entertainment. So that's the thing that that's why it's difficult for writers now. I don't envy them. It's very hard to get traction, to get kind of material in a sense.
How's your opinion about the 90s, about the whole decade and the aesthetics of the 90s? Has that changed through time?
Yeah, I mean, very much. I mean, I think now it's like there's not a kind of as I say, we're in an entertainment society. We're not in an art society anymore. There's not a kind of urge to transgress. There's an urge to kind of to satisfy, to identify, almost like marketing, to identify a craving or a need or a desire, and then satisfy that desire. It's like you can't, you're not really, it's funny. It's like when you do TV or film, you have to speak in terms that people understand. So you have to say, this is like, it's like The Sopranos meets The Sound of Music or something like that. You have to you have to couch things in terms that people understand. So you're doing that. You're just basically firing out algorithms. Your own little algorithms for people. But obviously, when you do something, you're not actually bound by that. You're just kind of using that as an example. It's a way of kind of talking to people who have money to make things happen. But it's not really the way you operate as an artist. Basically, you don't operate in that way. But you have to learn that kind of almost like that language to get things done. Yeah.
And if you could be a writer in any time and place, where that would be?
What would I choose to be? I'm not sure, really. I'm not sure. I mean, I think that I would never have been a writer in the 2000s and 2010s. I think interestingly enough, got really interesting now. I think it's the age of the science fiction visionary. You know, it's like if you look at probably the most important writer now is a guy who's been dead for decades, like Philip K. Dick. Kind of, he's been proven to be, an incredible visionary in terms of what he's kind of writing. So it's like, if you look at kind of, Orwell and Huxley's science fiction, that's right on the money now and all that, So it's like you have to, the guys like myself and all that who are looking at kind of some kind of we're in some kind of shifting sweet spot between kind of like fantasy and kind of realism, and but I think it's in a way it's a comfortable place to be because that seems to be where the world is now. It's like we kind of you can't really be a world leader now unless you're a deluded fantasist. You used to have to be a leader. You used to have to be quite a kind of staid, solid kind of citizen. Now you have to be certifiably insane and a megalomaniac and a head case, basically, before you can even think about sort of becoming kind of leader. You're almost like a Bond villain, a James Bond villain,
Yeah. What about this idea? I don't know if you heard that, we are living in a constant state of nostalgia because with the internet, we can access the past, we can go and explore the most obscure band of the 70s now. And that wasn't possible in the past.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it happens now. It's almost like kind of, it's funny now if you think about you look at on the Spotify and the number of plays and all that, and you think, who's the biggest bands in the world? And you think it's Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, Bruce Springsteen, and all that. They're the ones. The kids and all that are still listening to this. It's like things become ossified now. The things that were very big in the analog age, when everything was gargantuan, they become ossified and frozen into the whole system. So it becomes harder for younger, newer acts to break through. Because there's not the material for them to be inspired by on one level, but there's also not the the technology is so widespread that there's so much competition. Everybody's coming into that market, so there's not a chance for kind of a few people to kind of really dominate and clean up. And they can't brand themselves. They can't brand themselves in the way that Pink Floyd and the Rolling Stones and all that were able to do.
Well, when you started doing clubs and getting to electronic music, it was a time, I guess, when there was a transition between guitars and rock into more electronic music, like bands like Primal Scream and all that. And these days, when you see at what people listen to Spotify, guitars are pretty much out of that, ranking of songs. And since you are in electronic music and all that, what are the trends in electronic music that you've been listening or you care for?
I think the most important thing, it sounds an obvious thing, but the most important thing in electronic music is to be able to dance to it. If it's too heady or if it's too kind of too big, the beats per minute that kind of scare women off the dance floor when you get to 130 and all that. It's not going to fly, and I think you've just got to. I think the problem with a lot of electronic dance music is it's made by people who don't dance, who don't go to nightclubs. It's made by people in their bedrooms with all the equipments and their digital kind of equipment. So it doesn't feel. There's some really inventive and clever stuff, but it doesn't feel stuff that you can dance to in a club. Funnily enough,
And has been a DJ change your writing? Because DJs works with, remixing, sampling, stuff like that. And writing has some of that too. You never start from zero. You're bringing stuff.
Everything operates in that way now, but it always really has. You can't, you bought, you kind of, you take and borrow and adapt and amend and change. That's how it's always going to be. It's only in the digital age it's easier to do that now,
Is there a book or song or short story you wish you had written?
A book, it would probably be something kind of it'd be something like the Da Vinci Code.
Okay.
because you do that, and then you don't have to do anything else again. You can just write anything you want. You know, you could you've got the freedom to not bother about anything, and worrying about anything in the marketplace. So like you just not that I do anyway, but it would give me kind of even greater freedom to do what I do.
Yeah. What about a song for 2020? What song would you choose for this year?
I don't know really. I mean, I think that I think kind of it would be a romantic song. It would be like kind of Smokey Robinson, "What's in Your Life," because I think 2020 has been an incredibly romantic year.
A romantic year?
Yeah.
What do you mean with that?
There's a lot of love in the air. I mean, I've kind of I've known a lot of people, and myself as well, who've fallen in love in this year. I mean, and there's been a lot of romance and a lot of kind of a lot of good things. I mean, people are focusing on the divorce rate and people falling out with each other and mental illness and all that. But there's been a lot of great things too. People have gotten out and they've walked and they've kind of got back to nature and they've kind of learned to live with a lot less kind of crap blocking up the life. So it's not been. I'm not saying it's been a great thing, and there's been a lot of pain that people have suffered, and the economy's tanked, and it's been tough economically. Continue to get tough economically for people, but there's been great things as well, and you have to focus on the positives too.
And well, just to end the conversation, let's go back to where we were at the beginning, in which you were 25 and you were in London, and now you're back to London after many years living outside of the UK and all that. How does it feel to be back in London?
It's always great, it's always great to be home because I've got so many friends, in London, and so many friends in Edinburgh and family and all that, and it's wonderful to be around them again, So yeah, it's just a pure joy. I mean, obviously things have changed, the city's changed, both cities have changed, but that's part and parcel of life. Things are always changing, and some ways for the worse, some ways for the better. But you don't want things to stay the same. You want things to keep changing. Makes it interesting.
Yeah. Well, Urban, thank you for your time, your answers, books, music.
Thank you.
And we hope to see you one day in
I would love to.
Valparaiso, and in Santiago. There's a couple of clubs in which many times I went to parties that were pretty much based on your book and the music and all that, and I think that people dancing to you would be great. And
I would love it. I would love to DJ there. I'd love to kind of come and read and do chats and all that. It'd be fabulous.
That's great. Well, now we know people at
You know where
Máscara.
I am. You know where I am. You know how to get me. So brilliant. Okay, thanks a lot, buddy.
Thank
Big
you
love
very
to you all.
much.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos y no se pierdan las actividades de Puerto de Ideas Valparaíso. Eso. Muchas gracias.